ordered a wife, but got a rebellion. Chapter 1. The Ultimatuma. The acrid smell of burning beans filled the cookhouse, stinging Jackson Blackwell's nostrils and watering his eyes as he yanked the cast iron pot from the stove with his bare hand. Pain shot through his palm, and he let loose a string of curses that would have made his long-departed mother swat him with a wooden spoon. He dropped the scorching pot onto the rough-hewn table with a clatter, sloshing the blackened mess over the sides. "Damn it all to hell and back," Jackson growled, sucking air through his teeth as he examined the angry red welt forming across his palm. It was the third pot of beans he'd ruined this week. From the doorway came the sound of shuffling boots and muffled chuckles. Jackson didn't need to turn around to know his 3 ranch hands were watching his culinary disaster with barely concealed amusement. The familiar weight of dark frustration settled in his chest. 10 years of building this ranch from nothing, and he couldn't manage to cook a simple pot of beans without turning them into something that resembled tar. "Something funny?" he asked without turning, his voice carrying the edge of a man who'd had too little sleep and too much solitude. The laughter stopped abruptly. Good. At least they still respected him enough to reckon we need to have words, boss. Jackson turned slowly to face Hank Miller, his foreman of 8 years. The older man stood with his weather-worn hat in his hands, a posture Jackson recognized. Bad news coming. "Speak your piece, then," Jackson said, gesturing to the room with his burned hand and wincing. Hank exchanged glances with the other 2 men, Tobias Green, barely old enough to grow the wispy beard he was attempting, and Sam Fletcher, solid and reliable as the mountains that framed the eastern edge of the property. Something passed between them, some silent agreement, before Hank cleared his throat. "Way things are going," Hank began, twisting his hat in his hands. "We can't keep on. Food's not fit for dogs, begging your pardon. Place is in shambles. No offense meant, Mr. Blackwell, but a ranch needs more than just cattle and grass to keep men satisfied with their lot." Jackson's jaw tightened. "That's so? Yes, sir, it is." Hank straightened his shoulders, the way he did when preparing to face down a belligerent steer. "What it comes down to is this. Either you hire someone to cook proper meals and make this place something resembling a home, or come spring roundup we'll be moving on to outfits that provide more than burnt beans and cold coffee." The words hung in the air, as tangible as the smoke still curling from the ruined dinner. Jackson looked from face to face, seeing no give in any of them. Even young Tobias, usually eager to please, had his chin set in determination. "That's how it is, then," Jackson said quietly. "That's how it is," Hank nodded. "We don't ask for much, but a man's got to have something to look forward to after a long day's work. A hot meal that don't require a hammer and chisel to get through might be a start." For a moment, Jackson considered telling them all to pack their belongings and leave right then and there. He'd built this ranch with his own 2 hands, dragging it up from nothing but dust and dreams. He'd survived blizzards, drought, and rustlers. He'd manage without these 3 if he had to, but as the flash of anger faded, cold reality settled in its place. Spring roundup was coming. New calves needed branding. Fences needed mending. He couldn't do it alone, and finding new hands this time of year would be near impossible. "I'll see to it," he said at last, the words tasting like defeat in his mouth. Hank nodded, relief softening the lines around his eyes. "Much obliged, Mr. Blackwell." The men filed out, leaving Jackson alone with the bitter smell of failure. He moved to the open doorway and looked out across his kingdom. Rolling grassland stretching to the horizon, the distant shapes of cattle grazing peacefully, fence lines straight as arrows dividing his property from the neighboring ranches. 2,000 acres, all his. The pride of ownership swelled in his chest, but it couldn't quite fill the emptiness that had been growing there for years. Success without anyone to share it with was a hollow thing indeed. Not that he'd ever admit such a thought aloud. The whiskey bottle stood half empty on Jackson's desk, a silent companion as he crumpled yet another attempt at an advertisement and tossed it toward the already overflowing wastepaper basket. The lamp beside him guttered, sending shadows dancing across the walls of his study, the one room in the house he'd taken pains to make comfortable. Books lined the shelves, ledgers stacked neatly in the corner, a good chair that didn't creak under his weight. Everything a man needed, except Apparently, companionship. He poured another finger of whiskey into his glass, ignoring the voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like his father's, warning him that liquor never solved a problem it didn't create first. The burn as he swallowed matched the lingering sting of his burnt palm. Jackson picked up his pen again, dipped it in the inkwell, and stared at the blank paper before him. What kind of man resorted to advertising for a wife? A desperate one, that's who. A man who'd spent so many years focused on building something that he'd forgotten to live while doing it. His hand moved across the paper, committing words to permanence before he could reconsider them. Successful Wyoming rancher seeks practical, obedient woman for marriage. Must cook, clean, and maintain a respectable household. Prefer quiet disposition. Will provide comfortable life in exchange for domestic harmony. Reply with references. He read the words aloud, his voice sounding strange in the quiet room. They were cold, businesslike, describing a transaction more than a marriage. But wasn't that what he wanted? He had no illusions about love. What he needed was a practical arrangement, a woman to cook meals that didn't require a man to risk life and limb eating them, someone to bring order to the chaos his home had become. Someone who wouldn't challenge him at every turn or make demands he couldn't meet. The words might be cold, but they were honest. Better that than promise something he couldn't deliver. Before he could reconsider, Jackson folded the paper and slipped it into an envelope. He addressed it to the matrimonial agency he'd seen advertised in the Cheyenne newspaper, then sealed it with a drop of wax. Done. For better or worse. With the decision made, exhaustion washed over him. He blew out the lamp and made his way to his bedroom, not bothering to undress before collapsing onto the bed. Sleep, when it came, brought dreams of faceless women moving through his house, their features shifting and blurring every time he tried to look directly at them. He woke before dawn, as was his habit, the dream fragments clinging to him like cobwebs. The sealed letter sat on his desk where he'd left it, seeming to watch him accusingly. For a moment he considered throwing it into the stove and forgetting the whole idea. Instead, he saddled his horse and rode toward town, the first hint of sunrise painting the eastern sky. The vastness of Wyoming territory spread around him, the land he'd claimed and tamed still wild at its edges. His breath fogged in the early spring chill as his horse picked its way along the familiar trail. From a distance, someone watching might have seen only a solitary silhouette, small against the awakening landscape. A man alone with his thoughts, riding toward a future he couldn't begin to imagine. 6 weeks later, Jackson found himself back in Laramie, this time to collect supplies and check if there had been any response to his advertisement. He'd nearly convinced himself to forget the whole foolish idea. Spring roundup was underway, keeping him busy from dawn until well after dusk. He'd hired Mrs. Petersham, the widow from the next county, to come in twice a week to cook meals that could be reheated. It wasn't ideal, but the hands had stopped threatening to leave, which was something. The bell above the post office door jangled as he entered, stamping mud from his boots on the threshold. Walt Jenkins, the postmaster, looked up from sorting mail and grinned broadly. Well, if it ain't the elusive Jackson Blackwell," Walt said, pushing his spectacles higher on his nose. "Been wondering when you'd show your face in town again." Jackson nodded curtly. He'd never been one for small talk, a fact well known to everyone in the county. "Got any mail for me?" As a matter of fact, Walt rummaged beneath the counter and emerged with several envelopes. "Business correspondence from Cheyenne," he said, handing over the first two. "Notice about the Cattlemen's Association meeting next month." Another envelope joined the stack. "And this!" Walt's eyes twinkled as he held up a final letter. The paper of finer quality than the others, the handwriting delicate and flowing. Postmark says Boston, Massachusetts. Fancy Eastern lady writing to our own Jackson Blackwell. He raised his eyebrows suggestively. "Something you ain't telling us, Jackson?" Heat crept up Jackson's neck as he snatched the letter from Walt's fingers. "Just business," he muttered, though the Boston postmark made his heart skip a beat. Could it be a response already? "Must be mighty interesting business," Walt persisted, clearly enjoying Jackson's discomfort. "Don't recall you having dealings with Boston folk before." Jackson stuffed the letters into his coat pocket. "Anything else?" Walt shook his head, still grinning. "That's the lot." But you come right back and tell old Walt if you're importing yourself some cultured company from back east, town could use some new blood, especially of the female persuasion. Ignoring the postmaster's chuckles, Jackson turned on his heel and strode out, the precious letter burning a hole in his pocket. He didn't dare open it here on the street where anyone might see. Instead, he made his way to the general store, nodding curtly to acquaintances as he passed. Jenkins' General Mercantile smelled of coffee, leather, and the sharp tang of salt pork. Jackson acknowledged Mrs. Jenkins behind the counter with a touch to his hat brim, then made his way to the quietest corner of the store. Only when he was certain no one was watching did he withdraw the letter from his pocket. The handwriting was indeed feminine, the letters perfectly formed in a way that spoke of proper education. His rough fingers felt clumsy as he broke the seal and unfolded the paper inside. April 15th, 1877. Dear Mr. Blackwell, I am writing in response to your advertisement seeking a wife. While I have never considered such an arrangement before, recent circumstances have led me to seek a new beginning far from Boston. I was raised to manage a household properly, with particular attention to the domestic arts my mother considered essential for a woman's success: cooking, sewing, household management, and maintaining a peaceful environment. I am 25 years of age, in excellent health, and have been told I have a calm temperament well suited to supporting a husband's endeavors without unnecessary disruption. As to references, Reverend Thomas Whitmore of the First Parish Church of Boston has known me since childhood and can attest to my character. Miss Hannah Porter, my former teacher at the Boston Ladies Seminary, can speak to my education and capabilities. If you find this response suitable, I would be amenable to further correspondence, with the aim of reaching an arrangement beneficial to us both. I understand the challenges of frontier life and do not shy away from hard work or simple living. Respectfully yours. Elizabeth Collins. Jackson read the letter twice, then a third time. The words were proper, almost formal, yet he sensed something between the lines. A hint of desperation, perhaps, or determination. What recent circumstances would drive a Boston lady to consider marriage to a stranger in Wyoming territory? Not that it mattered. The important thing was that she sounded exactly what he needed: practical, capable, and, if her mention of a calm temperament was to be believed, unlikely to fill his quiet life with chatter and demands. The reference to a minister and a teacher added respectability he hadn't dared hope for. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jackson approached the counter and purchased paper, envelope, and a stamp. Mrs. Jenkins raised her eyebrows, but, unlike her gossiping neighbors, kept her curiosity to herself. Back in his corner, Jackson composed his reply. He described the ranch briefly, mentioned the presence of 3 hands, and outlined what would be expected of her as his wife. He kept his personal description minimal: tall, 34 years of age, in good health, no point in pretending to be what he wasn't. He hesitated when it came to including train fare. It seemed presumptuous, yet practical. If she was serious, she'd need the means to travel. If not, he'd be out the money, but at least he'd know where things stood. In the end, practicality won out. He enclosed enough for a ticket from Boston to Laramie, with a bit extra for meals along the way. He requested she telegraph ahead with details of her arrival so he could meet her at the station, and asked that she come within the month if possible, as spring roundup would be finished by then, giving him time to properly introduce her to her new home. As Jackson sealed the envelope, a peculiar feeling settled over him, something between anticipation and dread. He'd just invited a complete stranger to come west and become his wife, knowing nothing about her beyond what could be contained in a single letter. It was madness, surely. Yet as he handed the letter to Walt Jenkins for posting, he couldn't help but feel he'd just set in motion events that would change his life forever. For better or worse remained to be seen. Chapter 2. Escape from Boston. Elizabeth Hawthorne paced the length of her father's study, her silk skirts rustling with each agitated step. Morning light streamed through tall windows, illuminating the elegant room with its floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and leather-bound volumes collected over generations. This room had always been her sanctuary, a place of learning and intellectual freedom. Now it felt like a gilded cage. She paused at the mahogany desk where the morning's newspaper lay open, her gloved finger tracing the bold headline. Women's vote, a threat to social order. Beneath it, her own words stared back at her, though the byline read only a concerned citizen. In the margins, someone had scrawled in angry red ink, "We know who you are, Ms. Hawthorne. Silence yourself or be silenced." Elizabeth's stomach tightened. This wasn't the first threat she'd received, but it was the most direct. The handwriting matched notes she'd found pushed under the front door twice in the past week. The grandfather clock in the corner chimed 10, its sonorous tones reverberating through the brownstone. Her publisher was late. Samuel Reed was many things, opinionated, occasionally pompous, but never tardy. His punctuality was as reliable as his bushy sideburns and perpetually ink-stained fingers. A sharp knock at the front door sent her heart racing. She smoothed her skirts and took a deep breath, composing herself, as she'd been taught since childhood. "A lady never reveals distress," her mother had drilled into her, even as her world crumbled around her. Moments later, Peters, the family butler, appeared at the study door. "Mr. Reed to see you, Miss Elizabeth." "Thank you, Peters. Please show him in." Samuel Reed entered, his usual confident stride replaced by a harried shuffle. His face, normally florid from his daily walks across Boston, had a grayish cast. Without preamble, he removed his hat and sank into the leather chair opposite the desk. "Miss Hawthorne, I come with grave news." Elizabeth remained standing, her fingers pressed against the cool wood of the desk. "They've discovered my identity." Reed's bushy eyebrows rose. "You know?" She gestured toward the newspaper. "The threats have become rather specific." "It's worse than threats, I'm afraid." Reed ran a handkerchief across his forehead. "Senator Harrington himself summoned me to his office yesterday evening. He had a complete collection of your columns, handwriting samples, even drafts I had believed were secured in my office safe." Elizabeth felt the blood drain from her face. Senator William Harrington was one of Boston's most powerful men and a vocal opponent of women's suffrage. His influence extended through business, politics, and Boston's elite social circles. "How?" she whispered. "My assistant, I believe. The boy's uncle works for the senator." Reed's voice dropped. "They're preparing to make an example of you, Miss Hawthorne." The senator was quite explicit about his plans. Elizabeth sank into her father's chair, grateful her parents were visiting relatives in New York. They knew of her writing, of course. Her father had encouraged her educated mind, even as he cautioned discretion, but they couldn't know how dangerous her position had become. "What sort of example?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. Reed looked miserable. "Public disgrace, to start. They'll run stories in every paper in Boston, the wayward daughter of respected Judge Hawthorne promoting radical ideas. They'll ensure your family feels the consequences, your father's reputation, your mother's standing in society." He trailed off. "And then?" "There was talk of bringing charges, incitement, public nuisance, perhaps even sedition." Elizabeth's laugh held no humor. "For suggesting women deserve the same rights as men? That's hardly overthrowing the government. To men like Harrington, it amounts to the same thing." Reed leaned forward. "Miss Hawthorne, Elizabeth, you must leave Boston. Immediately." "Leave? And go where? Do what?" The panic she'd been suppressing threatened to bubble over. "My entire life is here." "Your entire life is at risk here," Reed countered, "at least until this fervor dies down. I have contacts in New York." "They'd find me in New York just as easily," Elizabeth interrupted. She rose and resumed her pacing. "If I run to another city, publish in another paper, they'll simply follow the trail." Reed watched her, concern etched in the lines of his face. At 62, he'd seen enough of the world to recognize a losing battle. "Then what will you do?" Elizabeth stopped at the window, gazing out at Beacon Hill's tree-lined street. Ladies in fashionable dresses strolled past with parasols tilted against the spring sunshine. Gentlemen tipped their hats in greeting. Such civilized barbarity beneath the polished surface. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I won't be silenced." The Collins family home stood on a quieter street, its modest facade a stark contrast to the Hawthorne brownstone. Elizabeth had known Mary Collins since they were 7 years old. thrown together at Miss Porter's School for Young Ladies, despite their different social standings. Mary's father, a moderately successful importer of fabrics, could barely afford the school fees, but he'd been determined his only daughter would receive a proper education. Elizabeth rapped the brass knocker, glancing nervously over her shoulder. She'd taken a circuitous route, doubling back twice to ensure she wasn't followed. Paranoia, perhaps, but Senator Harrington's resources were considerable. The door swung open to reveal Mary herself, her round face breaking into a smile that quickly faded as she took in Elizabeth's appearance. "Lizzie, goodness, you look dreadful. Come in, come in." Elizabeth stepped into the familiar entryway, breathing in the comforting scent of beeswax polish and fresh bread. Mary Collins might lack the social standing of other Boston ladies, but her home had always felt more welcoming than many grander establishments. "Is your mother at home?" Elizabeth asked, removing her gloves. "No, she's visiting my aunt in Cambridge for the week. Father's at the shop until evening." Mary took Elizabeth's cloak. "Which means you can tell me what's wrong without censoring yourself. And don't pretend it's nothing. Your face is paler than my grandmother's best china." Despite everything, Elizabeth smiled. Mary's forthright manner had been shocking when they first met. Now it was one of the things she valued most in her friend. "I need tea before confessions," Elizabeth said, following Mary to the small but cheerful sitting room. Mary bustled about, preparing a tray with the ease of someone accustomed to doing for herself rather than being served. "Sit before you collapse," she ordered over her shoulder. "You've been pacing again, haven't you? You always pace when you're overwrought. Wear holes in your carpets at home, I imagine." Elizabeth sank into a chair by the window. "The carpets are the least of my concerns at present." Mary returned with the tea tray, pouring a steaming cup and pressing it into Elizabeth's hands. "Drink, then talk," Elizabeth obeyed, the strong, sweet tea bringing a measure of calm. When she'd drained half the cup, she set it down carefully. "They've discovered I'm the author of the suffrage articles." Mary's eyes widened. "Oh, Lizzie, Senator Harrington is personally involved. According to my publisher, they intend to make an example of me." "The pompous old walrus," Mary snapped. "What's he afraid of? That if women vote, they won't elect self-important windbags like him?" Despite the direness of her situation, Elizabeth laughed. "That's precisely his fear, I'd imagine. What will you do?" "I have to leave Boston. Reed suggested New York, but it's too close, too connected." Elizabeth ran a finger around the rim of her teacup. "I need to go somewhere they won't think to look. Somewhere unexpected." Mary was silent for a moment, her brow furrowed in thought. Then she rose abruptly and crossed to the small writing desk in the corner. "I may have a solution. It's rather drastic, but then so is your predicament." She rummaged through a drawer and returned with a letter, the paper creased from having been read multiple times. "This arrived last week. I've been vacillating over how to respond." Elizabeth took the letter, curiosity momentarily displacing her anxiety. The handwriting was strong and masculine, the letters formed with a certain impatient deliberation. "Successful Wyoming rancher seeks practical, obedient woman for marriage. Must cook, clean, and maintain a respectable household. Prefer quiet disposition. Will provide comfortable life in exchange for domestic harmony. Reply with references." "A matrimonial advertisement?" Elizabeth looked up, bewildered. "Mary Collins, are you considering becoming a mail-order bride?" Mary reclaimed her seat, tucking her feet beneath her in a way that would have scandalized Elizabeth's mother. "I was, briefly. Father's business isn't doing well, and with 3 younger brothers to establish," she shrugged. "But I haven't the constitution for such an adventure. Wyoming territory, can you imagine? Besides," she added with a hint of color in her cheeks, "Mr. Stevens at the bookshop has been particularly attentive lately." Elizabeth glanced back at the letter. "What does this have to do with my situation?" Mary leaned forward, her eyes bright with sudden inspiration. "Don't you see? It's the perfect solution. No one would think to look for Elizabeth Hawthorne, Boston suffragette, as the wife of a rancher in Wyoming territory." "You can't be serious." Elizabeth stared at her friend. "Marry a stranger? Move to the wilderness?" "Not as Elizabeth Hawthorne," Mary said. "As Elizabeth Collins." The room fell silent as the implication sank in. "You're suggesting I assume your identity," Elizabeth said slowly. correspond with this man, travel across the country and marry him, all while pretending to be you? Why not? We're of similar age and appearance, both brown-haired, similar height. You're a bit more refined around the edges, but a few weeks of travel would explain any differences. Mary's enthusiasm gathered momentum. Think about it, Lizzie. You'd be thousands of miles from Boston, from Senator Harrington, from anyone who might recognize you. It would be utterly dishonest, Elizabeth protested, though a small voice in her mind whispered that it might also be utterly effective. More dishonest than a society that educates women, then forbids them meaningful participation, Mary countered. More dishonest than threatening you with ruin for expressing opinions. Elizabeth stood and moved to the window, struggling with the warring impulses of propriety and survival. Outside, a delivery boy whistled as he pushed a cart laden with goods, carefree in a way she suddenly couldn't remember feeling. Even if I were desperate enough to consider such a scheme, she said, what about the practicalities? References would be required. Details about your life that I mightn't know. Mary waved a dismissive hand. I'll coach you. As for references, use Reverend Whitmore. He can hardly tell the difference between us at church functions. And Miss Porter from school. She's half blind now, poor thing, but her name still carries weight. And what of this rancher? Elizabeth held up the letter. What do we know of him beyond these few cold sentences? Nothing, Mary admitted. But that works in your favor. He knows nothing of you, or rather, nothing of me either. You'd be starting with a clean slate, Lizzie. Elizabeth sank back into her chair, the letter still in her hand. The notion was preposterous, deceitful, possibly even dangerous. And yet, I'd need to maintain my writing, she said quietly. It's not merely a pastime for me, Mary, it's my purpose. So write from Wyoming, Mary said simply. The West is changing. Frontiers aren't only geographical. Perhaps you'd find more receptive minds there than among Boston's entrenched society. Elizabeth stared at the letter, possibilities unfolding in her mind like the pages of a book. Escape. Freedom. A new beginning far from Senator Harrington's threats. Even the ranch's isolation, which should have repelled her, suddenly seemed like an advantage. She could write without fear of discovery, send her articles to progressive publications under yet another pseudonym. He says he wants an obedient wife with a quiet disposition, she noted wryly. I'm not certain I could maintain such a charade for long. Mary laughed. No one who truly knows you would believe it for an instant. But perhaps this rancher doesn't need obedience so much as he thinks. Men often don't know what they truly want until they find it. Elizabeth traced the firm handwriting with her fingertip. Jackson Blackwell, a name from a world she couldn't begin to imagine. If, and I emphasize if, I were to consider this madness, she said slowly, we would need to plan meticulously. A slow smile spread across Mary's face. I'd expect nothing less from you, Lizzie. And the next 3 days passed in a flurry of clandestine activity. Elizabeth moved between her home and Mary's, gathering only what she could carry without arousing suspicion. Each night she destroyed more of her personal papers, watching the flames consume drafts of articles and personal journals that might someday betray her. In Mary's modest bedroom, the two friends worked with the intensity of battlefield generals planning a campaign. Elizabeth practiced Mary's handwriting until her fingers cramped, copying out the letter to Jackson Blackwell over and over until each loop and flourish matched her friend's style. Your penmanship was always more elegant than mine, Mary observed as they sat at her dressing table. You'll need to make it a bit more ordinary. Elizabeth flexed her aching hand. Is ordinary what he wants, do you think? He wants a woman who won't trouble him over much, I'd imagine. Mary was sorting through her wardrobe, selecting the plainest dresses for Elizabeth to take. Men like that always do. Then he'll be sorely disappointed when he meets me, Elizabeth murmured, returning to her practice. Mary laughed. Perhaps. Or perhaps you'll be exactly what he needs, even if he doesn't know it yet. They worked late into the night, drilling each other on the details of Mary's life. Her mother's maiden name, the street where she'd lived as a child, the names of aunts, uncles, cousins, which church the family attended, all the minutiae that formed a life's history. What if he asks about my education, Elizabeth worried. I can hardly pretend to know only what you've learned. Mary snorted. You underestimate me, Lizzie. Besides, many men prefer to believe they're the cleverest person in any room. If you occasionally seem too knowledgeable, simply apologize for overstepping. They love that. The derision in her tone made Elizabeth pause. Are you certain you don't want to go to Wyoming yourself? You might revolutionize the entire territory. And leave civilization behind? No, thank you. Mary held up a modest gray dress against Elizabeth's figure. This should do for travel. Plain enough to be respectable, practical enough for the journey. Elizabeth eyed the somber garment. It's a far cry from what I usually wear. Precisely. Elizabeth Hawthorne favors azure silks and emerald velvets. Elizabeth Collins prefers serviceable woolens in modest colors. Mary set the dress aside. Besides, from what I've read of frontier life, silk flounces would be rather impractical for feeding chickens and dodging cattle. On the third day, a reply arrived from Jackson Blackwell containing train fare and a terse request for Elizabeth Collins to arrive within the month. The crumpled bills seemed to burn in Elizabeth's palm, physical proof that this mad scheme was becoming reality. He's eager, Mary remarked, reading over her shoulder. Or desperate, Elizabeth countered, thinking of the cold practicality of his letters. Either works in your favor. Mary took the letter, adding it to the small collection of correspondence they'd fabricated to create a paper trail for the new Elizabeth Collins. The more he wants this arrangement, the less likely he'll be to question it. As they packed the single trunk Elizabeth would take west, Mary insisted on including several books beneath a false bottom they'd cleverly constructed. These political treatises would raise eyebrows, Elizabeth protested, as Mary tucked a vindication of the rights of woman between layers of fabric. Which is why they're hidden, Mary replied practically. But you'll need them. Your mind would wither without proper nourishment. Elizabeth's throat tightened with sudden emotion. I don't know how to thank you. Mary straightened, brushing dust from her hands. Live freely, write boldly, and when women finally win the vote, remember your friend Mary who helped make it possible. I'll send for you, Elizabeth promised. Once I'm established, once it's safe. Perhaps. Mary's smile held a hint of sadness. But we both know paths that diverge rarely converge again. This is your journey now, Lizzie. On the final night before her departure, Elizabeth stood in Mary's bedroom, staring at her reflection in the looking glass. The woman who gazed back was both familiar and strange. Her chestnut hair, usually arranged in fashionable curls, was pulled back in a severe bun. The plain traveling dress disguised her figure. Even her posture had changed. She'd practiced for hours, replacing her confident stance with something more demure. Will this truly work? She whispered, more to herself than to Mary. It has to, Mary answered simply, pinning the last rebellious strand of Elizabeth's hair into place. Now remember, you're Elizabeth Collins. You've led a respectable, if modest, life in Boston. You're skilled in household management and have a calm temperament. You're seeking a new beginning in the West. Elizabeth Collins, she repeated, testing the name on her tongue. Beth, perhaps. Beth Collins sounds less formidable. Beth Collins, Mary agreed. A woman of practical virtues and quiet strength. Elizabeth turned from the mirror to embrace her friend fiercely. I'll write when I can. Coded, of course. Of course. Mary returned the embrace. And I'll forward anything that arrives for you here, though I suspect Boston society will forget Elizabeth Hawthorne faster than either of us might believe. Good, let them forget. Elizabeth squared her shoulders, summoning determination. I have more important work ahead of me. Dawn was just breaking as Elizabeth slipped from the Collins home the next morning, her trunk loaded onto a hired cart. Mary watched from the doorway, a lonely figure in her dressing gown, as Elizabeth embarked on a journey from which there might be no return. At the train station, Elizabeth purchased her ticket west with Jackson Blackwell's money, her gloved hand steady despite the turmoil in her mind. As the train pulled away from the platform, belching black smoke into the morning sky, she caught a glimpse of two men moving purposefully through the crowd, questioning passengers, and held what appeared to be a sketch. Elizabeth sank deeper into her seat, heart pounding. The search for Elizabeth Hawthorne had begun, but Elizabeth Hawthorne no longer existed. In her place sat Beth Collins, mail-order bride bound for Wyoming territory, her future as vast and unknown as the frontier itself. The Boston train station hummed with early morning activity as Elizabeth Hawthorne, no, Beth Collins now, clutched her ticket with gloved fingers. Steam billowed across the platform, wreathing waiting passengers in ghostly white as engines hissed and conductors called departures. The acrid smell of coal smoke hung in the air, mingling with the scents of coffee from vendors' carts and perfume from ladies bidding farewell to traveling companions. Beth kept her head slightly bowed, the brim of her plain brown bonnet shielding her face from casual observation. Gone were the azure silks and emerald velvets that had once marked her as Judge Hawthorne's daughter. In their place, she wore a serviceable gray traveling dress with modest trim, chosen specifically because Elizabeth Hawthorne would never have deigned to wear something so ordinary. A porter approached, touching his cap respectfully. "Your trunk, ma'am?" "Yes, thank you." Her voice was pitched lower than usual, another small deception. She handed him the claim ticket, watching as he hefted her single piece of luggage onto a trolley. The trunk appeared unremarkable, well-made but not ostentatious, appropriate for a modestly comfortable Boston lady. No one would suspect that beneath a carefully constructed false bottom lay half a dozen political treatises, 3 journals filled with Elizabeth Hawthorne's handwriting, and enough paper and ink to sustain a writer for months. Mary had been ingenious in her design, creating a hiding place that would withstand all but the most determined inspection. "Westbound train departing in 10 minutes. All passengers for Albany, Buffalo, Chicago, and points west, please board now." Beth moved toward the first-class car, then hesitated. Elizabeth Hawthorne would travel first class without a second thought. Beth Collins, with her modest means, would be more prudent. She pivoted toward the second-class car, ignoring the pinch in her heart. It was the first of many sacrifices her new identity would require, but hardly the most significant. "Your ticket, miss?" The conductor extended his hand, his expression professionally neutral as he examined her travel documents. "Chicago? Then transferring west? Long journey for a lady traveling alone?" "My fiancé awaits me in Wyoming Territory," she replied, the rehearsed words coming smoothly. "He's a rancher." The conductor's eyebrows rose slightly. "Wyoming, eh? Rough country for an Eastern lady." "I'm stronger than I appear," Beth said, allowing a hint of steel to enter her voice. The man chuckled, returning her ticket. "I'd wager you are at that, miss. Second car down, right side for the morning sun, left if you prefer shade." Beth thanked him and moved down the platform, her half-boots clicking against the wooden planks. The second-class car was already half filled with travelers, a mother with 2 small children, several businessmen with portfolios, a young couple clearly embarking on their honeymoon, judging by their constant touching and flushed faces. She selected a seat on the left side, away from the morning sun, and arranged her skirts carefully around her. From her reticule she withdrew a small volume of Tennyson's poetry, an innocent choice that would raise no eyebrows. Mary had advised her to maintain appearances meticulously during the journey. One never knew who might be watching. As if summoned by the thought, Beth's attention was drawn to a commotion near the station entrance. 2 men in dark suits stood questioning a ticket agent, their postures radiating urgency. Even at a distance, she recognized them. They'd been following her for the past week, appearing outside her father's home, the publishing house, even Mary's neighborhood. Her heart stuttered as one man produced what appeared to be a sketch, holding it up for the agent's inspection. The other scanned the platform, his gaze methodically sweeping over waiting passengers. Beth ducked her head, ostensibly absorbed in her book, while her mind raced. Had her ruse already been discovered? Did they somehow know Elizabeth Hawthorne planned to leave Boston this morning? The train whistle pierced the air, startling her from her thoughts. A final call for boarding echoed through the station as the engine built steam, ready for departure. "Last call for the westbound train, all aboard." Through her lashes, Beth watched the 2 men split up, moving quickly among the remaining passengers on the platform. They were checking faces, questioning people who might have seen a young woman of her description. The train lurched forward with a groan of metal, slowly gathering momentum. Beth held her breath as they pulled away from the platform, past the ticket office, past the baggage area. Through the window, she caught a final glimpse of one of the men rushing toward the first-class car, apparently having received some tip about her whereabouts. Only when the station disappeared around a bend did she release the breath she'd been holding. She was away. For better or worse, she had committed to this path. Beth waited until the train settled into a steady rhythm and her fellow passengers had returned to their own concerns before reaching into her valise for a small leather-bound journal. Mary had given it to her as a parting gift, the pages blank and waiting. "For your new thoughts," her friend had said. "Your new life." Beth withdrew a pencil, and with a glance to ensure no one was watching too closely, began to write in a hand deliberately different from her usual elegant script. April 28, 1877. Today, Elizabeth Hawthorne ceased to exist. I am now Beth Collins, and I am headed toward either sanctuary or a prison of my own making. The irony does not escape me that in fleeing those who would silence me, I have willingly embraced a disguise that requires its own form of silence. Yet perhaps there is freedom in this constraint. Elizabeth Hawthorne was known, watched, limited by expectations of family and society. Beth Collins is a cipher, undefined except by choices yet to be made. Wyoming territory. The name itself speaks of wildness, of spaces unmapped and possibilities unknown. What awaits me there, I cannot imagine. A stranger for a husband. A life utterly foreign to all I have known. I carry with me books that might shock this Jackson Blackwell, treatises on equality, on women's rights to education and suffrage, ideas that powerful men in Boston found threatening enough to warrant my destruction. Will such notions seem even more radical in the wilderness, or might there be unexpected allies where I least expect them? The train moves inexorably westward, each turn of its wheels carrying me farther from danger and closer to uncertainty. I find myself both terrified and exhilarated by the prospect. Judge Hawthorne's daughter would never have contemplated such an adventure. Perhaps becoming Beth Collins offers possibilities Elizabeth Hawthorne could never have imagined. The train rounded a curve, sunlight suddenly streaming through the window to illuminate the page. Beth closed the journal, tucking it securely away. Beyond the glass, Massachusetts farmland rolled past, soon to give way to territories unknown. She was committed now, bound for a new life as surely as the train was bound for the western frontier. There could be no turning back, no reconsidering the wisdom of her choice. Whatever awaited her in Wyoming, whatever manner of man Jackson Blackwell might prove to be, Beth Collins would face it with the same determination that had marked Elizabeth Hawthorne's fight for women's rights. Only now, her battlefield had changed. Instead of Boston society parlors and newspaper columns, she would wage her quiet war for equality from the unlikely vantage point of a Wyoming ranch house. The thought brought a smile to her lips, one she quickly suppressed as a fellow passenger glanced her way. Beth Collins, after all, was a woman of modest ambitions and proper demeanor. At least that was what her future husband had been led to believe. The truth, like her precious books and journals, remained safely hidden beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Chapter 3. Arrival. The stagecoach lurched violently as it hit another rut, sending Beth Collins bouncing against the leather seat. For the 100th time since leaving the relative comfort of the train at Cheyenne, she braced herself against the side panel, fingers gripping the worn leather strap dangling from the ceiling. Her body ached from 3 days of continuous jolting, her once neat traveling dress now creased and dust-coated despite her best efforts. "First time to Wyoming territory, ma'am?" The whiskey drummer sitting opposite her grinned, somehow managing to maintain his balance without visible effort. He was a ruddy-faced man in his 40s, with a waxed mustache and the practiced smile of someone who made his living convincing others to part with their money. "Is it that obvious, Mr. Harrison?" Beth adjusted her hat, which had slipped askew during the latest series of bounces. "Ain't never met an Eastern lady who didn't look like she was being tortured by the end of her first stagecoach ride." Harrison chuckled, patting the sample case balanced on his knees. "Don't worry, your backside will toughen up, same as everything else out here." Heat crept up Beth's neck at his casual reference to her anatomy, but she reminded herself that frontier manners would naturally differ from Boston society's rigid protocols. Besides, after 5 days of travel in close quarters, a certain informality had developed among the 4 passengers sharing the cramped confines of the overland state. "What Mr. Harrison means to say," interjected the young missionary seated beside her, "is that Wyoming requires adaptation. Reverend Thomas Ellsworth couldn't be more than 25, his earnest face still bearing the softness of youth despite the spectacles perched on his nose. But its beauty rewards those who persevere. Beauty? The fourth occupant of the coach snorted derisively. Francine Miller, a woman perhaps a few years older than Beth, gestured toward the window with a gloved hand adorned with several gaudy rings. Miles of nothing but sagebrush and sky. That's what you're getting, honey. Hope your rancher is worth it. Beth had learned during their journey that Francine was returning from what she called a business opportunity in Denver, though her heavily rouged cheeks, elaborate hairstyle, and the distinct scent of perfume that clung to her despite days of travel made the nature of that business fairly obvious. Beth had initially been shocked to find herself sharing quarters with a woman of questionable virtue, but the long journey had worn away such prejudices. Francine, for all her cynicism, had shared her food generously when supplies ran low at a remote way station. "I've found there's beauty in the vastness," Beth said diplomatically, gazing out at the endless rolling landscape. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the sagebrush plains, painting the distant mountains in shades of purple and gold. It was unlike anything in her experience, untamed, primal, both exhilarating and terrifying in its immensity. "You say that now," Francine replied, dabbing at her perspiring face with a handkerchief. "Talk to me after your first winter, when the wind howls for weeks straight and the snow piles higher than your door." "Now, Miss Miller," the missionary chided gently, "must you paint such a discouraging picture for Mrs. Collins? Wyoming Territory offers opportunities for women that the East cannot match. Why, I understand they're considering granting women the right to vote here." Beth's attention sharpened instantly. "Is that so?" She strove to keep her voice merely curious rather than revealing the surge of excitement the news provoked. Harrison nodded. "Territory's desperate for settlers, especially women. They'll offer just about anything to get 'em to stay. Course, it takes a special kind of female to tolerate frontier living." "And who might be waiting for you in Bitter Creek, Reverend?" Francine asked, clearly eager to change the subject. "A God-fearing wife to help with your mission?" The young man blushed furiously. I come alone, Miss Miller, to establish a church and school for the community." "Good luck with that," Harrison chuckled. "Folks around here are more interested in Saturday night whiskey than Sunday morning salvation. Present company accepted, of course," he added with a nod to Beth. "Surely there must be families," Beth ventured. "Children in need of education?" "Some," Harrison conceded. "Ranching families scattered about. Few shopkeepers in town, though most men who come west leave their families behind until they're established." He eyed her curiously. "Your Mr. Blackwell must be doing well to send for a bride all the way from Boston." Beth's heart skipped at the mention of Jackson Blackwell's name. "You know my fiancé?" The three other passengers exchanged glances that sent a flutter of unease through her stomach. "Everybody knows everybody's business out here," Harrison said finally. "Territory's big, but folks are few. Word gets around." "Is he—" Beth hesitated, suddenly desperately afraid of the answer. "What sort of man is he?" Another pregnant silence filled the coach. "Fair man in business," Harrison offered at last. "Pays his debts, doesn't take advantage, built his ranch from nothing, which folks respect, but cold as winter everywhere else," Francine finished for him, studying her painted nails. Her eyes, heavily lined but shrewd, lifted to meet Beth's. "Not one for social niceties. Keeps to himself mostly." "Perhaps he simply values his privacy," the missionary suggested charitably. "Many come west seeking solitude." "Or running from something," Francine muttered. "He's respected," Harrison emphasized, shooting Francine a warning look. "That counts for more than being liked out here." Francine shrugged, then leaned toward Beth with a conspiratorial smile. Handsome as sin if he'd ever smile, though. I'll give him that much. Beth clutched the letters in her reticule, the paper crinkling between her fingers. The correspondence that had seemed so practical, so businesslike in Boston, now seemed woefully inadequate preparation for meeting the actual man. "How much longer to Bitter Creek?" she asked, her voice sounding strained even to her own ears. Harrison peered out the window at the angle of the sun. "Hour, maybe less. Driver's pushing hard to make it before dusk." Beth nodded, turning to gaze out at the landscape sliding past. The vast openness that had seemed so liberating just moments ago now felt oppressive. What had she done? Committing herself to a stranger in this wild place, a man described as cold as winter by those who knew him? The stagecoach crested a hill, and the driver called something unintelligible to the team of 6 horses. Their pace quickened, carrying Beth inexorably toward her new life and the unknown man who awaited her. Bitter Creek Township rose from the Wyoming plains like a hastily arranged collection of children's blocks. A single dusty street lined with false-fronted wooden buildings that seemed to lean against the endless sky for support. Beth peered through the stagecoach window as they rattled past a livery stable, a mercantile with goods displayed behind fly-specked windows, and a saloon from which piano music spilled into the late afternoon air. A small crowd had gathered near what appeared to be the stagecoach office, townspeople eager for mail, packages, or simply news from the outside world. Beth's gaze skimmed over them, heart hammering against her ribs as she searched for the man who would be her husband. She spotted him immediately, standing apart from the others. He wasn't what she had expected, though. Beth realized she hadn't actually formed a clear picture in her mind. Tall, taller than most men present, with broad shoulders emphasized by a dark coat that had seen better days. His face was partially shadowed by the brim of his hat, but she could make out a strong jaw darkened by several days' worth of stubble. His stance was rigid, hands clasped behind his back, feet planted firmly, as if prepared to withstand a gale. Unlike the others, who chatted amongst themselves as they awaited the stage's arrival, he stood in solitary silence, eyes fixed on the approaching coach. He looked more like a man facing a firing squad than one anticipating his bride's arrival. Beth's stomach clenched. There was still time to continue onward, to go somewhere, anywhere else, to become someone new again, someone neither Elizabeth Hawthorne nor Beth Collins. But where? And with what resources? The remainder of her funds would barely last a week, and she had no practical skills by which to earn her keep. The sobering reality was that she had gambled everything on this arrangement. The stagecoach lurched to a halt in a cloud of dust, the team of horses snorting and stamping after their long run. Beth remained frozen in her seat as the other passengers began gathering their belongings. "This is your stop, Mrs. Collins," Harrison said gently, perhaps reading the panic in her eyes. "Your intended is waiting." Beth swallowed hard and straightened her shoulders. "Yes, of course." The driver opened the door, letting in a blast of dust-laden air. Reverend Ellsworth descended first, then turned to offer Beth his hand. "May God bless your new beginnings," he said with a smile that betrayed only the slightest hint of concern. Beth forced herself to smile in return. "Thank you, Reverend, and good luck with your mission." She stepped down carefully, her legs stiff from the long journey. The bustle of activity around the stage, passengers disembarking, onlookers greeting friends, the driver unloading mail bags, provided momentary camouflage as she smoothed her travel-worn dress and adjusted her hat. She was acutely aware of her disheveled appearance after days on the road, but there was nothing to be done about it now. "You Jackson Blackwell's mail-order bride?" The stage driver's voice carried clearly over the hubbub. Beth winced at the blunt description as several heads turned in her direction. "Been expecting you. Man's been checking every stage this past week." Before she could respond, Beth sensed rather than saw movement as the tall figure separated himself from the shadows of the station overhang and approached. The crowd seemed to part instinctively, creating a path between them. Up close, Jackson Blackwell was even more imposing. His face, now visible beneath his hat brim, was all hard planes and angles, weathered by sun and wind. His eyes, a startling shade of blue, met hers briefly before sliding away to focus somewhere beyond her left shoulder. "Miss Collins." His voice was deep, with a rough edge that suggested it wasn't often used. "Mr. Blackwell." Beth extended her hand, as she'd been taught was proper for introductions, only to have him stare at it momentarily as if uncertain what to do. After an awkward pause, he took it briefly in a callous grip before quickly releasing her fingers. "Your journey was acceptable?" The question emerged stiffly, clearly an obligation rather than genuine interest. "Yes, thank you." Beth struggled to maintain her composure, to remember that she was Beth Collins now, modest, reserved, agreeable. the very opposite of Elizabeth Hawthorne, who would have already challenged his brusque manner. It was quite educational. Something that might have been surprise flickered across his features before disappearing behind the impassive mask. "Your trunk?" "The larger one there." Beth pointed to where the driver was unloading baggage. "The brown leather with brass fittings." Jackson moved to retrieve it, hoisting it with ease despite its considerable weight. His eyebrows rose slightly as he adjusted his grip. "Books," Beth explained, then immediately worried she'd revealed too much. Would a proper domestic bride have packed a trunk full of books for her new life on the frontier? "Won't be much time for reading," he replied, his tone neither approving nor disapproving, merely stating what he considered fact. "My wagon's this way." Beth watched as he strode toward a sturdy wagon hitched to two solid-looking horses, her trunk balanced on one shoulder as if it weighed nothing. The easy display of physical strength was both impressive and intimidating. "Good luck, honey." Francine appeared at her elbow, voice pitched low for privacy. "Remember, men are simpler than they appear. Feed 'em well, listen more than you talk, and save your opinions for when they think they've had 'em first." She pressed something into Beth's palm. "Lavender sachet, put it under your pillow, helps with the nerves." Before Beth could respond to this unexpected kindness, the saloon girl sashayed away toward the piano music, drifting from the establishment down the street, several male gazes following her progress. Beth tucked the sachet into her reticule and squared her shoulders. This was it, the beginning of her new life. She'd come too far to falter now. With careful steps, mindful of the curious eyes watching from the boardwalk, she followed Jackson Blackwell to the waiting wagon and her uncertain future. The wagon rattled over the rutted dirt road, each bump sending painful jolts up Beth's already aching spine. She gripped the wooden seat with both hands, trying to maintain her dignity as the vehicle bounced and swayed. Jackson Blackwell handled the reins with ease, his large hands steady and sure, seemingly oblivious to the rough terrain that threatened to unseat her at every turn. "You'll get used to it," he said, breaking a silence that had stretched for nearly 10 minutes. His deep voice startled her almost as much as the unexpected consideration in his words. "I'm sure I shall," Beth replied, determined not to appear weak. "Though perhaps a bit more padding on this seat wouldn't go amiss." A sound emerged from Jackson that might have been the distant cousin of a chuckle, though it disappeared so quickly Beth wondered if she'd imagined it. His profile remained stern as he guided the team around a particularly deep rut in the road. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the landscape, painting the rolling hills in hues of amber and gold. Beth had imagined Wyoming would be desolate, but the terrain surprised her with its subtle beauty. Stands of aspen with leaves shimmering in the breeze, meadows carpeted with wildflowers she couldn't name, and in the distance, mountains etched against the endless sky. She studied her future husband surreptitiously as he drove. His face was weathered, lined at the corners of his eyes and mouth from squinting into the sun and wind. His jaw remained set, his posture unyielding, yet she noticed his gaze constantly scanning their surroundings, alert to every movement, every sound. There was something almost predatory in his watchfulness, reminding her of illustrations she'd seen of frontier scouts and "That formation there," Jackson said suddenly, gesturing with his chin toward an outcropping of reddish rock that jutted from a nearby hillside. "Sandstone, from the Cretaceous period. When you dig around the base, you can sometimes find fossils of marine creatures." Beth blinked in surprise, both at the breaking of silence and the unexpected knowledge. "You're interested in geology, Mr. Blackwell?" His shoulders stiffened slightly, as if he regretted the revelation. "Just something I read once." "It's fascinating," Beth ventured. "To think this land was once covered by an ancient sea." Jackson glanced at her, a flicker of something. Curiosity, perhaps, crossing his features before he turned his attention back to the road. "Lots of things buried in this land, some best left that way." The cryptic comment hung between them, effectively closing the brief window of conversation. Beth suppressed a sigh. If she were truly to be this man's wife, they would need to find some common ground. His knowledge of the natural world might provide that bridge, if only he would allow it. They continued on in silence for several more minutes before Jackson spoke again. "That purple flower there He pointed toward a cluster of blooms near the roadside. Indian paintbrush, hummingbird's favorite. And that bush with the yellow flowers is rabbit brush. Makes a tea that'll break a fever if you know how to brew it right. Beth watched his face as he spoke, noting how his expression softened almost imperceptibly when describing the plants. "You know a great deal about local flora, Mr. Blackwell," he shrugged, the motion barely perceptible beneath his worn coat. "Man needs to know what'll heal him and what'll kill him out here. No doctors for 20 miles in any direction." "I've some knowledge of herbal remedies myself," Beth said. "My moth." She caught herself just in time, remembering that Beth Collins' mother would have had different experiences than Elizabeth Hawthorne's. "My mother believed in traditional healing methods." Jackson nodded, apparently not noticing her near slip. "Useful skill for a ranch wife." The title, ranch wife, sent an odd flutter through Beth's stomach. In all her mental preparations, she had focused on the practical aspects of her deception, the logistics of maintaining her false identity. She had given surprisingly little thought to what being Jackson Blackwell's actual wife would entail. The wagon crested a small rise, and Jackson pulled the team to a halt. "Rutherford land," he said, his tone darkening as he nodded toward a vast spread stretching to their left. Beth followed his gaze to an elaborate entrance gate constructed of wrought iron and massive timber posts. A wooden sign emblazoned with Rutherford Cattle Company hung from an ornate arch. The gate itself was flanked by stone pillars topped with carved bull figures, a display of wealth and permanence that seemed almost ostentatious against the wild backdrop. Jackson's hands tightened on the reins, his knuckles whitening. The horses sensed his tension shifting restlessly beneath their harnesses. "Clayton Rutherford," he muttered, as if the name tasted bitter on his tongue. "Man thinks he owns the county. Soon might." The undercurrent of animosity in his voice was unmistakable. Beth studied the distant buildings of the Rutherford Ranch, larger and more numerous than those they had passed previously, with painted fences and what appeared to be manicured grounds surrounding the main house. "Is he your neighbor?" she asked carefully. "Neighbor implies some kind of equality." Jackson flicked the reins, setting the team in motion again. "Rutherford's got 10,000 acres to my 2,000, employs twice the hands of any other ranch in the territory, buys up small spreads when they falter." "And yours?" Beth couldn't help asking. "Does he have his eye on your land as well?" Jackson's jaw tightened. "Water rights," he said shortly. "My property sits on the headwaters of Bitter Creek, controls runoff from the eastern slopes." He gestured toward the distant mountains. "In drought years, that water becomes mighty valuable to downstream ranches. Like Mr. Rutherford's," Beth deduced. Jackson shot her a quick, assessing look, as if surprised by her understanding. "Exactly like Rutherford's. Man's already tried buying me out 3 times. Offers get higher, pressure gets stronger." He shook his head. "Some things aren't for sale." The conviction in his voice stirred something in Beth, a recognition of stubborn principle that reminded her, unexpectedly, of herself. Perhaps they had more in common than she'd initially thought. The wagon rattled on, leaving the Rutherford property behind. The landscape changed subtly as they continued, the wild grasses growing thicker, the scattered trees more numerous. Jackson pointed out a hawk circling overhead, explaining it was a red tail hunting for prairie dogs, then fell silent again, as if regretting these momentary lapses into conversation. Beth tried to imagine daily life with this taciturn man. Would they pass years in this strained silence, or would time and familiarity eventually crack his reserved exterior? The prospect was daunting, yet she reminded herself that her purpose in coming west extended beyond marriage. If her new home provided the safety and anonymity she needed to continue her writing, she could endure a husband who spoke primarily about local flora and fauna. "Almost there," Jackson said as they rounded a bend in the road. "Blackwell Ranch just over this rise." The wagon climbed steadily, horses straining against the incline. When they reached the crest of the hill, Jackson pulled the team to a halt, allowing Beth her first view of what would be her new home. Spread below them, in the golden light of approaching sunset, was the Blackwell Ranch. The main house, 2 stories of solid timber construction with a covered porch wrapping around 2 sides, sat atop a gentle rise overlooking the property. Several outbuildings clustered nearby, a barn larger than Beth had expected, what appeared to be a bunkhouse, various sheds and corrals arranged with practical efficiency rather than aesthetic concern, A creek wound through the eastern portion of the property, lined with cottonwoods whose leaves shimmered gold in the evening light. Beyond the immediate ranch buildings, fenced pastures stretched into the distance, dotted with the dark shapes of cattle grazing in the lush grass. The entire scene was framed by distant mountains, their peaks still tipped with snow despite the spring season. It was wild, beautiful, and utterly foreign to everything Beth had known in her Boston life. Yet something about the sight caused an unexpected tightening in her chest, a flutter of possibility rather than the dread she had anticipated. After weeks of uncertainty and fear, after days of grueling travel, there was something undeniably appealing in the solid permanence of the ranch buildings, in the vast openness surrounding them. "It's beautiful," she said softly, the words escaping before she could consider whether Beth Collins would be moved by such a vista. Jackson looked at her sharply, searching her face as if trying to determine whether she was merely being polite. Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him, for he nodded once before turning his attention back to the ranch below. "Built it from nothing," he said, and though his tone remained matter-of-fact, Beth heard the unmistakable note of pride beneath the words. "Started with 50 acres and a one-room cabin 10 years ago." He gestured toward the sprawling property. "Everything you see I added, piece by piece." It was the most personal information he had volunteered since her arrival, and Beth found herself genuinely impressed. "You've accomplished a great deal, Mr. Blackwell." He acknowledged her comment with a slight inclination of his head, then flicked the reins to start the horses moving again. As they descended toward the ranch buildings, Beth could make out 3 men emerging from what must be the bunkhouse, alerted to their approach by the sound of the wagon. "Ranch hands," Jackson explained briefly. "Hank Miller's the foreman, older man with the gray beard, been with me 8 years. Sam Fletcher's the one built like a bull, good with horses. Young one's Tobias Green, still learning the trade but willing." Beth nodded, trying to commit the names to memory. These men would be part of her daily life now, and establishing proper relations with them would be essential to maintaining her role as Jackson's wife. "They've been agitating for a proper home-cooked meal for months," Jackson added, with what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Reason I finally gave in and sent for—" He trailed off, seemingly uncomfortable with articulating exactly what he had sent for. A wife, a housekeeper, a cook. Beth wasn't entirely sure which role ranked highest in his priorities, but she suspected domestic abilities far outweighed companionship. Well, that suited her purposes well enough. The less emotional entanglement, the easier it would be to maintain her deception. As the wagon rolled into the ranch yard, Beth straightened her spine and lifted her chin, summoning what remained of her dignity after the long journey. Whatever fate awaited her here on the Blackwell Ranch, she would face it with the same determination that had carried her across the continent. She was no longer Elizabeth Hawthorne, privileged daughter of a Boston judge. Nor was she entirely the fictional Beth Collins she had created with Mary's help. She was becoming someone new, a woman shaped by necessity and circumstance, yet still guided by the convictions that had driven her from her former life. Jackson brought the wagon to a halt before the main house. For a moment, he sat motionless, staring straight ahead as if gathering his thoughts. Then he turned to her, his blue eyes meeting hers directly for what felt like the first time. "It's not what you're used to," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "But it's solid, built to last." Whether he meant the house or something more, Beth couldn't be certain. But as she gazed at the sturdy home before her, at the vast land stretching to the horizon, she felt an unexpected sense of possibility rising within her, as boundless and uncharted as the Wyoming sky above. "I'm sure we'll manage, Mr. Blackwell," she said quietly. "I'm not afraid of hard work." Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or the faintest glimmer of respect, before he nodded once and climbed down from the wagon to help her descend into her new life. Chapter 4: Uneasy Beginnings. 3 men stood in a ragged line beside the bunkhouse, hats clutched respectfully in their hands as Jackson's wagon rolled to a stop in the ranch yard. Beth noted the curiosity in their expressions, poorly concealed beneath attempts at polite disinterest. Her arrival was clearly the most exciting event the Blackwell Ranch had witnessed in some time. Jackson set the brake and jumped down from the wagon with an ease that belied his size. He reached up to help Beth descend, his large hand spanning her waist momentarily before setting her carefully on the ground. The brief contact sent an unexpected flutter through her midsection, which he attributed to travel fatigue and hunger. "Miss Collins," Jackson announced with formal stiffness, turning to the waiting men. "Mrs. Blackwell soon enough." The words hung awkwardly in the evening air, a declaration that seemed to embarrass him as soon as he'd uttered it. Beth smoothed her travel-worn skirts and offered what she hoped was a pleasantly demure smile. "Good evening, gentlemen." The oldest of the three stepped forward, a weathered man with a salt and pepper beard and deeply etched laugh lines around his eyes. "Hank Miller, ma'am, ranch foreman." He extended a calloused hand, then seemed to think better of it, withdrawing the offer, as if suddenly remembering Eastern ladies might not appreciate such informal greetings. Beth surprised him by extending her own gloved hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Miller. I trust we'll be working together to ensure the ranch runs smoothly." Hank's eyebrows rose slightly at her refined speech, but he recovered quickly, taking her hand with gentle care that belied his rough appearance. "Yes, Sam, welcome to Blackwell Ranch." Sam Fletcher, the second man, introduced himself with a brief nod. He was built like the bull Jackson had compared him to, with broad shoulders and powerful arms straining the seams of his work shirt. Despite his imposing stature, his expression was unexpectedly gentle. The third hand couldn't be more than 19, with copper-toned skin that hinted at mixed heritage and an open face that failed entirely at hiding his wide-eyed fascination with Beth. He stared openly at her clothing, his gaze traveling from her hat to her buttoned boots as if he'd never seen such finery. "This 'ere's Tobias Green," Hank supplied when the young man seemed unable to find his voice. "Ain't seen many city ladies, so you'll have to excuse his manners." Tobias flushed dark red. "Ma'am," he managed, twisting his hat brim so fiercely Beth feared it might disintegrate in his hands. "I'm hardly presentable after such a journey," Beth said kindly, acutely aware of her disheveled appearance. "I'm sure once I've had a chance to freshen up, I'll look far less exotic." Her gentle teasing sparked grins from both Hank and Sam, while Tobias looked as if he might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jackson cleared his throat. "You men see to Miss Collins' trunk. I'll show her the house." His tone made it clear the brief social interlude was concluded. As Jackson guided her toward the main house, Beth sensed the men watching their departure. She caught a fragment of whispered conversation as they moved away. "Talks like she's educated. What's she doing out here with—" Jackson's hand at her elbow tightened slightly, suggesting he'd heard as well, but his expression remained impassive as he led her up the steps to the covered porch. The main house was sturdily built, its exterior weathered by Wyoming's harsh elements, but solid in a way that spoke of careful construction. Jackson opened the front door, stepping back to allow Beth to enter first. "It's not what you're accustomed to," he said, the phrase already becoming familiar, "but it's sound." Beth stepped into a large central room that appeared to serve multiple functions. Sitting area, dining space, and perhaps office, judging by the desk in one corner piled high with papers. The furnishings were sparse but of good quality. A horsehair sofa, several wooden chairs, a large table that could seat 8, and a stone fireplace that dominated one wall. The room was scrupulously clean, but devoid of any decorative touches that might soften its utilitarian feel. "It's quite spacious," Beth observed, turning slowly to take in the high-beamed ceiling and ample windows. Despite its bareness, the house had good bones, as her mother might have said. Jackson's posture relaxed fractionally at her diplomatic response. "Kitchen's through there," he indicated a doorway at the rear of the main room. "Bedrooms upstairs, 4 of them, though only mine's furnished proper. We'll need to get things for yours." Beth nodded, filing away the information that they would have separate bedrooms. That arrangement suited her purposes perfectly, though she wondered if it was customary for frontier marriages. "Might as well join the men for dinner," Jackson continued, gesturing back toward the door. "Cookhouse is behind the bunkhouse. Give you an idea of what you're up against." Beth raised an eyebrow at his phrasing, but followed him back outside. The sun had nearly set, painting the western sky in spectacular shades of orange and crimson. In the gathering dusk, the ranch buildings took on indistinct shapes, windows beginning to glow with lamplight. The cookhouse was a simple structure with a large central table and a cast-iron stove that generated enough heat to make the small space uncomfortably warm despite the cool evening. A large pot bubbled on the stovetop, emitting an odor that made Beth's hunger recede considerably. Hank stood at the stove, stirring the contents of the pot with a long wooden spoon. He glanced up as they entered, his expression sheepish. "Hope you're not too particular about your victuals, Miss Collins. Cooking ain't exactly our strong suit." "I'm sure it's fine," Beth said diplomatically, though the grayish mass in the pot looked anything but appetizing. The ranch hands filed in behind them, taking seats at the table with the casual ease of long-established routine. Jackson pulled out a chair for Beth before seating himself at the head of the table. Hank ladled the dubious contents of the pot into bowls, distributing them around the table along with a plate of biscuits that appeared to have more in common with building materials than bread. Beth accepted her portion with a polite smile that became increasingly difficult to maintain as she examined the gray, glutinous mass that purported to be stew. An expectant silence fell as the men watched her, clearly waiting for her reaction. Beth picked up her spoon and cautiously sampled the stew. It took considerable willpower not to grimace at the bland, overcooked result. "It's," she began, searching for something truthful yet kind to say. "Awful," Hank supplied with surprising cheerfulness. "Don't need to spare our feelings, Miss Collins. We know what we're eating." "How do you manage to make something with no flavor, yet still manage to burn it?" Sam asked, poking dubiously at a blackened lump in his bowl. "Takes talent," Tobias grinned, then ducked his head when Jackson shot him a quelling look. Beth set down her spoon. "May I?" she asked, rising without waiting for permission and moving to examine the kitchen area. What she found confirmed her suspicions. Minimal ingredients, haphazard organization, and cooking implements that showed signs of hard use and minimal care. "Do you have any herbs, salt, pepper?" she asked, opening cupboards to reveal a chaotic jumble of supplies. "Bought some dried stuff from the general store last fall," Hank said. "Might be some left in that tin there." Beth located the container in question, opening it to discover a sad assortment of dried herbs, their fragrance long dissipated. Still, it was better than nothing. She rummaged further, uncovering half an onion wrapped in cloth, several carrots that had seen better days, and a small jar of drippings. Without asking permission, she set to work. She chopped the salvageable vegetables finely, added them to the pot along with what remained of the herbs, and stirred in a spoonful of drippings. The men watched in fascination as she moved about the kitchen with efficient grace, her actions betraying years of observing skilled cooks in in the Collins family kitchen, she corrected mentally. "This'll need to simmer a bit," she said, adjusting the damper on the stove to lower the heat. "And these," she prodded one of the rock-like biscuits, "I'm afraid aren't salvageable. But I can make fresh ones if you have flour and lard." 20 minutes later, the transformed stew was ladled into bowls alongside golden brown biscuits that bore no resemblance to their predecessors. Beth resumed her seat, trying not to appear too pleased with the results of her impromptu cooking. The men's first cautious tastes quickly gave way to enthusiastic consumption. Hank closed his eyes momentarily after his first spoonful, an expression of near-religious reverence crossing his weathered face. "Lord have mercy," he breathed. "Actual flavor." "Didn't know stew could taste like this," Tobias mumbled around a mouthful. "Thought it was just supposed to fill the empty spots." Sam said nothing, but his rapid consumption and immediate request for seconds spoke volumes. Beth glanced toward Jackson, curious about his reaction. He ate with the same methodical efficiency he seemed to apply to everything, but she caught the slight widening of his eyes at the first taste, the only indication that he noticed any difference. "Acceptable?" she asked, unable to resist prompting some acknowledgement of her efforts. Jackson met her gaze, something almost like amusement flickering briefly in his blue eyes. "Reckon you'll do," he said, the understated praise delivered so dryly that Beth nearly missed the compliment embedded within it. The men exchanged hopeful glances across the table, clearly envisioning a future free from culinary disasters. Beth felt an unexpected warm satisfaction at having made such a simple yet meaningful improvement to their daily lives. It was a small victory, but after weeks of uncertainty and fear, she welcomed the sense of accomplishment. After dinner, as she organized the chaotic kitchen with brisk efficiency, Beth noticed Jackson watching her from the doorway. His expression was unreadable, but she sensed his assessment of her actions, noting her natural authority in this domain, her comfort in taking charge. For a brief moment, she worried she'd overstepped, revealing too much of her true personality rather than the biddable bride he had expected. But when their eyes met, she saw only approval, mingled with something that might have been relief. Whatever Jackson Blackwell wanted in a wife, it appeared competence ranked higher than subservience. That revelation, small as it was, allowed Beth to release a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Perhaps there was hope for this arrangement after all. 3 days later, Beth sat beside Jackson in the wagon as they approached Bitter Creek Township for the second time. The purpose of this journey, to arrange their wedding with the circuit preacher, had kept conversation between them minimal during the hour-long drive. Beth's mind raced with conflicting emotions. The rational part of her understood that this marriage was merely an arrangement of convenience for both parties. Jackson gained a capable household manager, while she secured the protection of his name and the sanctuary of his remote ranch. Yet as the moment of actual commitment approached, the weight of her deception pressed upon her with increasing force. She was not Beth Collins. The man beside her would be pledging himself to a woman who did not exist. The ethical implications troubled her far more than she had anticipated. Elizabeth Hawthorne had always prided herself on her moral integrity, even when taking controversial positions on women's rights. How easily that integrity had been compromised when her own safety was threatened. "Preacher Anderson arrives on the morning stage and leaves tomorrow," Jackson said, breaking into her thoughts. "Only comes through every 6 weeks or so. Figure we should get it done while he's here." His practical approach to their marriage might have offended some women, but Beth found it oddly comforting. At least there would be no pretense of romantic attachment, no expectations she couldn't fulfill. That seemed sensible, she agreed. "I've prepared a list of household necessities we might purchase while in town, if that's acceptable." Jackson nodded, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "That credit at Jenkins' store. Get whatever you need to make the place habitable." Bitter Creek appeared much as it had 3 days earlier, a single dusty street lined with false-fronted buildings, though in the clear morning light Beth could better appreciate the frontier community's determined efforts at civilization. Window boxes graced several establishments, bright blooms defying the harsh environment. A newly painted sign hung outside the barber shop, and children played under the watchful eyes of mothers gathered outside the small schoolhouse. Jackson guided the wagon to a halt outside a modest building with a simple wooden cross affixed above its door. "Church doubles as meeting hall," he explained, securing the reins. "Preacher stays in the room out back when he's in town." Inside, the church was plain but well kept, with hand-hewn pews and a small pulpit at the front. A man in a black coat emerged from a side door as they entered, his expression brightening at the sight of visitors. "Mr. Blackwell," he greeted Jackson with genuine warmth, extending his hand. "A pleasant surprise. You're not usually one for Sunday services." "Reverend Anderson." Jackson's handshake was brief but respectful. "Need to speak with you about a ceremony. Marriage ceremony." The preacher's bushy eyebrows rose dramatically as his gaze shifted to Beth. "Indeed? And this would be the fortunate lady?" "Elizabeth Collins," Beth supplied when Jackson seemed disinclined to perform the introduction properly. "Recently arrived from Boston." "Boston, my word." Reverend Anderson beamed, taking her hand in both of his. "A pleasure, Miss Collins, most certainly a pleasure. We don't often receive such cultured additions to our little community." "Miss Collins and I are looking to be married before you leave tomorrow," Jackson stated, his directness causing the preacher's smile to falter momentarily. "I see, that's rather expeditious." The Reverend's gaze traveled between them, clearly searching for signs of the usual reason for hasty frontier weddings. Beth felt heat rise in her cheeks at the implication. "Mr. Blackwell and I have corresponded for some time," she explained, the partial truth coming smoothly. "The arrangements were made before my journey west." "Ah, I understand." The Reverend nodded, though his expression remained dubious. "A mail-order bride situation. Increasingly common in the territories, of course." Still, I normally conduct several counseling sessions before performing a marriage ceremony. Don't have several sessions, Jackson interrupted. You're leaving tomorrow. We're getting married before then. Beth laid a restraining hand on Jackson's arm, surprised at her own boldness. What my fiancé means, Reverend, is that while we appreciate the customary preparation, our circumstances require some flexibility. Perhaps you might condense your counsel into one session? The Reverend's expression softened at her diplomatic intervention. A reasonable compromise, Miss Collins. Please, both of you, sit down. We have matters of great spiritual importance to discuss. What followed was possibly the most uncomfortable hour of Beth's life. Seated beside Jackson on a hard wooden pew, she endured Reverend Anderson's well-intentioned but awkward discourse on the duties of Christian marriage. Each mention of honesty, fidelity, and trust drove the knife of her deception deeper, while the brief section on the physical aspects of matrimony left both her and Jackson staring fixedly at opposite walls of the church. And of course, children are the Lord's blessing upon a sanctified union, the Reverend continued, oblivious to their discomfort. I trust you've discussed your hopes for a family? An image flashed unbidden in Beth's mind. A child with Jackson's blue eyes and her stubborn chin. The thought was so unexpected that she nearly gasped aloud. That's private business, Jackson said firmly, rescuing her from the need to respond. The Reverend sighed, but nodded. Very well. I see you're determined in this course. I'll perform the ceremony tomorrow at noon before my departure. I trust you'll have witnesses? My ranch hands, Jackson confirmed, rising with barely concealed relief that the ordeal was concluding. As they stepped back into the bright sunlight of the main street, Beth released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Won't be like that tomorrow, Jackson assured her. Quick word, signatures in the book done. His matter-of-fact approach should have been reassuring, yet Beth felt a curious hollowness at the thought of such a perfunctory ceremony. She pushed the feeling aside as they made their way to Jenkins General Mercantile. The store was a treasure trove of necessities and luxuries, its shelves stocked with everything from foodstuffs to fabric, tools to toiletries. Beth moved through the aisles methodically, selecting items from her carefully prepared list. Cookware, linens, lamp oil, and the basics needed to establish a proper household. Jackson followed at a distance, occasionally adding practical items she might not have considered, extra lantern wicks, a whetstone for kitchen knives, matches by the gross. His selections revealed a mind focused on preparedness and functionality, qualities Beth found herself reluctantly admiring. You must be the Boston bride we've heard about, came a voice from behind her as Beth examined bolts of fabric for curtains. She turned to find a woman of perhaps 40 regarding her with undisguised curiosity. Handsome rather than pretty, with shrewd eyes and hair pulled into a severe bun, she wore a shopkeeper's apron and an expression that suggested little occurred in Bitter Creek without her knowledge. I'm Harriet Miller, Augustus Jenkins' sister-in-law. I help mind the store when he's receiving shipments. She extended a hand adorned with a plain gold band. Welcome to our little community, Miss Collins, Elizabeth Collins. Beth accepted the handshake, noting the woman's firm grip. Though I suppose it will be Blackwell by tomorrow. So I've heard. Harriet's gaze swept over Beth assessingly. News travels quick in small towns, especially news involving Jackson Blackwell finally taking a wife. The emphasis she placed on finally carried volumes of unspoken commentary. Beth sensed Harriet Miller was the type who collected and cataloged information as currency in frontier society. Mr. Blackwell has built an impressive ranch, Beth said neutrally. I look forward to making it a proper home. Harriet nodded, apparently approving of this conventional aspiration. You'll find Wyoming women are a practical sort. Not much room for frippery or idleness out here. She gestured toward Beth's selections. You've a good eye for quality, though. Those linens will last. Thank you. I believe in investing in durability over decoration. Smart girl. Harriet's assessment warmed slightly. You'll want to join our Women's Church Auxiliary once you're settled. We meet Thursdays. Nothing formal, mind you, but we organize assistance for families in need, maintain the schoolhouse, and discuss community improvements. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Some of us are working to establish a lending library. Proper books, not just those dreadful dime novels the men favor. The mention of a library sparked immediate interest in Beth, memories of her father's extensive collection and her own cherished books rising unbidden. That sounds wonderful. I've always believed in the power of literature to elevate communities. What sort of volumes are you considering? Perhaps classics of philosophy and political theory, alongside more practical. She caught herself midstream, suddenly aware of Jackson's approaching presence and the intensity of her own enthusiasm. Harriet Miller was watching her with raised eyebrows, clearly surprised by the passionate response to what had been a casual invitation. Beth amended, modulating her tone to something more appropriate for Beth Collins. I enjoy charitable work. A library sounds like a worthy cause. Jackson's arrival spared her further explanation, though the quizzical look he directed at her suggested he'd overheard enough to find her reaction curious. Mrs. Miller, he acknowledged the shopkeeper with a nod. Trust you're not filling my bride's head with town gossip already. Merely extending the hand of community welcome, Mr. Blackwell. Harriet replied smoothly. Miss Collins will need friends beyond those rough men you employ. Jackson's expression suggested he found this debatable, but he merely grunted noncommittally. We should finish up here. Long ride back to the ranch, and we need to return tomorrow for the ceremony. As he moved away to settle their account with Augustus Jenkins, Harriet leaned closer to Beth. He's rough-hewn, you're intended, but solid timber underneath if you've the patience to find it. Her shrewd eyes studied Beth's face. You're not what folks expected for Jackson Blackwell, too refined by half. Makes a body wonder what brings a Boston lady to Wyoming as a mail-order bride. The observation, too close to dangerous truths, sent a chill through Beth despite the warm store. Sometimes change is its own reward, Mrs. Miller. Indeed. Harriet's smile didn't reach her eyes. We all have our reasons for the paths we choose. I look forward to knowing yours better in time. As they loaded their purchases into the wagon for the return journey, Beth caught Jackson watching her with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. What? She asked, suddenly self-conscious. Nothing. He secured a crate of provisions. Just wondering what had you so fired up talking to Harriet Miller. Something about books? Beth felt heat rise in her cheeks, mentally chastising herself for the slip. The Women's Auxiliary is considering starting a lending library. I merely expressed support for the idea. Didn't sound mere from where I was standing, Jackson observed. Sounded like you were about to deliver a lecture on the, what was it? Power of literature to elevate communities. The accurate quotation surprised her. Both that he'd heard so clearly and that he'd bothered to remember her exact words. I enjoy reading, she said carefully. When time permits, of course. Jackson studied her for a moment longer before turning his attention back to the wagon. Hank said you'd reorganized the entire kitchen yesterday. Said you had a system that made more sense than anything he'd seen. Beth tensed, uncertain where this observation was leading. Basic efficiency. Any household's manager would do the same. Maybe. Jackson finished securing the load and turned to face her fully. Seems to me there's more to Beth Collins than meets the eye. The comment hung between them. Neither accusation nor compliment, merely observation. Beth held his gaze steadily, though her heart hammered against her ribs. Perhaps that's true of most people, Mr. Blackwell, she replied quietly, including yourself. Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or reluctant acknowledgement. Before he could respond, a call from down the street drew his attention. The moment passed, but Beth knew some barrier had shifted between them. As they drove back toward the ranch in the afternoon sunlight, she wondered if Jackson Blackwell might prove more perceptive than she had anticipated, and whether that would be her salvation or her undoing. Golden light bathed the front porch of the Blackwell Ranch house as the sun began its descent behind the distant mountains. Beth stood beside the weathered porch railing, smoothing the folds of her best traveling dress. A modest garment of deep blue wool with subtle trim that had seemed elegant in Boston but felt oddly formal against the rugged Wyoming backdrop. She'd spent the afternoon carefully pressing out the wrinkles from travel, and her hair was arranged in a simple but becoming style, adorned with wildflowers that young Tobias had shyly presented upon their return from town. They ain't fancy, he'd mumbled, extending a clutch of prairie blooms. But the blue ones match your dress, and the yellow ones, well, they just look cheerful like. The thoughtful gesture had brought unexpected tears to Beth's eyes, which she'd hastily blinked away. They're perfect, Tobias, thank you. Now, those flowers nestled in her carefully pinned chestnut waves as she waited for her groom and the Reverend to emerge from the house. The ranch hands had gathered at the foot of the porch steps, uncomfortably clean and fidgeting in their Sunday best. Hank had even trimmed his beard for the occasion, while Sam's usually unruly hair bore signs of having been slicked down with pomade. Their efforts to honor the ceremony touched her deeply. The screen door creaked, drawing Beth's attention as Jackson stepped onto the porch with Reverend Anderson. For a moment, she failed to recognize her soon-to-be husband. Gone was the stubbled jaw and practical work clothes. In their place stood a clean-shaven man in a black suit that strained slightly across his broad shoulders, suggesting it wasn't often worn. A stiff white collar encircled his neck, and his dark hair had been neatly combed, though one rebellious lock fell across his forehead in a way Beth found unexpectedly appealing. Their eyes met, and Beth saw something flicker in his blue gaze. Surprise, perhaps, at her own transformation, or discomfort at his unfamiliar attire. He tugged absently at the restricting collar before Hank cleared his throat pointedly. "Don't reckon the lady should have to come to you, boss," the foreman called, prompting a burst of hastily suppressed laughter from Tobias. A flush crept up Jackson's neck, but he crossed the porch in 3 long strides, coming to stand beside Beth before the Reverend. Up close, she caught the scent of soap and bay rum, an unexpectedly pleasant combination that made her suddenly, acutely aware of his physical presence beside her. "Shall we begin?" Reverend Anderson opened his Bible with practiced solemnity. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and these witnesses to join this man and this woman in holy matrimony." The familiar words washed over Beth as she stood perfectly still, her thoughts in tumult. This moment, one she'd imagined differently throughout her girlhood, felt simultaneously surreal and intensely present. She was marrying a virtual stranger under an assumed identity on a Wyoming ranch with 3 cowboys as witnesses. Nothing could have been further from the Boston society wedding Elizabeth Hawthorne might have expected. Yet there was a stark honesty to the scene that touched something deep within her. The setting sun painting the weathered porch in warm hues, the distant lowing of cattle in the pasture, the slight tremor in Jackson's hand as he took hers when prompted by the Reverend. This was real life, unvarnished and unadorned by pretension. "Jackson Blackwell, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward? For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death do you part?" Jackson cleared his throat, his response coming in a voice so low it was barely audible. "I do." "A bit louder, if you please, Mr. Blackwell," Reverend Anderson prompted with gentle humor. "The Lord and your bride should both be able to hear your commitment." The ranch hands chuckled softly, and even Beth couldn't suppress a small smile as Jackson squared his shoulders and repeated, "I do," in a voice that could have carried across the pasture. When her turn came, Beth spoke her vows clearly, pushing away the guilt that threatened to overwhelm her. Whatever her deception in coming to Wyoming, in this moment, she would be honest in her commitment to the role she had undertaken. "By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you man and wife." The Reverend beamed, closing his Bible with satisfaction.
"You may kiss your bride, Mr. Blackwell."
An awkward silence fell as Jackson froze beside her. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated this traditional conclusion to the ceremony. Beth felt heat rising in her cheeks as the moment stretched uncomfortably. Finally, Jackson inclined his head and brushed his lips against her cheek in the briefest of contacts. So proper it might have passed muster in the most straight-laced Boston parlor, yet even that slight touch sent an unexpected warmth coursing through her. "Congratulations, Mrs. Blackwell," Reverend Anderson declared, apparently oblivious to their discomfort. "And may God bless this union with many years of happiness." A cheer went up from the ranch hands, shattering the tension of the moment. Hank was the first to bound up the steps, pumping Jackson's hand enthusiastically before turning to Beth with a genuine smile creasing his weathered face. "Welcome to the family proper, Mrs. Blackwell," he said, the new title still sounding foreign to Beth's ears. "Reckon we're all breathing easier knowing you're here to stay." "Especially after that supper you fixed last night," Sam added with a grin, his usual reticence forgotten in the celebration. "First time in months my stomach didn't protest the abuse." "I made a cake," Tobias announced proudly, gesturing toward the cookhouse. "Well, Mrs. Petersham from the next ranch helped some. Said you can't have a proper wedding without cake." Beth was touched by their efforts to create a celebration, unexpected tears pricking at her eyes. "Thank you," she managed, genuinely moved. "All of you." Jackson stood awkwardly at her side, clearly unaccustomed to such sentimentality. "We should get to that supper before it gets cold," he said gruffly, though Beth thought she detected a softness in his expression as he watched his men's enthusiasm. The meal that followed in the cookhouse was the most festive the Blackwell Ranch had seen in years, according to Hank's jovial stories. Mrs. Petersham had indeed assisted with not only a cake, but also a roast chicken, preserves, and fresh bread, contributions delivered by her husband earlier that day as a wedding gift. The ranch hands had contributed a bottle of whiskey for toasts, and even Reverend Anderson indulged in a small glass before departing for his room in town, with promises to pray for their happiness. Throughout the meal, Beth found herself watching Jackson from beneath her lashes. He seemed more at ease among his men than she'd yet seen him, occasionally contributing to the conversation or responding to good-natured ribbing with dry remarks that revealed a previously hidden sense of humor. "Remember when you first bought this place, boss?" Hank reminisced, loosened by good food and better whiskey. "Nothing but a falling-down shack and 50 acres of overgrazed pasture. Old man Thornton said you'd never last a winter." Jackson's mouth quirked in what almost constituted a smile. "Old man Thornton wasn't much for recognizing potential." "Wasn't much for bathing, neither," Sam muttered, prompting a burst of laughter around the table. Beth listened, fascinated by these glimpses into Jackson's past, the struggles and determination that had built this ranch from nothing. She'd been so focused on her own deception that she'd given little thought to the man behind the stern exterior. Now, watching him in this unguarded moment, she sensed layers she had yet to discover. "Mrs. Blackwell," Tobias ventured, his use of her new title still awkward on his tongue. "Will you be planting a garden? My ma always kept one, and I know where the best soil is, just behind the house where it gets morning sun." Before Beth could answer, Hank snorted. "Lord Tobias, the woman's barely been here 3 days. Let her get settled before you start giving her chores." "It's not a chore if you enjoy it," Beth replied, smiling at the young man. "I'd welcome your advice on a garden, Tobias. Perhaps we could plan one tomorrow?" The conversation flowed easily after that, with the hands offering suggestions for improvements to the ranch house that revealed how closely they'd observed its deficiencies. Beth found herself making mental notes, already thinking of ways to transform the Spartan dwelling into a true home. As the evening progressed, however, she became increasingly aware of the moment that awaited. The celebration would end. The men would return to the bunkhouse, and she and Jackson would retire to the main house. Together. The thought brought heat to her cheeks and a flutter of nervous anticipation to her stomach. What did Jackson expect of this marriage? What did she want from it? The questions circled in her mind, unanswerable and increasingly urgent as the hour grew late. Finally, Jackson pushed back from the table. "It's been a long day. Time we all got some rest." His words, innocent as they were, sent a renewed flush across Beth's face. She rose with careful dignity, thanking the men once more for their efforts in creating such a memorable celebration. "Night, Mrs. Blackwell," Hank called as they departed, the knowing twinkle in his eye suggesting he was well aware of her discomfort. "Don't you worry about breakfast tomorrow. We'll manage just fine." The short walk from the cookhouse to the main house passed in silence, the awkwardness between them growing with each step. The night air had cooled considerably, and Beth suppressed a shiver as they climbed the porch steps. Inside, lamplight cast a warm glow across the main room. Someone, likely Tobias, judging by the slightly crooked placement, had arranged a vase of wildflowers on the dining table. This simple gesture of welcome brought a lump to Beth's throat. Jackson gestured vaguely toward the stairs, his usual self-assurance nowhere in evidence. That is, you'll want to. Beth had never seen him so discomposed. The man who commanded his ranch with such quiet authority now reduced to awkward fragments. Something about his discomfort eased her own, reminding her that he was as new to this situation as she. "Perhaps we should retire," she suggested gently. "It has been a long day." Jackson nodded, seemingly grateful for her practical approach. He led the way upstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath their weight. The upper floor held 4 doors, 2 on each side of a narrow hallway lit by a single wall-mount lamp. "This one's mine," Jackson indicated the first door on the right. "Been using it since I built the place." He moved to the door directly across the hall, opening it to reveal a simply furnished bedroom. "Fixed this up for you. Put in the bed from the storehouse, and Hank found the dresser in town last week." Beth stepped past him into the room, taking in the narrow bed with its patchwork quilt, the plain pine dresser, and the small table beside the bed, holding a lamp and a pitcher of water. The room was utterly simple, but clean and carefully prepared. A window looked out over the eastern pasture, where the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. "It's lovely," she said, meaning it despite the room's austerity. "Thank you for preparing it for me." Jackson remained in the doorway, his large frame filling the space as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "I thought, that is..." He broke off, running a hand through his hair in a gesture of frustration that dislodged the carefully combed strands. "Figured you'd want your own space." To start, Beth turned to face him, uncertain how to respond to this unexpected consideration. She had assumed, feared even, that he would expect the immediate consummation of their marriage. His restraint confused her. "A proper marriage needs understanding first," Jackson continued, the words clearly difficult for him. "Time for you to become accustomed to this place, to me." His blue eyes met hers briefly before sliding away. "Don't want to rush what should come natural like." A complex mixture of emotions washed through Beth. Relief predominant among them, yet accompanied by something that felt oddly like disappointment. She pushed that confusing reaction aside, focusing instead on gratitude for his unexpected sensitivity. "That's very considerate," she said softly. "Thank you." Jackson nodded once, seemingly exhausted by this foray into emotional territory. "Well then, good night, Mrs." He stopped, frowning slightly. "Beth." "If that suits?" The sound of her chosen name on his lips affected her more than she could have anticipated. "It suits very well, Jackson." He took a step back, his hand on the doorknob. "I rise early. Don't feel obliged to do the same tomorrow. Rest after your journey." "I'll be up," Beth assured him, oddly determined to match his work ethic. "There's much to be done if I'm to make this a proper home." Something like approval flickered in his eyes. "As you wish." He began to pull the door closed, then hesitated. "I'm not much good at pretty words, Beth, but I mean to be a fair husband to you, to honor what we promised today." The simple declaration, delivered with such genuine intent, touched Beth more deeply than flowery vows might have done. She stepped forward impulsively. "I believe you will, and I'll try to be a good wife to you, Jackson, a true partner in this life we're beginning." As she moved, her hand brushed against his where it rested on the doorknob. The accidental contact sent an unexpected jolt of warmth up her arm, as startling as it was inexplicable. Both pulled back simultaneously, as if burned by the casual touch. For a heartbeat, they stared at each other, mutual confusion evident in their expressions. Then Jackson stepped back decisively, putting distance between them. "Sleep well," he said, his voice rougher than before. "I'll see you in the morning." As the door closed behind him, Beth pressed her fingers to her palm, the memory of that brief contact still tingling across her skin. What was happening to her? This arrangement was meant to be practical, not whatever this unsettling awareness might be. She moved to the window, gazing out at the Wyoming night, so different from the gaslit streets of Boston. Stars scattered across the velvet sky in numbers she had never imagined possible, the Milky Way a luminous ribbon across the heavens. The vastness reflected her own uncertainty, a new territory, unmapped and unknown. She was Elizabeth Hawthorne. No, she was Beth Collins. No, she was now Beth Blackwell, a name and identity she had never anticipated. Whoever she was becoming in this wild place, one thing was certain. Nothing about this arrangement was proceeding as she had expected, least of all her own confusing reactions to the man who was now, in name at least, her husband. Sighing, Beth turned from the window and began the process of preparing for her first night as a married woman. Alone yet not alone, in a house that wasn't yet home, with a man who was both stranger and husband across the narrow hallway. Chapter 5: Finding Her Place. Spring sunshine streamed through freshly washed windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the morning air. Beth stood in the center of the Blackwell Ranch House's main room, hands on her hips as she surveyed her domain with the tactical eye of a general planning a campaign. 3 weeks of marriage had given her ample opportunity to understand the battlefield. A house built with care but maintained with bare minimum attention for years. First things first, she murmured to herself, a habit developed during days spent largely in her own company while Jackson and the hands worked from dawn until dusk. The morning after their wedding, she'd risen early despite Jackson's suggestion that she rest, determined to establish herself as a woman of practical industry rather than Eastern delicacy. She'd prepared a hearty breakfast that brought expressions of near-religious reverence to the men's faces and a nod of approval from Jackson before they departed for the spring tasks that demanded attention. Left to her own devices, Beth had begun a methodical exploration of the ranch house, beginning with the attic. There, beneath layers of dust and abandoned supplies, she'd made her first surprising discovery. Several pieces of quality furniture draped in yellowed sheets, a mahogany rocking chair with intricate spindles, a writing desk with brass fittings, side tables of polished oak, all pushed aside and forgotten, yet speaking of aspirations beyond mere functionality. Now, 3 weeks later, those pieces had been cleaned, polished, and strategically arranged throughout the main room, transforming the stark space into something approaching comfort. Curtains sewn from fabric ordered from Jenkins' store softened the windows. A braided rug Beth had discovered in the storeroom now warmed the plank floor before the hearth. Small touches, a vase of fresh wildflowers, cushions covered in remnant fabric, shelves arranged with the few books the household possessed, had gradually imprinted her presence on the formerly bachelor domain. Beth smiled at the transformation, remembering Jackson's expression when he'd returned from a long day of fence mending to find the rocking chair positioned near the fireplace, its wood gleaming in the lamplight. "Where'd this come from?" he'd asked, running a calloused hand over the polished arm. "Your attic," Beth had replied. "There are several lovely pieces gathering dust up there." His brow had furrowed, belonged to the previous owner's wife. Never got around to doing anything with them. "Do you mind that I've brought them down? If you'd prefer they remain in storage—" "No," he'd interrupted, his voice gruff but not displeased. "Place looks better." From Jackson, Beth had learned, such simple acknowledgement constituted high praise indeed. Moving to the kitchen, Beth checked the bread dough rising beneath a cloth, her third batch that week. The first had been an unmitigated disaster, heavy as a stone and nearly as tasty. The second had improved, though the ranch hands had been suspiciously diplomatic in their comments. This one, she hoped, would finally master the peculiarities of baking at Wyoming's higher elevation. Through the kitchen window, she could see the small herb garden she'd established behind the house, the tender shoots of thyme, rosemary, and sage just beginning to establish themselves in the rocky soil. Tobias had proved an enthusiastic, if occasionally overzealous assistant in the project, his knowledge of local growing conditions compensating for her eastern gardening assumption. "Plants need more water back east, don't they, Mrs. Blackwell?" he'd observed as she prepared to thoroughly soak the newly planted herbs. "Out here, too much water can rot the roots before they take hold. My ma always said Wyoming plants are like Wyoming people, tough and needing less coddling than you'd think." The young man's insight had saved her garden from a well-intentioned drowning. It was a lesson Beth had taken to heart about more than just plants. Wyoming demanded a different approach to many aspects of life she had taken for granted. The bread punched down and set for its second rising, Beth moved to the dining table where she'd laid out the household ledger. This, too, had been a revelation. Jackson kept meticulous records of the ranch's expenses and income, his handwriting surprisingly elegant for a man with such work-roughened hands. The figures were organized but could benefit from a more systematic approach, which Beth had implemented with quiet efficiency. She suspected Jackson had noticed the improvements to his record-keeping system, but, true to form, he'd merely nodded approvingly when reviewing the books after supper 3 nights ago. From a man of few words, Beth was learning to interpret the nuances of nods, grunts, and the occasional half-smile that served as Jackson Blackwell's primary means of communication. The sound of horses in the yard drew her to the window. Jackson and Hank were returning earlier than expected, their expressions suggesting news of some import. Beth smoothed her apron and moved to the door, curious what development had interrupted their planned day of branding yearling calves. "Rutherford's men are damming the upper creek," Jackson announced without preamble as he strode up the porch steps, removing his hat to reveal hair darkened with sweat. "Found him this morning when we rode out to the north pasture." "Is that legal?" Beth asked, stepping aside as he entered the house. "Legal enough if it's on his property, which it is, barely." Jackson's jaw tightened as he poured water from the pitcher Beth kept filled on the sideboard. "But it affects every ranch downstream, including ours." "Water rights are complicated territory," Hank added, hovering at the doorway with the ingrained reluctance of a man accustomed to keeping ranch dirt outside the house. "Technically, a man can do what he wants with water that crosses his land, but there's territorial regulations about maintaining flow, which Rutherford knows and is choosing to ignore." Jackson drained his cup and set it down with controlled force. "Man's pushing to see how far we'll bend before breaking." Beth absorbed this information, recognizing its serious implications for the ranch. "What will you do?" "Ride to Cheyenne tomorrow, speak with the land commissioner." Jackson's expression suggested limited faith in this approach. "Might be gone 3-4 days?" The prospect of Jackson's extended absence created an unexpected flutter of concern in Beth's stomach. The ranch house had begun to feel like her domain, but the broader property remained somewhat intimidating in its vastness. "We'll manage things here," she said, with more confidence than she felt. "Perhaps I should prepare extra food for you to take on your journey." Jackson's tense expression softened fractionally. "Would appreciate that." The moment stretched between them, something unspoken passing in his blue gaze before he turned away. "Need to get back to the branding. Just wanted you to know about Rutherford." As he strode back to his waiting horse, Beth found herself touched that he'd considered it important to inform her personally of the water dispute. It was a small acknowledgement of her position as more than merely housekeeper. She was, in some incremental way, becoming a true partner in ranch matters. The remainder of the day passed in a flurry of activity, as Beth prepared travel provisions while continuing her regular household tasks. By evening, she had packed a carefully wrapped bundle of journey bread, smoked venison, and dried apples for Jackson's trip, along with clean shirts and extra socks she'd darned during the quiet evenings of their still new marriage. Supper that night was a subdued affair, with Jackson preoccupied by the water dispute and the hands following his lead in somber reflection on this latest challenge. Yet Beth noticed how the atmosphere of the cookhouse had changed in the weeks since her arrival. The table now graced with a proper cloth, the food served in matching dishes she'd unearthed from the depths of forgotten cupboards, the conversation including her as naturally as if she'd always been present. After the meal, as dusk settled over the ranch, Beth found Jackson on the porch, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains that glowed gold and purple in the fading light. "I've packed your provisions," she said, coming to stand beside him at the railing, "and mended your second shirt." He nodded, acknowledgement and thanks combined in the simple gesture. "You've made changes around here," he observed, his voice neutral. Beth tensed slightly, uncertain if this constituted approval or criticism. "I hope they're welcome changes." Jackson turned to face her, his expression softened by the evening light. "The place was just somewhere to sleep and eat before. Now it's starting to feel like a home." The simple admission, delivered in his straightforward manner, warmed Beth more than flowery praise might have done. "I'm glad. A home should reflect the people who live in it." "And what does it say about them now?" Jackson asked, genuine curiosity in his tone. Beth considered the question. that they value quality beneath plain surfaces, that they're practical but not afraid of beauty where it serves a purpose, that they're building something meant to last. Something flickered in Jackson's eyes, surprise, perhaps, at her insight, or recognition of a truth he hadn't articulated himself. For a moment, Beth thought he might say more, might bridge the careful distance they still maintained despite sharing a home and a name. Instead, he merely nodded again. Beth, turn an early, long ride tomorrow. As he moved past her toward the door, his arm brushed hers slightly, the kind of casual contact that occurred naturally between people sharing living quarters. Yet Beth felt the brief touch like a physical impression that lingered after he'd gone, as tangible as the changes she'd wrought upon his house. The lamp cast a small circle of golden light in Beth's bedroom as the ranch house settled into nighttime silence. She sat cross-legged on the floor beside her bed, the rug folded back to reveal the loose floorboard she'd discovered during her second week at the ranch. The hiding place was perfect, large enough for her journals and writing materials, yet utterly inconspicuous when the rug was in place. With practiced care, she lifted the board and retrieved her current journal, a leather-bound volume containing observations and experiences far different from those recorded in her Boston diaries. Settling at the small table beneath her window, Beth uncapped her inkwell and dipped her pen, the familiar ritual calming after a day filled with Jackson's impending departure and the troubling news about Rutherford's Dam. May 17, 1877. The Western woman's existence defies Eastern assumptions about feminine capability. Today I witnessed Mrs. Petersham from the neighboring ranch deliver a calf without male assistance, her capable hands performing what would be considered a veterinarian's task in Boston society. Later, she mentioned casually that she had shot a mountain lion threatening her chicken coop last winter. These are not considered exceptional accomplishments here, merely the expected competencies of a rancher's wife. Such realities make the arguments against women's suffrage particularly absurd when applied to frontier life. How can society maintain that women are too delicate for political participation when these same women routinely make life and death decisions affecting their family's survival? The frontier erases artificial distinctions of capability, exposing them as the social constructs they truly are. The women I've met during my brief time in Wyoming exist in a curious paradox, in many ways more restricted by isolation and limited opportunities, yet simultaneously enjoying practical freedoms unimaginable to their Eastern counterparts. Harriet Miller speaks openly at town meetings. Mrs. Petersham manages her ranch accounts with complete autonomy during her husband's frequent hunting expeditions. Even young Sally Jenkins, barely 16, rides alone between settlements delivering mail when her father is indisposed. These observations provide compelling evidence for my argument that voting rights should extend to women, precisely because they already exercise significant responsibilities that belie claims of feminine incompetence. Beth paused, reflecting on her evolving understanding of Western women's lives. Her initial assumptions that she would find only oppression and limitation in this remote territory had been challenged daily by the competent, forthright women she'd encountered. She dipped her pen again, shifting to more personal reflections. Jackson leaves tomorrow for Cheyenne. I find myself unexpectedly concerned about his absence, and not merely for practical considerations of managing alone. In 3 weeks of marriage, we have established a rhythm of coexistence that, while still reserved, has become surprisingly comfortable. He remains largely unreadable, yet I've begun to discern patterns in his taciturn nature. The slight softening around his eyes when something pleases him, the almost imperceptible nod that constitutes highest praise, the way he watches when he thinks I'm unaware, as if trying to solve some puzzle my presence represents. Most curious is my own reaction to these observations. I find myself noting his approval with disproportionate satisfaction. This arrangement was meant to be purely practical. Safety and anonymity for me, domestic order for him. Yet something more complex seems to be developing, at least on my part. Perhaps it is merely the natural human tendency to seek connection. Or perhaps... A sound outside interrupted Beth's writing, the quiet creak of the porch step that always announced someone's weight upon it. She froze, pen hovering above the page, listening intently. Jackson should have been asleep hours ago, particularly with an early departure planned. Moving carefully to avoid creaking floorboards, Beth extinguished her lamp and went to the window. The near-full moon illuminated the ranch yard in silvery light, transforming the familiar daytime scene into something ethereal and strange. Below, Jackson's figure moved with quiet purpose across the yard, his shotgun cradled in the crook of his arm. Beth watched as he methodically checked each building, the barn, the storehouse, the bunkhouse where the hands slept, his movements speaking of long habit rather than specific concern. He paused occasionally, scanning the surrounding darkness with alert watchfulness before continuing his rounds. This, she realized, was why he sometimes appeared weary at breakfast, despite rising after she did. He patrolled his domain during the night, a solitary guardian ensuring all remained secure while others slept. The revelation touched her unexpectedly, offering insight into the responsibility he carried without complaint or acknowledgement. As Jackson completed his circuit and turned back toward the house, he paused, his face lifting toward her window. For a heart-stopping moment, Beth thought he had seen her, but the angle and darkness of her room made that impossible. Still, he stood motionless, gaze directed upward as if drawn by some instinct or awareness. The moonlight silvered his features, stripping away the stern mask he presented to the world and revealing something vulnerable in his solitude. In that unguarded moment, with no one to witness but the moon and stars, Jackson Blackwell appeared not as the unyielding rancher, but as a man carrying private burdens and perhaps private longings. Beth found herself pressing her palm against the cool glass, an inexplicable urge to reach across the distance between them tightening her chest. What would happen if she opened the window, called to him, invited the connection that seemed to hover just beyond their cautious interactions? The thought startled her with its intensity. This was not part of her careful plan. This awareness, this growing, attraction, admiration? Whatever it was, it complicated the clear boundaries she had established in her mind. After what seemed an eternity but was likely mere seconds, Jackson lowered his gaze and continued toward the house. The spell broken, Beth stepped back from the window, heart pounding with confused emotions. She returned to her journal, staring at the half-finished sentence with the disorienting feeling that the woman who had begun writing it was somehow different from the woman now holding the pen. With deliberate care, she blotted the page, closed the journal, and returned it to its hiding place beneath the floorboard. As she prepared for bed, the sound of Jackson's quiet footsteps in the hallway sent an involuntary shiver through her. Awareness of his proximity suddenly heightened by the tableau she had witnessed. When his door closed with a soft click, Beth released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Sleep would be elusive tonight. Her mind filled with the image of a solitary figure bathed in moonlight, looking up at her window with an expression that mirrored her own confused longing. Sunshine streamed through the freshly washed windows of Jackson's study, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the morning air. Beth moved around the small room with a dusting cloth in hand, pleased to see how her efforts over the past week had transformed what had once been a cluttered space into something approaching order. The leather chair gleamed with polish, bookshelves had been organized by subject, and the oak desk, once barely visible beneath piles of papers, now displayed only a neat stack of documents awaiting Jackson's attention when he returned from Cheyenne. He'd been gone 3 days now, and Beth had taken advantage of his absence to extend her cleaning campaign into his private domain. She'd been hesitant to disturb his study while he was present, unsure whether such intrusion would be welcome despite her status as his wife. Jackson maintained certain boundaries that Beth respected, recognizing in his need for private space a mirror of her own. The feather duster whisked over the surface of the desk, catching on the corner of a heavy lead. Before Beth could steady it, the book tipped, sending several others cascading to the floor in a flutter of papers and leather bindings. "Oh," Beth knelt quickly, gathering the fallen volumes. "Clumsy, clumsy," she muttered to herself, hoping nothing had been damaged. As she collected the scattered pages, she couldn't help noticing the neat columns of figures that filled them. These were clearly the ranch's financial records. Income from cattle sales, expenses for feed and equipment, wages for the hands. Jackson's handwriting was surprisingly elegant, each number formed with meticulous care, despite the roughness of his hands. Beth paused, a loose page caught between her fingers. Something about the figures didn't quite align. She had spent enough time in her father's study in Boston, observing his management of family investments, to recognize certain patterns in financial documentation. Almost without conscious thought, her eyes tracked the columns, identifying a calculation error that carried forward through several entries. Setting the dusting cloth aside, Beth settled at the desk with the ledgers spread before her. One error led to another discovery: an inefficient tracking system that made it difficult to compare seasonal expenses across years, income categories that overlapped in confusing ways, and several instances where the same purchase appeared to be entered twice. So absorbed was she in her examination that the sound of boots on the porch steps barely registered until the front door opened and closed with a decisive thud. Beth looked up, startled, to find Jackson standing in the study doorway, trail dust still clinging to his clothes and exhaustion etched in the lines around his eyes. "You're back early," she exclaimed, rising so quickly that one of the ledgers slid perilously close to the desk edge. She studied it with a guilty hand. I knocked them over while cleaning and I was putting them right." Jackson's gaze moved from her flustered face to the account books spread across his desk. Beth braced herself for disapproval at her intrusion into his private affairs. Instead, he merely raised an eyebrow. "Interesting reading?" Heat climbed Beth's cheeks. "I wasn't prying, not intentionally, but when I was gathering them, I couldn't help noticing." She hesitated, uncertain how to phrase her observations without appearing critical. "Noticing what?" Jackson stepped further into the room, removing his hat and running a hand through hair flattened by its weight. Beth took a deep breath. "There are some inconsistencies in the tracking methods, and a few calculation errors that affect the bottom line." She gestured to the open page before her. "Here, for example, the tally for winter feed is carried forward incorrectly, making it appear that expenses were $80 higher than they actually were." Jackson's brow furrowed as he moved to stand beside her, leaning over to examine the page she indicated. The scent of leather, horse, and sun-warmed skin enveloped her as he braced one hand on the desk edge. "Show me." Swallowing her nervousness, Beth pointed to the relevant entries. "See this column? The total should be $417, not $497. The error carries forward into the quarterly summary, which then affects your calculation of overall profitability for winter operations." Jackson stared at the figures, then at Beth, surprise evident in his blue eyes. "You understand accounting." It wasn't a question, but Beth felt compelled to explain this unexpected knowledge that might raise questions about her background. "My father, that is, Mr. Collins, had a fabric importing business," she said, the fabrication coming more easily after weeks of practice. "He believed daughters should understand practical matters as well as sons. I often helped him with his ledgers." "That's so." Jackson studied her with newfound curiosity. "And what else did you notice, besides my mathematical failings?" The absence of defensiveness in his tone encouraged Beth to continue. "Your tracking system makes seasonal comparisons difficult. If you reorganize the ledgers by category rather than strictly chronologically, you could more easily see patterns in expenses and income across years." She hesitated, then added, "And you might consider a separate record for capital improvements versus ongoing maintenance. It would give a clearer picture of investment versus necessary expenditure." Jackson pulled the second chair around and sat, his focus now entirely on the ledgers, rather than Beth's intrusion into his domain. "Show me what you mean." Relief flooding through her, Beth sat again and began explaining her observations in more detail. To her surprise, Jackson listened intently, asking clarifying questions that revealed both intelligence and a genuine desire to understand. "Never had proper training in bookkeeping," he admitted after she explained a particularly effective method of categorizing expenses. "Learned enough to satisfy the bank, but nothing fancy." "It's not about fancy," Beth countered. "It's about clarity. Seeing the true picture of the ranch's finances helps you make better decisions." Jackson's expression sobered. "True picture's not particularly pretty at the moment." Beth glanced at him questioningly, and after a moment's hesitation, he pulled a different ledger from the bottom of the stack. Opening it to a marked page, he turned it for her inspection. "Mortgage on the ranch," he explained, tapping a figure that made Beth's eyes widen. Expanded too fast last year, bought the north section when prices were high, then lost 20 head to that early blizzard in November. His finger traced down to the bottom line. Banknote comes due October 1st, need a profitable season to meet it. The vulnerability inherent in sharing this information wasn't lost on Beth. Jackson was admitting a financial precariousness that most men would conceal, especially from a new wife who might question the security of her position. And Rutherford knows this, she deduced, remembering the water dispute that had sent Jackson to Cheyenne. That's why he's damming the creek now, when you need good grazing for a profitable season. Jackson's gaze sharpened with new respect. You see it clearly. Man's hoping to force me to sell when I'm most vulnerable. What happened in Cheyenne? Beth asked. Sensing his journey hadn't brought positive news, land commissioner's conveniently gone to Denver for a month. His assistant claims there's nothing to be done until proper surveys establish exact property lines and water rights. Jackson's jaw tightened. Bureaucratic delay that serves Rutherford's purpose perfectly. Beth studied the figures before her, mind working through possibilities. If we could reduce expenses in these areas, she indicated several entries, and perhaps find a way to bring the calves to market earlier than your competitors. She caught herself using we and our only after the words had left her mouth. The presumption of partnership hung in the air between them, neither acknowledged nor rejected. After a moment, Jackson nodded. Might work. Early market prices are usually higher, though it means pushing the herd harder. I could help you reorganize these records, Beth offered. Create a clearer picture of where we stand and what options exist. Jackson studied her for a long moment, as if seeing her in an entirely new light. Didn't expect a Boston lady to have a head for ranch finances. Perhaps Boston ladies contain more surprises than you anticipated, Beth replied with a small smile. Something that might have been amusement lightened Jackson's expression. Seems that way. He pushed a blank ledger across the desk. Show me your system. For the next 2 hours, they worked side by side, Beth explaining her organizational method while Jackson provided the ranch-specific context needed to categorize expenses properly. The initial awkwardness between them dissolved in the face of shared purpose, replaced by a rhythm of collaboration neither had experienced before. Beth found herself unexpectedly enjoying the process. Jackson proved a quick study, his practical intelligence grasping concepts readily once explained. He possessed an encyclopedic memory of the ranch's operations, recalling precise figures for transactions years past without consulting notes. As they leaned over a particularly complex page of calculations, their shoulders brushed. The casual contact sent a now familiar warmth through Beth that she strove to ignore, focusing instead on the figures before them. Yet she couldn't help noticing that Jackson didn't pull away immediately, their arms maintaining that slight connection as they worked. Never thought I'd be grateful for spilled ledgers, Jackson observed as they completed the reorganization of the first year's records. Might have gone on making the same mistakes indefinitely. Beth closed the final ledger with satisfaction. Sometimes accidents reveal opportunities we wouldn't otherwise discover. Their eyes met across the desk, the double meaning of her words hanging unacknowledged between them. This shared work had bridged something, created a connection beyond the practical arrangement of their marriage, revealing capabilities and character each had kept hidden. Hank's probably wondering if I fell off my horse between here and the barn, Jackson said finally, breaking the moment as he rose from his chair. Should let him know what we learned in Cheyenne, limited as it is. Beth nodded, gathering the ledgers into a neat stack. I'll prepare something for your dinner. You must be hungry after your journey. Appreciate that. Jackson paused at the doorway, then turned back with uncharacteristic hesitation. Those Boston society ladies, the ones at fancy teas and such, do they discuss business matters, finance and such? Beth considered the question, curious about its purpose. Rarely, in my experience. Such topics are considered the domain of men, unsuitable for feminine minds. She couldn't keep a hint of derision from her tone. The loss, I'd say. Jackson's matter-of-fact assessment contained no flattery, only honest evaluation. Seems a waste of capable thinking. With that simple observation, more revolutionary than he likely realized, Jackson departed, leaving Beth to contemplate this unexpected alliance that had formed over dusty ledgers and financial calculations. She traced her fingers over the reorganized books, a smile playing at her lips. Perhaps Elizabeth Hawthorne's fight for women's recognition could take unexpected forms here in Wyoming territory. Not through fiery articles and public speeches, but through quiet demonstrations of capability that challenged assumptions, one small revelation at a time. And perhaps Jackson Blackwell was not the rigid traditionalist she had initially judged him to be, but a man practical enough to value competence wherever he found it, even in the unexpected form of a mail-order bride with a mysterious past and a head for numbers. Chapter 6. Spring Roundup. The gray light of pre-dawn filtered through the kitchen window as Beth stoked the cookstove fire, feeding it split logs that caught with a satisfying crackle. The chill of early morning hung in the air despite the approaching summer, Wyoming's high elevation ensuring that dawn remained crisp even in late May. She had risen while the stars still glimmered overhead, knowing that spring roundup demanded early starts and hearty meals to fuel the grueling work ahead. For the past week, the Blackwell Ranch had been preparing for this day, mending tack, checking equipment, discussing strategy. Beth had observed the mounting anticipation among the hands, sensing that roundup represented more than mere ranch work. It was the culmination of the year's efforts, the true measure of a cattleman's success or failure. Now, as she mixed biscuit dough with practiced motions, she could hear the men stirring in the bunkhouse, their voices carrying through the still morning air. Soon they would arrive, hungry and eager, expecting the substantial breakfast she had promised. Beth worked with efficient precision, determined that her contribution to the roundup success would begin with properly fed cowboys. Coffee percolated on the stove, filling the kitchen with its rich aroma. Slabs of ham sizzled in the cast-iron skillet, while a second pan stood ready for eggs. The biscuits, Beth noted with satisfaction, had finally achieved the light, flaky texture that had eluded her earlier attempts, another small victory in her ongoing quest to master frontier cooking. The sound of boots on the porch preceded Jackson's entrance. He appeared in the doorway, already dressed for the day's work in sturdy denims, flannel shirt, and the well-worn leather chaps he saved for intensive cattle work. His customary reserve seemed tempered this morning by an energy that radiated from him, a barely contained readiness for the task ahead. "You're up early," he observed, crossing to the stove where he poured himself coffee with the casual familiarity that had developed between them over the past weeks. "Roundup waits for no one, or so Hank informed me yesterday," Beth replied, sliding the biscuits into the oven. "Least of all for tardy breakfasts." Jackson's mouth quirked in what Beth had come to recognize as his version of a smile. Hunk's stomach dictates most of his opinions. He leaned against the counter, watching as she cracked eggs into the waiting pan. "You didn't need to rise so early. Could have started with coffee and jerky like we usually do." "And deny myself the opportunity to see Tobias attempt to eat his weight in ham and biscuits?" Beth shook her head in mock seriousness. "I think not." This earned her an actual chuckle, the sound still rare enough to send a ridiculous flutter of pleasure through her chest. Their shared work on the ranch accounts had shifted something between them, establishing a tentative camaraderie that occasionally surfaced in such moments of unexpected ease. "Hans'll appreciate it," Jackson said, regarding her over the rim of his coffee cup. "Long days ahead." "How long will the roundup take?" Beth asked, genuinely curious about the process she'd heard discussed but never witnessed. "Week, maybe more. Moving the herd from winter pasture, separating this year's calves for branding, cutting out those ready for market." Jackson's expression grew more animated as he spoke, his usual economy of words expanding when it came to ranch operations. "We'll set up camp by the North Creek, more efficient than riding back each night." Beth nodded, filing away these details. In her weeks at the ranch, she'd learned that Jackson was most forthcoming when discussing the practical aspects of cattle ranching, his expertise evident in the confident way he outlined procedures and made decisions. This was his domain, where he moved with the assured competence that she found increasingly admirable. Yes, that was the word, admirable. The arrival of the ranch hands interrupted her thoughts. They filed in with cheerful greetings, their usual morning taciturnity overcome by the excitement of roundup. Even Sam, normally a man of few words, contributed to the general banter as they took their places at the table. Smells like heaven itself, Mrs. Blackwell, Hank declared, eyeing the platters Beth began setting before them. Might have to roll me out to the pasture if I eat everything my nose is telling me to. Wouldn't be the first time, Tobias quipped, earning a good-natured cuff to the ear from the older man. Beth enjoyed the easy camaraderie among the men, so different from the formal interactions of Boston society. Here, worth was measured in work ethic and reliability, rather than social standing or family connections. It was refreshingly direct, if occasionally crude. As the men ate with enthusiastic appreciation, Jackson outlined the day's plan, assigning tasks with the quiet authority that seemed as natural to him as breathing. Beth listened with half an ear as she kept the coffee cups filled and the platters replenished, noting how each man received instructions tailored to his particular strengths. Tobias, you'll ride point with me. Need your eyes on those yearlings. They're skittish around the South Ridge. The young man straightened with pride at the responsibility, his chest visibly expanding. Sam, take the west approach with Hank. That old Red Bull's running with a small group by the stone outcropping. Ornery as ever, so watch yourselves. Sam nodded, his expression suggesting he relished the challenge of the difficult animal. The easy confidence with which Jackson commanded his small crew revealed aspects of his character that remained hidden in other contexts. Here, among his men discussing the work that defined his life, Jackson Blackwell was neither awkward nor reticent. He was assured, knowledgeable, and quietly respected, a leader who earned loyalty through competence rather than demanded it through authority. Beth found herself watching him with newfound interest as morning light strengthened outside the windows. This was Jackson in his element, not the stiff, uncomfortable man who had met her at the stagecoach, but a capable rancher who had built something substantial through determination and skill. As if sensing her scrutiny, Jackson glanced up suddenly, his blue eyes catching hers across the kitchen. For a brief, electric moment, they simply looked at each other. Beth with the coffee pot suspended in her hand, Jackson with his forearms resting on the table. Something unspoken passed between them, a current of awareness that neither had anticipated. Beth felt heat rise in her cheeks as she quickly looked away, busying herself with wiping an imaginary spill from the counter. When she dared glance back, Jackson had returned his attention to the map spread before his men, his expression once again focused on the day's logistics. But a subtle tension remained in the set of his shoulders that suggested he was as discomposed by the moment as she was. Once breakfast concluded, the kitchen fairly vibrated with activity as the men gathered supplies, checked weapons, and made final preparations. Beth wrapped sandwiches and filled canteens, determined to contribute meaningfully to the day's work. From the kitchen window, she watched as the men assembled in the ranch yard. Jackson moved among them, inspecting cinches, adjusting packs, and conferring with Hank about final details. The rising sun gilded the scene in amber light, the dust kicked up by milling horses creating a golden haze around the preparations. In that moment, with his hat set at a determined angle and his movements displaying the easy confidence of a man completely in his element, Jackson Blackwell looked nothing like the stern, uncomfortable man who had advertised for a practical wife. He looked like exactly what he was, a man who had carved a life from Wyoming's unforgiving landscape through sheer force of will and skill. Despite herself, Beth felt a flutter of something dangerously close to admiration as she watched him swing effortlessly into the saddle, gathering the reins with practiced hands. Jackson Blackwell might lack social polish and conversational ease, but here, in his own world, he possessed a natural grace that no amount of drawing room training could confer. As the men rode out toward the distant pastures, dust rising behind them in the morning light, Beth found herself contemplating this new understanding of the man she had married, and wondering what other discoveries awaited beneath his reserved exterior. Evening shadows lengthened across the ranch yard as Beth carried a tray onto the porch, the coffee pot steaming in the cool air. Jackson sat alone on the top step, his hat beside him, studying what appeared to be a hand-drawn map spread across his knees. He'd returned briefly to the ranch to fetch additional supplies while the men continued working, planning to ride back to the roundup camp before full dark settled. "Thought you might want coffee before you head back out," she said, setting the tray on the porch railing. Jackson looked up, surprise flickering across his features. He'd been so absorbed in his maps that he hadn't heard her approach. "Appreciate that," he said, folding the paper and tucking it into his shirt pocket. Beth poured the coffee, adding a spoonful of sugar, a preference she'd noted during their meals together. She handed him the cup, then hesitated before gathering her courage and sitting beside him on the step, leaving a proper distance between them. "How is the roundup progressing?" she asked, her own cup warming her hands against the evening chill.
"Well enough. Got about 60 head corralled for branding tomorrow."
Jackson sipped his coffee, the tension in his shoulders seeming to ease slightly with the moment of rest. "We're others holding clear, which helps." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, watching as the last light burnished the distant mountains to copper. Birds called their evening songs from the cottonwoods along the creek, and somewhere in the barn a horse nickered softly. Beth gathered her resolve, having rehearsed her request throughout the afternoon. "Jackson, I'd like to ride out to the roundup camp tomorrow." He turned to her sharply, brows drawing together. "What for?" "To bring fresh food to the men," she said, the explanation she'd prepared ready on her tongue. "And to observe the process. If I'm to be a rancher's wife in truth, I should understand all aspects of the operation." "No place for a woman," Jackson said flatly, setting his cup down with a decisive click. "Roundup camp is rough living. Men working from dawn till dusk, sleeping on the ground. No proper facilities. I'm not suggesting I stay overnight," Beth countered, her voice calm despite the spark of irritation his dismissal kindled. "Merely that I ride out with provisions, observe the work for a few hours, and return before dark." "Too dangerous," Jackson shook his head. Unbroken horses, unpredictable cattle, men focused on the work rather than minding their language or behavior. Beth straightened her spine, recognizing that this would not be easily won. "Mrs. Petersham regularly assists with her husband's roundup, as does Mrs. Carter from the Double C. I spoke with both at the general store last week." Jackson's frown deepened. "The situations are different." "How so?" Beth challenged, abandoning her prepared arguments for more direct questioning. "They grew up out here, know the dangers, the ways of ranch work." He ran a hand through his hair in a gesture she'd come to recognize as signaling frustration. "You're from Boston. Different world entirely." "I've been here nearly 2 months now," Beth countered, her own frustration rising. "I've learned to cook on a wood stove, maintain a household with limited resources, and identify half the local plants Tobias has shown me. I've even reorganized your accounting system, if you recall. I'm neither helpless nor incapable of learning new skills."
"Never said you were."
Jackson's jaw tightened. "Roundup's different. One spooked horse, one careless moment with the herd, and you could be badly injured. I won't risk it." Beth felt a flare of the same determination that had driven her articles in Boston. The same conviction that women deserve to be judged on their capabilities rather than assumptions. "As your wife," she said, emphasizing the word deliberately, "I have a vested interest in understanding the operation that supports our livelihood. How can I fully contribute to this ranch if parts of it remain foreign to me?" "You contribute plenty from here," Jackson insisted. "Men need a proper meal and clean clothes waiting when they return, not a city woman underfoot at the camp. Is that all you believe me capable of?" Beth asked quietly, the hurt in her voice genuine despite her effort to maintain composure. "Cooking and laundry. I thought we had established that I might offer more." Jackson's expression flickered with something like regret before his features hardened again. "It's not about capability. It's about appropriate roles and safety." "And who defines what's appropriate?" Beth pressed, unable to keep the passion from her voice. "The same society that claims women are too delicate for voting rights while frontier wives like Mrs. Petersham shoot mountain lions threatening their livestock. The same conventions that would have me remain ignorant of half our ranch operations while expecting me to maintain household accounts that directly reflect their success or failure." Her words hung between them, more revealing of her true convictions than was perhaps wise. Beth caught herself, drawing a steadying breath. "I merely wish to understand the work that defines our lives here. To be a true partner, not merely a housekeeper with a marriage certificate." Jackson studied her for a long moment, his blue eyes intent in the fading light. Something in his expression shifted subtly, as if he was seeing her anew. "You're determined on this," he said finally, not quite a question. "I am," he sighed, the sound conveying resignation mingled with something like reluctant admiration. Stubborn woman. Practical woman, Beth corrected, sensing victory but unwilling to claim it prematurely. One who recognizes that knowledge serves us both. Another moment of silence stretched between them before Jackson nodded once, decisively. Very well. You can ride out tomorrow morning. Tobias will accompany you there and back. No arguments on that point, he added when she opened her mouth to protest. Boy knows the gentlest mount for you and the safest approach to the camp. Relief and triumph surged through Beth, though she kept her expression appropriately modest. Thank you. I'll prepare provisions tonight so we can leave early. You'll wear proper riding clothes, Jackson continued, his tone making it clear these conditions were non-negotiable. Trousers under your skirt at minimum, and you'll follow instructions precisely when around the cattle. One word from me that it's time to leave and you go without question. Clear? Perfectly, Beth agreed, willing to accept these terms for the opportunity they represented. I'll be no trouble, I promise. Somehow I doubt that, Jackson muttered, but the words carried no real sting. He rose to his feet, retrieving his hat from the step. Beth stood as well, unexpectedly close to him in the confined space of the porch steps. The fading light softened his features, highlighting the strong line of his jaw beneath the day's growth of beard. Thank you for understanding why this matters to me, she said softly, genuine gratitude in her voice. Something in her tone or expression seemed to affect him, for Jackson's stern countenance softened momentarily. Without warning, he raised his hand and brushed his fingertips lightly against her cheek, the gesture so unexpected that Beth froze in place, her breath catching. Stubborn, headstrong woman, he murmured, his voice rough with an emotion she couldn't identify. The touch lasted only a moment before he pulled back as if surprised by his own action, his expression shuddering once more. Need to get back to camp before full dark, he said abruptly, settling his hat on his head with unnecessary force. Early start tomorrow. Without waiting for her response, he turned and strode toward the barn where his horse waited, leaving Beth standing on the porch with her hand raised to the spot where his fingers had brushed her skin, warmth spreading from that brief contact like ripples in still water. Whatever was developing between them, this unexpected accord layered with moments of bewildering connection, was rapidly becoming more complex than the simple arrangement she had envisioned when agreeing to become his mail-order bride. More dangerous, too, she acknowledged silently, for it threatened the careful boundaries she had established to protect her true identity and purpose. Yet as she watched his retreating figure, Beth couldn't quite bring herself to regret the changing nature of their relationship, or to deny the anticipation she felt at the prospect of tomorrow's excursion. Not merely for the opportunity to observe ranch operations, but for the chance to further understand the increasingly complicated man she had married. The Wyoming sky stretched endlessly above them, a vast blue canopy unmarred by clouds, as Beth and Tobias rode across the rolling pastureland. The morning sun warmed Beth's face, and the scent of sage and prairie grass filled her nostrils with each breath. Despite the discomfort of the unfamiliar saddle, even with the divided riding skirt she'd hastily altered the previous evening, Beth found herself exhilarated by the journey. You sit a horse pretty well for a city lady, Tobias observed, his usual shyness diminished by the responsibility of escorting her safely to the roundup camp. Most Easterners I've seen look like they're afraid the animal might remember it's wild any minute. Beth laughed, adjusting her grip on the reins of the gentle mare Jackson had insisted she ride. I had some riding lessons as a girl, she explained, drawing on Elizabeth Hawthorne's experiences rather than the fictional Beth Collins's background. Though I admit Boston riding paths are somewhat tamer than this open country. This ain't even the rough country, Tobias said with the pride of a native. Should see the North Ridge where the Mustangs run. That's real Wyoming. They crested a gentle rise, and Beth caught her breath at the panorama that spread before them. In the shallow valley below, cattle dotted the landscape like mobile brown islands in a sea of green gold grass. Cowboys on horseback moved among them with purpose, their calls and the occasional crack of a whip carrying faintly on the breeze. There's the main herd, Tobias pointed with obvious pride. Nearly 800 head. Mr. Blackwell runs some of the finest stock in the territory. Beth shaded her eyes against the sun, taking in the scene with genuine interest. How do you keep track of which animals belong to which ranch? They all look similar from this distance. Brands, Tobias explained, warming to his role as teacher. Each ranch has its own mark. Blackwell's is the connected JB you've seen on the barn. Helps identify ownership when herds get mixed or when rustlers try taking what ain't theirs. As they descended toward the activity, Beth observed the methodical nature of the work. What had appeared chaotic from a distance revealed itself as a carefully orchestrated process, with each rider performing specific tasks in concert with the others. Mr. Blackwell planned the approach last night, Tobias explained, noticing her attentive gaze. We're moving the main herd to summer pasture while cutting out the yearlings for branding and the market-ready steers for the drive to Cheyenne next month. The pride in his voice when mentioning Jackson's planning wasn't lost on Beth. It was clear the young man held his employer in high esteem, a feeling apparently shared by the other hands. When they reached the temporary camp established near a small creek, Beth was struck by its efficient simplicity. A chuck wagon served as the central feature, with bedrolls and minimal gear stacked nearby. Several horses were picketed within easy reach, saddled and ready for quick deployment. Hank spotted them first, raising a hand in greeting as he approached. "Mrs. Blackwell, Tobias got you here in one piece, I see." "He's been an excellent guide," Beth replied, allowing the foreman to help her dismount. Her legs protested as they took her weight again, unaccustomed to the hours in the saddle. "I've brought fresh provisions, biscuits, cold chicken, apple pies, and coffee." Hank's weathered face split into a wide grin. "Lord bless you, ma'am. Camp coffee's strong enough to float a horseshoe and twice as unpleasant." He gestured toward several dust-covered men approaching the wagon. "Boys'll be mighty grateful for something that didn't come out of a can." As Beth began unpacking the provisions from her saddlebags, she scanned the busy scene for Jackson. She spotted him at the far edge of the clearing, deep in conversation with Sam and two other hands she didn't recognize, likely additional help hired specifically for the roundup season. Even at this distance, his commanding presence was evident in the set of his shoulders and the attentive posture of the men receiving his instructions. When he gestured toward the northwestern ridge, the men nodded in understanding before mounting up and riding in that direction. "Where is Jackson sending them?" Beth asked Tobias, who was helping her arrange the food on the tailgate of the chuck wagon. "Probably to bring in the strays from the Stone Ridge," the young man replied. "Some always break away during the gathering. Mr. Blackwell doesn't like leaving even one behind if he can help it. Says each head counts when the banknote comes due." The practical reminder of the ranch's financial situation sobered Beth momentarily. Their work reorganizing the ledgers had revealed just how crucial this roundup would be to meeting their obligations in the fall. Her thoughts were interrupted by a commotion near the temporary corral where several newly roped calves awaited branding. A young rider, barely more than a boy, had apparently misjudged his approach and spooked a group of cattle. The animals scattered in multiple directions, undoing an hour's careful work by the other hands. Beth expected angry shouts or harsh reprimands, especially given the critical nature of the day's tasks. Instead, she watched as Jackson rode calmly to the young hand's side, speaking to him in tones too low to carry across the camp. Whatever he said caused the boy's tense shoulders to relax slightly. Jackson then demonstrated a different roping technique, his movements fluid and assured as he swung the lariat in a precise arc. The boy nodded, his face serious with concentration as he attempted to mimic Jackson's approach. His second effort wasn't perfect, but showed marked improvement, earning a brief clasp on the shoulder from Jackson before they both turned to the task of regathering the scattered cattle. "That's Billy Jenkins," Tobias explained, following Beth's gaze. "First roundup. His pa wanted him to work in the store, but the boy's determined to be a cowhand instead. Got more enthusiasm than experience." "Jackson seems patient with him," Beth observed, somewhat surprised by this evidence of forbearance in her typically stern husband. "Boss remembers what it's like to be green," Hank said, joining them with tin cups for the coffee Beth had brought. "Says a man willing to learn deserves the chance to do so. One who thinks he knows everything already is useless on a cattle drive." This glimpse into Jackson's leadership philosophy intrigued Beth. It aligned with her own observations about his character. Demanding but fair, expecting competence but willing to nurture it where potential existed. As the morning progressed, Beth found herself drawn deeper into the rhythms of the roundup. She distributed the food she'd brought, receiving grateful thanks from dust-covered men who wolfed down her biscuits and chicken as if they were the finest delicacies. Several commented that they'd be spoiled for regular trail fare after such treatment, their teasing suggesting she'd already been accepted as part of the ranch's extended family. "Could get used to eating like this," Sam declared, normally taciturn features relaxed into rare pleasure as he bit into an apple pie. "Might have to start finding excuses to ride back to the ranch house during roundup." "Don't go putting ideas in the others' heads," Hank warned with mock severity. "Next thing, they'll all be inventing reasons why they need to ride back for Mrs. Blackwell's cooking instead of doing honest work." "Wouldn't mind being sent back myself," Tobias added with a sly grin, "especially if there's more of these pies waiting." Their easy banter included Beth naturally, making her feel, for perhaps the first time since arriving in Wyoming, truly part of a community, rather than an outsider wearing an ill-fitting disguise. These men, with their straightforward ways and honest appreciation, asked nothing of her beyond what she openly offered. It was refreshingly simple compared to the complex social navigation of Boston society. When Jackson finally approached the chuck wagon, the morning's work had left its mark in the dust on his clothing and the fatigue evident in the set of his shoulders. Yet his eyes remained alert, taking in the scene at the camp with the awareness of a man accustomed to noticing details. "Didn't expect to see you until noon," he said to Beth, accepting the cup of coffee she offered. "Tobias suggested an early start to avoid the worst heat of the day," she replied. "I hope we haven't disrupted your schedule." "Schedule's at the mercy of the cattle, anyway." Jackson took a long swallow of coffee, sighing with appreciation at its quality. "This is a far sight better than what Cookie manages to brew." "High praise indeed," Beth said with a smile, pleased by his approval. "I've been watching the work. It's more systematic than I expected." Jackson's expression registered surprise at her observation before settling into something approaching satisfaction. "Has to be. Chaos costs time and money out here." A rider approaching from the east interrupted their conversation. The man's expensive attire and well-groomed mount immediately distinguished him from Jackson's cowhand. He rode with the casual arrogance of someone accustomed to deference, steering his horse directly toward the chuck wagon where Beth and Jackson stood. "Rutherford, man," Hank muttered, moving to stand at Jackson's side with deceptive casualness that nonetheless conveyed solidarity. The rider reined in his horse with unnecessary flourish, looking down at them from his saddle with barely concealed disdain. "Blackwell," he acknowledged with minimal courtesy, before his gaze shifted to Beth, traveling over her form with an assessment that bordered on impropriety. "This would be the mail-order bride folks in town have been talking about," he said, making no effort to disguise his inspection. "Clayton said you'd imported some Eastern refinement to brighten your modest operation." The deliberate pause before modest clearly implied something far less complimentary. Beth felt Jackson stiffen beside her, though his expression remained impassive. "State your business, Parker," Jackson said, his voice carrying a dangerous quiet that Beth hadn't heard before. The messenger smiled thinly, reaching into his jacket to withdraw an envelope. "Mr. Rutherford is hosting a gathering of county ranchers next Saturday at the main house. Water rights during the coming dry season will be discussed." He extended the envelope with exaggerated politeness. "He specifically requested your attendance despite the limited scope of your interests in the matter." Every word was calculated to insult while maintaining a veneer of civil discourse. Beth felt her own anger rising at the man's obvious attempt to belittle Jackson on his own land, in front of his men. Before Jackson could respond, the rider turned his attention back to Beth, doffing his hat with mock gallantry. "Perhaps you'll grace the gathering with your presence as well, Mrs. Blackwell. Rutherford Ranch offers amenities more suited to a lady of evident quality than these rustic surroundings." His gaze lingered on her face and figure with inappropriate appreciation, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth that suggested he found the idea of her married to Jackson somehow amusing. "My wife's attendance is our concern, not Rutherford's," Jackson said, moving subtly to position himself between Beth and the rider. The movement was so natural it might have appeared coincidental to an observer, but Beth felt its deliberate protectiveness with a clarity that surprised her. She placed a hand lightly on Jackson's arm, feeling the tension in his muscles beneath the fabric of his shirt. "I would be delighted to accompany my husband," she said with the precise, cool politeness she'd learned in Boston drawing rooms, "though I find these rustic surroundings, as you call them, perfectly aligned with my preferences." The rider's smug expression faltered slightly at her obvious alliance with Jackson. He clearly had expected, perhaps even hoped for, some sign of discord between them that might be reported back to his employer. "Saturday at 4, then," he said, his tone losing some of its earlier condescension. "Mr. Rutherford will be pleased to make your acquaintance. He has a deep appreciation for cultivated company." Jackson accepted the envelope with controlled movements that betrayed his anger only in the whitening of his knuckles. "Tell Rutherford we've received his invitation. Whether we attend depends on roundup progress." "Of course," the messenger replied with false sympathy. "Small operations must prioritize their limited resources. Rutherford understands such constraints." With a final lingering glance at Beth that carried insinuation in its boldness, the rider wheeled his horse and departed at a pace just short of insultingly hasty. The tension in Jackson's posture remained long after the rider disappeared from view. When he finally turned to Beth, his expression was carefully controlled, but she could see the anger simmering beneath his composed exterior. "Shouldn't have agreed to go," he said quietly, pitched for her ears alone. "Rutherford's playing some game, don't want you caught in it." "If he's playing a game that affects our ranch, then I should understand it," Beth replied with equal quietness. "Besides, refusing the invitation would appear defensive, perhaps even fearful. Neither serves our interests." Jackson studied her face, surprise once again registering in his eyes at her strategic thinking. After a moment, he nodded. "You're right. Still don't like how he looked at you." The simple statement, delivered without artifice, revealed more than perhaps Jackson intended. Beth felt a curious warmth spread through her chest at this evidence of his protective instinct, not as a controlling gesture, but as genuine concern for her dignity and safety. "I've encountered men like Parker before," she assured him, drawing on Elizabeth Hawthorne's experiences in navigating Boston's social minefields. "They mistake refined manners for weakness. It's often advantageous to let them continue in that error." Something that might have been admiration flickered across Jackson's features. "You continue to surprise me, Beth Blackwell." The use of her married name, spoken with that hint of appreciation, affected her more deeply than she would have expected. For a moment, standing beside him in the Wyoming sunshine, surrounded by the evidence of the life he'd built through determination and hard work, Beth felt a dangerous blurring of her carefully maintained identities. She wasn't simply playing a role any longer. Some essential part of her was becoming Beth Blackwell in truth, invested in this ranch, concerned about its future, and increasingly aware of the complex man who stood beside her, his hand still resting unconsciously near hers on the wagon's edge. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. If she lost herself in this assumed identity, what would become of Elizabeth Hawthorne's principles and purpose? Yet, if she maintained too rigid a separation between her past and present selves, would she deny the genuine connections forming in this new life? As if sensing her inner turmoil, Jackson's hand shifted, his fingers brushing against hers in a touch so light it might have been accidental, except for the intentness in his gaze as it held hers. "Best get back to the branding," he said after a moment, his voice carrying a roughness that hadn't been there before. "Tobias can ride you home when you're ready." "I'd like to stay a while longer," Beth replied, surprising herself with the realization that she was genuinely reluctant to leave. "If you don't mind, there's still much I'd like to observe." Jackson nodded, the tension in his features softening marginally. "Stay as long as you like. Just keep clear of the branding fires and the cutting pens." He hesitated, then added with unexpected gruffness, "Glad you came today." With that simple acknowledgement, he turned and strode back toward the waiting cattle, his tall figure soon lost among the dust and activity of the roundup. Beth watched him go, her thoughts in unaccustomed disarray as she contemplated the increasingly complex nature of their relationship and her own conflicted feelings about the man she had married. One thing was becoming increasingly clear. Whatever arrangement she had envisioned when agreeing to become Jackson Blackwell's mail-order bride, the reality developing between them was something far more unpredictable, and potentially far more dangerous to her carefully constructed plans. Chapter 7. New Feelings. Beth settled into the wooden rocking chair Jackson had positioned on the porch and the cooling air. The days were growing longer as June approached, but Wyoming nights still carried a chill that reminded her how far she was from Boston's milder climate. Steam rose from the coffee cup in her hands, its rich aroma mingling with the scent of sage and prairie grass carried on the evening breeze. Across the porch, Jackson occupied the straight-back chair he preferred, his long legs stretched before him as he gazed thoughtfully toward the distant mountains. This quiet interlude had developed gradually over the weeks following spring roundup, an unspoken agreement to share this time between supper and full darkness, when the day's work was done but night had not yet claimed the land. What had begun as occasional moments of shared silence had evolved into a comfortable routine that Beth found herself anticipating each day. Tobias mentioned the south fence needs repair, she said, breaking the companionable quiet. Something about yearlings pushing through a weak section? Jackson nodded, sipping his coffee. Planning to ride out tomorrow with him and Sam. Shouldn't take more than a day to mend properly. I'll pack provisions, Beth offered. The weather looks fair, but best to be prepared if you're working at that distance from the house. These practical exchanges had formed the foundation of their early conversations. Ranch operations, household needs, the rhythms of daily life that bound them together in partnership, if not yet in deeper connection. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, their discussions had begun to expand beyond immediate concerns. Saw a mountain lion track by the creek today, Jackson said, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. First one this season. Is that unusual? Drought's driving them down from the high country earlier than normal. Looking for water. He frowned slightly. Another sign this summer might be drier than we need. Beth heard the concern beneath his matter-of-fact tone. The ranch's financial situation left little room for natural disasters, as their work on the ledgers had revealed all too clearly. The vegetable garden seems to be thriving despite the lack of rain, she offered, trying to inject a note of optimism. Tobias showed me how to arrange the irrigation ditches to make the most of the creek water. A hint of a smile softened Jackson's stern features. Boy's taken to you like a lost puppy. Never seen him so talkative as when he's explaining some piece of ranch lore. He's an excellent teacher, Beth replied, pleased by this evidence of the young man's growing confidence, and surprisingly knowledgeable about native plants. Yesterday, he showed me 3 different varieties that can be used medicinally. His mother was Shoshone, Jackson said, offering the information casually, though his eyes watched for her reaction. Taught him their ways before she passed when he was 12. Beth nodded, careful to show only appropriate interest rather than the deeper curiosity the revelation sparked. In Boston, such mixed heritage would have been cause for raised eyebrows at minimum. Here, Jackson mentioned it as simply another fact about his young ranch hand. That explains his natural understanding of this landscape, she said. It's quite different from learning from books, isn't it? This practical wisdom passed through generations. Something in her phrasing caused Jackson to look at her more closely, that familiar flicker of curiosity crossing his features before he asked, "Did you study much? In Boston?" The question carried no suspicion, merely interest, yet Beth felt the familiar flutter of caution. These moments arose with increasing frequency as their conversations deepened. Innocent inquiries that brushed too close to the truths she kept hidden. My father believed in education, she said carefully, drawing on Mary Collins's background while framing it in terms that would explain her occasional slips. More than was common for daughters of his station. He allowed me access to his library when other girls were limited to embroidery and watercolors. Unusual man, Jackson observed, his tone suggesting approval rather than criticism. Yes, Beth agreed, a pang of genuine emotion coloring her voice as thoughts of her actual father surfaced. Judge Hawthorne had indeed encouraged her intellectual development, never suggesting her gender should limit her pursuits. His disappointment in her radical activities had stemmed from concern for her safety rather than disapproval of her convictions. Miss it? Boston? Jackson's question, quiet and direct, pulled her from her momentary reverie. Beth considered the complexity beneath the simple inquiry. Did she miss the cultured conversations, the access to books and lectures, the stimulation of intellectual discourse? Certainly. Did she miss the suffocating social expectations, the limitations placed on women of her class, the constant pressure to conform? Not at all. I miss certain aspects, she admitted, choosing honesty where she could offer it. The libraries, the music, the changing seasons. She gazed out at the vast landscape spread before them, so different from Boston's crowded streets. But there's something about this place, a kind of freedom in its vastness, room to breathe in a way I never could there. Jackson nodded as if she'd confirmed something he already understood. Felt that way when I first came west. Like the sky had opened up and I could finally stand at my full height. The poetic nature of his observation surprised her. It was the most eloquent expression she'd yet heard from him, revealing depths beneath his typically utilitarian speech. "When did you come west?" she asked, genuinely curious about his past, which he rarely mentioned. Jackson was silent so long that Beth wondered if he would answer. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the distant quality of someone retrieving long-stored memories. "I was 14. Father died in a mill accident back in Pennsylvania. Mother couldn't keep up the rent on our rooms." He sipped his coffee, gaze fixed on some invisible point in the past. Had an uncle who'd gone to St. Louis, wrote once that there was work for able bodies, figured that included me. "You traveled alone? At 14? Beth couldn't keep the surprise from her voice. A faint smile touched Jackson's lips. "Wasn't the only one. Plenty of boys making their way west then. Worked my passage on riverboats most of the way. Learned quick to keep my mouth shut and my eyes open." Beth tried to imagine the boy he had been. Alone, determined, forging his path through a world that offered little mercy to the young or vulnerable. It explained much about the man he had become. Self-reliant to a fault, careful with trust, valuing competence above all. "Did you find your uncle?" she asked. Jackson shook his head, arrived to discover he'd moved on to California goldfields. But St. Louis was booming. Steamboats, trade, cattle being driven up from Texas. Found work with a freight company, loading wagons bound for Western territories. "And from there to cattle ranching?" Beth prompted gently when he fell silent again. "Eventually. Worked as a drover on cattle drives for several years. Hard work, but decent pay if you didn't lose it all at cards or whiskey when you reached the railhead." He shifted in his chair, stretching legs, stiffened from the day's work. "Saved every penny. By 25, had enough for a small stake of my own. This land?" Beth asked, gesturing toward the property spreading around them. "Just 50 acres at first. That and 10 head of cattle bought from a widow looking to return east after her husband died." His expression softened with something like nostalgia. "Old one-room cabin that leaked when it rained and froze when it snowed, but it was mine." The pride in those simple words, "it was mine," resonated deeply with Beth. Despite their different paths, she recognized in Jackson's story the same yearning for self-determination that had driven her own choices, however different the expression. "You've built something remarkable," she said softly, meaning it sincerely. 10 years from that beginning to this, she gestured to encompass the substantial ranch around them, speaks to extraordinary determination. Jackson accepted her praise with a slight nod, though she detected a hint of color rising above his collar at her direct admiration. "Your turn," he said after a moment, surprising her with his interest. "What led you to answer an advertisement from a stranger in Wyoming territory?" The question, innocently posed, sent a chill through Beth despite the mild evening. Here lay dangerous ground, where truth and fiction intertwined too closely for safe navigation. I mentioned my father's business difficulties, she said carefully. After his passing, our circumstances changed significantly. My options in Boston had become limited. At least this part mirrored truth. Elizabeth Hawthorne's options had indeed become severely limited once Senator Harrington set his sights on silencing her. Many women would have sought marriage locally rather than venturing into unknown territory, Jackson observed, his tone curious rather than suspicious. Beth's mind raced for a plausible explanation that contained enough truth to be convincing. I found Boston society increasingly stifling after experiencing greater freedom during my father's illness, she said, allowing genuine emotion to color her voice. The expectations placed on women of proper upbringing, the constant pressure to conform to others' notions of appropriate behavior, became unbearable after tasting independence. As she spoke, Beth realized she had veered dangerously close to revealing Elizabeth Hawthorne's true frustrations rather than Beth Collins's invented ones. She caught herself, adding hastily, and practical considerations played a role. A woman alone has few respectable means of supporting herself in Boston. Jackson nodded thoughtfully. Surprise more women don't head west then. Out here, a woman's judged more by what she can do than by whose tea parties she attends. The observation, delivered without pretension, perfectly articulated what Beth herself had discovered since arriving in Wyoming. Here was the paradox of frontier life for women, in some ways more physically demanding and isolating, yet in others offering freedoms unimaginable in Eastern society. Perhaps that's why I find myself adapting more easily than I expected, she admitted, allowing a genuine smile to curve her lips. Despite the challenges, there's a directness to life here that I find refreshing. Jackson studied her expression, his blue eyes thoughtful in the fading light. You're not what I expected when I wrote that advertisement, he said finally, his voice carrying a quality she hadn't heard before. Something almost like wondering. Disappointed? Beth asked lightly, though her heart quickened at the unexpected openness of his assessment. Not the word I'd choose. Jackson's gaze held hers for a moment longer than usual before he turned his attention back to the darkening landscape. Not disappointed at all. The simple statement, delivered without embellishment, warmed Beth more than flowery compliments might have done. They sat in companionable silence as twilight deepened around them, the first stars appearing in the eastern sky while the west still glowed with the last light of day. When Jackson finally rose to check the stock before turning in, Beth remained on the porch, contemplating the curious path that had led her to this place, and the unexpected contentment she found in these quiet moments with a man who was revealing himself to be far more complex than she had initially judged. The Bitter Creek Township Hall had been transformed for the spring dance, its usually austere interior brightened by oil lamps and paper decorations crafted by the school children. Long tables lined one wall, laden with dishes contributed by every family in the county, roasted meats, vegetable dishes, pies, and cakes arranged in a display of frontier bounty that belied the harsh conditions from which they were wrested. Beth smoothed the skirt of her best dress, a deep blue silk with modest lace trim that had been carefully packed in her trunk from Boston. The garment, though 2 seasons out of fashion by Eastern standards, represented the height of elegance in Bitter Creek. She had debated whether wearing it might draw unwanted attention, but Jackson's insistence that the spring dance was the community's most significant social event had convinced her that modest finery would be appropriate. "You look beautiful," Jackson said quietly as he helped her down from the wagon, his voice carrying a gruff sincerity that sent a pleased flush to her cheeks. He had cleaned up impressively himself, his usual work clothes replaced by a dark suit similar to the one he'd worn for their wedding. His hair was neatly combed, his jaw freshly shaven, and though he tugged occasionally at his collar, his discomfort didn't diminish the striking figure he presented. "Thank you," Beth replied, genuinely touched by the compliment. "You look quite handsome yourself." Jackson's expression suggested he found the observation dubious, but a hint of color at his neck revealed he wasn't entirely immune to her approval. The hall was already filled with ranching families from across the county, the room buzzing with conversation punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. A small group of musicians occupied one corner, tuning instruments in preparation for the evening's dancing. Beth felt the curious gazes that followed their entrance. As Jackson's bride, she had been a subject of community interest since her arrival, but opportunities for close inspection had been limited. Tonight would be her first true introduction to the wider society of Wyoming ranchers and townspeople, beyond the few she'd met at the general store or church. "Mrs. Blackwell?" Harriet Miller approached with evident pleasure, resplendent in a green dress that must have been her finest. "How delightful that you could join us. We weren't certain Jackson would release you from the ranch long enough for proper socializing." The gentle barb directed at her husband made Beth smile, recognizing the good-natured teasing that characterized frontier relationships. "Mr. Blackwell has been generous in accommodating my desire to become better acquainted with the community," she replied diplomatically. "Generous, is it?" Harriet's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Well, that's one word for a man being sensible enough to let his wife enjoy an evening of civilization. Come, let me introduce you to the ladies you haven't yet met. They're positively bursting with curiosity about the Boston bride who's tamed our most confirmed bachelor." With an apologetic glance at Jackson, Beth allowed herself to be led toward a group of women gathered near the refreshment table. To her surprise, Jackson merely nodded, seemingly content to join Hank and several other men engaged in what appeared to be a serious discussion about cattle prices. The next hour passed in a whirlwind of introductions and conversation. Beth found the women of Bitter Creek refreshingly direct in their curiosity, asking questions about Boston, her journey west, and her impressions of Wyoming with unvarnished interest. She navigated these inquiries carefully, sharing the prepared history she and Mary had constructed, while emphasizing her genuine appreciation for the community she'd joined. "You've worked wonders with Jackson," Mrs. Petersham declared after Beth described some of her improvements to the ranch house. "Man lived like a hermit before you arrived, wouldn't accept a dinner invitation for love nor money." "Some of us were beginning to wonder if he even owned a proper suit," added Mrs. Carter with a laugh. "Yet here he is, not only dressed like a gentleman, but actually conversing with other human beings. Remarkable transformation." Beth glanced across the room to where Jackson stood with a group of ranchers. Though not the most talkative participant, he appeared engaged in the discussion, occasionally nodding or offering brief comments that were received with apparent respect. "I can claim little credit for Mr. Blackwell's social habits," she demurred, though secretly pleased to see Jackson integrated with the community. "He's merely being considerate of my desire to establish connections here." "Take the credit, dear," Mrs. Petersham advised with a knowing smile. "Men respond well to proper appreciation of their efforts, however reluctantly made." The music began in earnest then, the fiddle player striking up a lively tune that drew couples to the cleared center of the hall. Beth watched as husbands claimed wives and young men nervously approached blushing girls, the community pairing off for the enjoyment of shared movement and music. To her surprise, Jackson materialized at her side, his expression determined despite the evident discomfort in his stance. "Would you care to dance?" he asked formally, as if reciting words carefully rehearsed. Beth blinked in astonishment. "I didn't realize you danced." A faint smile crossed his features. "Poorly," he admitted, "but it seems expected that a man should stand up with his wife at such gatherings." The consideration behind this effort to fulfill social expectations touched Beth deeply. "I would be delighted," she said, placing her hand in his outstretched palm. Jackson led her to the dance floor with careful dignity, his back straight and his movements measured. As they took their places among the other couples, Beth noted the approving glances directed their way, the community clearly pleased to see Jackson Blackwell participating in this most normal of social rituals. When the music began, Jackson proved true to his word. His dancing was indeed somewhat stiff and occasionally uncertain, but his natural physical coordination prevented any true missteps. Beth followed his lead easily, smiling encouragement when he successfully navigated a turn or change in the pattern. "You dance better than you claim," she observed as they circled each other in the figure. "Had some practice during cattle drive celebrations," he admitted, his hand steady at her waist as they came together again. Though the partners were considerably less refined and the music far less melodious, Beth laughed at the image this conjured, young drovers practicing dance steps with each other to fiddle music around campfires. The mental picture humanized Jackson further, adding another layer to her understanding of the man he had become. As the evening progressed, Beth found herself genuinely enjoying the community gathering. The unpretentious pleasure these hardworking people took in music, conversation, and shared food reminded her of the simpler social events of her childhood, before Boston's rigid expectations had constrained such experiences. She was returning from the refreshment table with a cup of punch when a tall figure intercepted her path. A man she didn't recognize, though his expensive attire and confident bearing immediately distinguished him from most of the gathering. "Mrs. Blackwell, I presume?" His voice carried the cultivated tones of Eastern education layered over Western directness. "Clayton Rutherford. I've been looking forward to making your acquaintance." So this was the neighboring rancher whose water rights disputes threatened Jackson's land. The man whose messenger had delivered both invitation and veiled insult at the roundup camp. Beth studied him with careful neutrality, noting the handsome features arranged in an expression of practiced charm that didn't quite reach his calculating eyes. "Mr. Rutherford," she acknowledged with a polite nod. "I understand we're to be neighbors of a sort, though your property dwarfs our modest holdings." "Merely the result of arriving earlier and investing more substantially," Rutherford replied with a smile that suggested the comparison was both deliberate and pleasing to him. "Wyoming rewards those with vision and sufficient capital to weather its challenges, and those with determination and honest labor," Beth countered smoothly. "My husband has built something admirable through his own efforts." Rutherford's smile remained fixed, though his eyes sharpened with interest at her defense. "Indeed, Jackson Blackwell is known for his persistence." He gestured toward the dance floor as the musicians began a new tune. "Perhaps you'd honor me with this dance? It would provide an opportunity to become better acquainted before the water rights gathering next week." Beth recognized the request for what it was, part social convention, part strategic assessment. Refusing would appear unnecessarily rude, potentially complicating already strained relations between the ranches. Yet accepting meant engaging more closely with a man Jackson clearly considered a threat. "Of course," she said with practiced grace, allowing Rutherford to lead her to the dance floor. Unlike Jackson's honest, if somewhat awkward movements, Rutherford danced with polished expertise that spoke of formal training and frequent practice. He maintained a perfectly proper distance as they moved through the steps of the dance, his manner impeccable by any social standard. "You've caused quite a stir in our little community," he observed as they circled each other in the figure. "A refined Boston lady choosing to settle in our remote territory. And with Jackson Blackwell of all people, quite the unexpected match." "I find Wyoming's directness refreshing after Boston's often superficial civility," Beth replied, deliberately focusing on the location rather than the man she had married. "Indeed?" Rutherford's eyebrows rose slightly. "I would have thought a woman of your background would miss the cultural advantages of the East. The Collins family has long been associated with Boston's better circles, as I recall." The casual reference to her supposed family name sent a chill through Beth despite the warmth of the crowded hall. How would Clayton Rutherford, Wyoming cattle baron, have knowledge of Boston's social connection, and why would he have taken the trouble to investigate her background? "You're familiar with Boston society?" she asked, keeping her tone merely curious. "I maintain business interests in several eastern cities," Rutherford replied with calculated casualness. "Banking primarily, though some shipping investments as well. One develops connections in various circles through such enterprises." Their hands joined briefly in the dance figure before separating again. "I don't recall the Collins name in financial circles," Rutherford continued, his gaze intensely focused on her face. "Though there was considerable discussion in certain Boston newspapers regarding the disappearance of a young woman named Hawthorne some months ago. A writer of some notoriety, as I understand it." The deliberate mention of her true surname could not have been coincidental. Beth maintained her composure through sheer force of will, her expression revealing nothing of the alarm surging through her. "I'm afraid I left Boston before that occurred," she said smoothly. "Small imports was my father's business, fabrics and notions primarily, hardly the circles that would intersect with your banking interests." "How curious," Rutherford murmured, his smile never wavering, though his eyes remained coldly assessing. I could have sworn I recalled the Collins name in connection with that very case. Perhaps my memory fails me. Beth recognized the statement for what it was, not an admission of error, but a warning that he suspected her true identity. The question was whether he had proof or merely suspicion, and what purpose such knowledge might serve in his apparent conflict with Jackson. Memory can be treacherous, she agreed lightly, especially regarding distant acquaintances and events. The dance brought them near the edge of the floor, where Jackson stood watching, his expression carefully neutral, though Beth recognized the tension in his stance. As if sensing her discomfort despite her controlled exterior, he moved forward just as the music concluded. "May I reclaim my wife, Rutherford?" The question was phrased politely, but the set of Jackson's jaw suggested it wasn't truly a request. Of course. Rutherford released Beth with exquisite correctness, bowing slightly. "A pleasure, Mrs. Blackwell. I look forward to continuing our conversation at my gathering next week. Perhaps we might discover more common acquaintances." The veiled threat hung in the air as he withdrew, his confident stride carrying him toward a group of well-dressed ranchers across the hall. Jackson's hand settled at Beth's waist as they moved onto the dance floor for the next set, his touch firm but careful as they took their positions. Though he made no immediate comment on her exchange with Rutherford, the protective stance of his body and the way his gaze repeatedly found their neighbor across the room spoke volumes about his awareness that something had transpired. "I asked about Boston," Beth said quietly as they moved through the dance, deciding that partial honesty was wiser than silence. "Seemed unusually knowledgeable about Eastern society for a Wyoming rancher." Jackson's hand tightened slightly at her waist. "Man makes a point of knowing whatever might give him advantage. Wouldn't be surprised if he has sources in every major city." "He mentioned a gathering at his ranch next week," Beth continued, uncertain how much Jackson had overheard. "Something about water rights?" "County meeting to discuss drought preparations," Jackson confirmed, his expression grim. Though Rutherford hosting suggests he intends to control the conversation and the outcome. They turned in the figure, moving away from other dancers who might overhear. "Do you think he suspects something about me?" Beth asked, the question slipping out before she could reconsider its implications. Jackson's gaze sharpened, his blue eyes studying her face with sudden intensity. Should he? The direct question hung between them as they continued the mechanical movements of the dance. Beth realized she had inadvertently opened a door she wasn't prepared to step through, revealing concerns about her identity that would naturally prompt questions about what she might be hiding. "Of course not," she said carefully, but his interest seemed pointed, as if he were looking for something specific in my reactions. Jackson considered this, his expression thoughtful rather than suspicious. Rutherford probes for weakness wherever he can find it, looking for leverage. His hand at her waist guided her through a turn, the gesture protective rather than possessive. "Whatever game he's playing, we'll face it together." The simple declaration, "we'll face it together," affected Beth more deeply than elaborate promises might have done. In that moment, with Jackson's steady presence beside her and his unwavering gaze holding hers, she allowed herself to acknowledge the truth she'd been avoiding. She was no longer merely playing the role of Jackson Blackwell's wife. Somewhere in these past weeks of shared work, quiet conversations, and growing understanding, the line between pretense and reality had blurred. Whether this development represented danger or salvation remained to be seen. As the music drew to a close, Beth became aware that Jackson's attention had shifted, his gaze fixed on something across the room. Following his line of sight, she saw Rutherford watching them, his expression unreadable in the lamplight. Jackson's hand remained at her waist as they left the dance floor, the gesture both statement and protection. Whatever Rutherford suspected, whatever threat he might represent to their ranch or her secrets, Jackson's stance made one thing abundantly clear. Beth stood under his protection now, not as property, but as partner. The revelation warmed her, even as it complicated the careful boundaries she had tried to maintain. For Elizabeth Hawthorne had never sought a protector or a partner, only sanctuary and anonymity. Yet Beth Blackwell, it seemed, had found both without seeking either. And in the confusion of identity that resulted, Beth wasn't entirely certain which woman would ultimately emerge victorious, or which she truly wished to prevail. The wagon jolted over the rutted trail as Jackson urged the horses forward, his eyes scanning the darkening sky with growing concern. What had begun as a perfect evening for the spring dance had transformed with alarming swiftness into ominous weather. Heavy clouds rolled in from the west, obliterating the stars and moon that had illuminated their departure from Bitter Creek. "That doesn't look promising," Beth observed, following his gaze to the rapidly approaching wall of darkness. "Wyoming spring," Jackson replied grimly, "can turn from fair to fierce faster than a cornered rattler." He glanced at her fine dress, wholly inadequate for the dropping temperature and impending deluge. "Should have checked the weather signs more carefully before heading out." "I don't recall you claiming powers over the elements when we married," Beth said lightly, trying to ease his evident self-reproach. "Unless that was in the fine print I overlooked." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly despite his concern. "Wouldn't have helped much. Spring storms come and go as they please out here, paying no mind to man's plans." A brilliant flash of lightning split the sky, followed seconds later by a deep rumble of thunder that Beth felt in her bones. The horses sidled nervously, requiring Jackson's full attention to steady them. "How far to the ranch?" she asked, gathering her shawl more tightly around her shoulders as the wind picked up, carrying the unmistakable scent of imminent rain. "Too far in this," Jackson said decisively, changing direction slightly. "Line shack's about a mile ahead. We'll shelter there until it passes." Beth had heard mentions of line shacks, the simple structures scattered across ranches to provide shelter for hands working distant pastures, but had never seen one. Before she could ask further, the first fat raindrops began to fall, quickly intensifying into a driving downpour that reduced visibility to mere yards. Jackson swore under his breath, then cast an apologetic glance her way. "Sorry, didn't mean to—" "I believe the situation warrants a few strong words," Beth interrupted, raising her voice to be heard over the increasing furor of wind and rain. Her hair was coming loose from its careful arrangement, and her fine dress was rapidly becoming sodden despite her efforts to shield herself. Moments later, the shadowy outline of a small structure materialized through the curtain of rain. Jackson drove the wagon directly to the door, securing the reins with practiced swiftness before leaping down. He circled to Beth's side, reaching up to help her from the seat. "Ready?" he asked, his strong hands encircling her waist. At her nod, he lifted her easily, setting her on the ground but maintaining his steadying grip as her feet slipped in the rapidly forming mud. Without releasing her, he guided her to the shack's door, pushing it open and ushering her inside ahead of him. "Need to see to the horses," he said, already turning back to the storm. "Get them under the lean-to and unhitch." "Won't be but a minute." The door closed behind him, leaving Beth alone in absolute darkness. She stood perfectly still, water dripping from her clothes to the rough wooden floor as her eyes adjusted. Gradually, the interior took shape. A single room, perhaps 12 feet square, its sparse contents indistinguishable in the gloom. The sound of the door opening again announced Jackson's return. He entered quickly, bringing a gust of wind and rain with him before shutting the weather outside once more. "Horses are settled," he said, his voice seeming loud in the confined space. "Found a lantern in the wagon box. Let's see if there's fuel." The scrape of a match illuminated his face momentarily before he touched the flame to a lantern wick. Golden light bloomed, revealing their shelter in its entirety, a simple one-room structure with a small iron stove in one corner, a narrow cot against the wall, a rough-hewn table with 2 stools, and shelves containing basic provision. "Not exactly the Bitter Creek Hotel," Jackson said dryly, setting the lantern on the table, "but it'll keep us dry." "It's perfect," Beth replied, meaning it sincerely. After the howling storm outside, the small shelter seemed positively luxurious. She attempted to wring water from her skirts, acutely aware of how her sodden finery must appear. "Though I fear I'm creating a small lake on your floor." Jackson was already crouching before the stove, examining its contents. "Got some kindling and wood laid ready. Good man, Hank. Keeps all the line shacks prepared." He struck another match, touching it to the kindling, which caught immediately. "Should warm up quick enough." Beth watched as he tended the small fire with practiced efficiency, adding larger pieces of wood only when the kindling had established a proper foundation. Like everything he did, the task was accomplished with a methodical thoroughness that spoke of years of self-reliance. When the fire was drawing properly, Jackson straightened and turned toward her, his expression shifting to concern as he fully registered her condition. "You're soaked through." Beth managed to smile despite the violent shiver that coursed through her. "An accurate observation, Mr. Blackwell. Your powers of deduction remain unimpaired." Her attempt at humor didn't distract him from her evident discomfort. "Need to get you out of those wet things before you catch your death." He moved to the shelves, rummaging until he found a rough blanket. "It's clean enough, not fancy, but dry." He handed her the blanket, then turned his back with gentlemanly consideration. "I'll see what provisions we have while you make yourself more comfortable." The practical suggestion made perfect sense, yet Beth felt a flush of warmth that had nothing to do with the slowly building fire. The intimacy of the situation, alone with Jackson in this tiny shelter about to remove her dress, struck her with sudden force. "Thank you," she managed, taking the blanket and moving to the furthest corner of the small room. With fumbling fingers made clumsy by cold and an unaccountable nervousness, Beth worked at the buttons of her sodden dress. The fine silk, never intended for such rough treatment, clung to her skin as she struggled to free herself from its wet embrace. Eventually, she managed to step out of the ruined garment, quickly wrapping the blanket around her shivering form. Her chemise and petticoat remained damp beneath it, but removing those was out of the question, storm or no storm. "I'm decent," she said, turning back to find Jackson still facing away, his rigid posture suggesting he was keenly aware of her disability despite his gentlemanly pretense of disinterest. He turned slowly, his eyes carefully focused on her face rather than the blanket-wrapped form beneath it. "Found coffee and some jerky," he said, gesturing to the items he'd set on the table. "Not much of a midnight supper, but it'll warm you some." "You're as wet as I am," Beth observed, noting how his dark hair curled damply against his neck, water still dripping from his coat. "Perhaps you should see to your own comfort as well." Jackson glanced down at himself as if only just realizing his condition. "Used to working in all weather. Don't notice it much." "Nevertheless," Beth insisted, "you'll be of little use to either of us if you fall ill from exposure." She gestured to the stove. "The fire's catching nicely. You should at least remove your coat." After a moment's hesitation, Jackson nodded, shrugging out of his sodden jacket and hanging it on a peg near the stove, where the rising heat might dry it. His vest followed, leaving him in a white shirt that clung distractingly to his broad shoulders and chest. Beth averted her eyes, suddenly fascinated by the process of setting up the battered coffee pot on the stove. The small domestic task provided welcome distraction from the heightened awareness that seemed to fill the confined space between them. As she worked, Jackson moved about the shack, checking the single window to ensure it was securely latched against the wind, arranging their wet outer garments where they might best dry, and generally establishing their temporary domain with the same quiet competence he brought to all tasks. The coffee was just beginning to boil when another violent shiver coursed through Beth, despite the blanket and the stove's growing warmth. Jackson noticed immediately, his brow furrowing with concern. Without comment, he crossed to where his coat hung steaming slightly in the stove's heat. He removed it from the peg, testing it with his hands before approaching her. "Still damp, but warmer than that blanket," he said, holding it out to her. "Wool sheds water better than most fabrics." Beth hesitated only briefly before extending her hand to accept the offered garment. As she grasped the coat, her fingers brushed against his. A momentary contact that sent a jolt of awareness through her, entirely disproportionate to the casual touch. Jackson felt it too, judging by the sudden stillness of his posture and the flash of something unmistakable in his blue eyes before he carefully released the coat into her keeping. "Thank you," Beth murmured, wrapping the garment around her shoulders atop the blanket. It carried his scent, leather, horse, and something indefinably masculine that she found oddly comforting. The coffee finished boiling, providing blessed distraction from the charged moment. Beth busied herself pouring the steaming liquid into 2 tin cups, while Jackson broke the jerky into more manageable pieces. They settled at the small table, the lantern casting a warm glow over their impromptu midnight meal. Outside, the storm continued unabated, rain lashing against the single window and wind occasionally howling around the cabin's corners like a living thing seeking entry. "How long do these storms typically last?" Beth asked, sipping the strong, bitter coffee gratefully. "Hard to say. Could blow through in an hour or settle in for the night. Jackson studied the contents of his cup. We're safe enough here either way. The implication that they might need to remain until morning hung in the air between them. Beth focused on warming her hands around the metal cup, acutely aware of Jackson's presence across the small table. Unexpected end to the evening, she observed, striving for normalcy in this most abnormal of situations. Jackson's mouth quirked in what might have been a smile. Not how I planned to conclude your first spring dance. I enjoyed it more than I anticipated, Beth admitted. Your community is surprisingly welcoming to newcomers. Wyoming needs good people, can't afford to be overly particular about where they come from. He broke off a piece of jerky, chewing thoughtfully before adding, though some seemed more welcoming than others. The reference to Rutherford's attentions was unmistakable. Beth chose her response carefully, uncertain how much to reveal of her unease regarding the powerful rancher's probing questions. Mr. Rutherford seems very interested in his neighbor's affairs, she said diplomatically. Man collects information like some collect cattle, always looking to expand his holdings. Jackson's tone remained even, but Beth detected the undercurrent of tension that Rutherford's name invariably provoked. What did he ask you about during that dance? Boston, primarily. He seemed to have unusual knowledge of Eastern society for a Wyoming cattleman. Beth hesitated, then added, he mentioned knowing the Collins family through business connections. Jackson's brows drew together. That so? I don't believe our paths actually crossed, Beth said carefully, maintaining her cover story while acknowledging the implied threat in Rutherford's claims. My father's business was modest compared to the circles Mr. Rutherford would have traveled in, but his interest seemed pointed. Jackson studied her face for a long moment, as if weighing whether to pursue this line of conversation further. To her relief, he simply nodded. Rutherford plays games within games. Whatever he's after, it's not likely to be straightforward. His acceptance of her explanation without pressing for details touched Beth deeply. Whether from respect for her privacy or simply his own reticent nature, Jackson had never demanded the kind of personal history that might have exposed the gaps in her fabricated past. When I wrote that advertisement, Jackson said suddenly, the abrupt change of subject catching Beth by surprise, I never expected... He trailed off, apparently struggling to articulate his thought. Expected what? Beth prompted gently, when he didn't continue. He met her eyes across the table, the lantern light revealing an unusual vulnerability in his normally guarded expression. Expected to find myself caring what happened between us. Beyond the practical arrangements, I mean. The simple admission, delivered without artifice, stirred something deep within Beth's chest. I didn't expect that either, she confessed, allowing herself a moment of honesty that bridged her dual identities. When I answered your advertisement, I thought only of the practical advantages of such an arrangement. And now? The question hung between them, freighted with meaning beyond its simple wording. Outside, thunder crashed directly overhead, startling Beth so severely that she nearly spilled her coffee. The sudden boom reverberated through the small structure, seeming to shake the very walls around them. Jackson was on his feet and beside her before the sound had fully faded, his protective instinct triggered by her evident alarm. Just thunder, he said soothingly, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. Cabin's sturdy, built to withstand worse than this. Beth nodded, embarrassed by her reaction, yet not entirely displeased by his proximity. We don't get storms of this magnitude in Boston, she explained, looking up to find his face unexpectedly close to hers. Another thunderclap, even louder than the first, shook the cabin. This time, Beth's startled movement carried her directly against Jackson's solid form, his arms instinctively encircling her as if to shield her from the element's fury. For a heartbeat, they remained frozen in the unplanned embrace, both seemingly stunned by the sudden intimacy. Beth could feel the rapid beat of Jackson's heart where her cheek pressed against his chest, could smell the lingering scent of rain in his still damp shirt, mingled with something uniquely him. Beth, he murmured, his voice rough with an emotion she couldn't fully name but recognized instinctively. She lifted her face, meeting his gaze in the golden lantern light. What she saw there, desire tempered with uncertainty, need held in check by consideration, mirrored her own conflicted feelings with such accuracy that it stole her breath. the moment stretched between them, taut with possibility. Neither moved to break the embrace, though propriety and their usual careful boundaries demanded it. Instead, Jackson's arms tightened fractionally, drawing her closer with exquisite gentleness, as if offering her every opportunity to withdraw. Beth made her choice in that suspended moment between heartbeats. Later, she would examine the wisdom of it, would question whether Beth Collins or Elizabeth Hawthorne had been the one to reach up and place her palm against Jackson's cheek in silent invitation. But in this storm-wrapped shelter, with thunder crashing around them and rain beating a wild rhythm on the roof, such distinctions seemed unimportant compared to the truth of what she felt. Jackson's breath caught at her touch, his eyes searching hers one final time before he slowly, deliberately lowered his mouth to hers. The first touch of his lips was hesitant, almost reverent, a questioning rather than a claiming. Beth answered by curling her fingers into the fabric of his shirt, drawing him closer as something within her responded to this gentle exploration with unexpected fervor. Encouraged by her response, Jackson deepened the kiss, one hand moving to cradle the back of her head while the other remained at her waist, steadying her against him. What began as tentative quickly transformed into something more urgent, more honest than any exchange they had yet shared. Months of restraint, of careful distance maintained despite growing awareness, dissolved in the heat that flared between them. Beth's hands slid up to his shoulders, feeling the solid strength beneath her palms as she yielded to sensations she had never experienced. The gentle insistence of his mouth on hers, the secure circle of his arms, the intoxicating realization that this stern, reserved man desired her with an intensity that matched her own confused longing. When they finally broke apart, both breathing unsteadily, the storm outside seemed to have receded to some distant realm, still present but no longer of primary importance compared to the tempest they had unleashed between them. Jackson touched her face with wondering fingers, tracing the curve of her cheek as if memorizing its contours. "Didn't mean for that to happen," he said roughly, though his expression held no regret, "but can't find it in me to apologize." Beth leaned into his touch, allowing herself this moment of perfect honesty. "I don't want your apology," she whispered, surprising herself with the depth of truth in those simple words. Whatever complex web of circumstances had brought them to this point, her deception, his advertisement, the practical arrangement that had evolved into something neither had anticipated, the connection between them in this moment felt more genuine than anything in her recent memory. Tomorrow would bring complications, questions, and the inevitable return to the careful dance they performed around unacknowledged truths. But tonight, sheltered from the Wyoming storm in this simple lined shack, Beth allowed herself to be simply a woman, discovering unexpected feelings for the complex, honorable man who had become more than just the convenient solution to her desperate circumstances. And as Jackson drew her close once more, his kiss deeper now with newfound confidence in her willing response, Beth acknowledged the dangerous truth she had been avoiding for weeks. She was falling in love with her husband. A complication that neither Elizabeth Hawthorne's carefully constructed escape plan nor Beth Collins's fictional persona had ever anticipated. Chapter 8. Drought Warnings. The first pink blush of dawn streaked the eastern sky as Jackson's wagon crested the final rise before the Blackwell Ranch. The storm had blown itself out sometime in the night, leaving behind a freshly washed world that sparkled in the early morning light. Puddles dotted the rutted road, reflecting the gradually brightening sky as the horses splashed through them with weary determination. Beth sat beside Jackson on the wagon seat, acutely aware of his presence, though they had barely spoken since leaving the line shack at first light. Her damp dress had dried enough to be wearable, though it would likely never recover its former elegance. The silk was badly wrinkled, mud-stained the hem, and several of the delicate lace trimmings hung limply where they had once stood proud. Yet Beth found herself remarkably unconcerned with her appearance. Her thoughts were consumed instead by memories of the previous night, Jackson's arms around her, the unexpected gentleness of his kiss, the way his eyes had darkened with undisguised desire before propriety reasserted itself, leading them to pass the remainder of the night in careful separation. She on the narrow cot, he on a makeshift pallet of blankets near the stove. Neither had slept much, if the shadows beneath Jackson's eyes matched her own fatigue, but the sleepless night had resulted from thoughts rather than discomfort, a tumult of emotions and realizations that refused to quiet despite her best efforts. As the wagon rolled into the ranch yard, Hank emerged from the bunkhouse, clearly relieved at their arrival. Other hands appeared behind him, curiosity evident in their expressions as they took in Beth's bedraggled finery and the unusual sight of their punctual employer returning at dawn rather than the previous evening. "Storm catch you on the road?" Hank asked, moving to help with the team. Jackson nodded, jumping down from the wagon before turning to assist Beth. His hands at her waist lingered a fraction longer than necessary as he set her on the ground, the brief contact sending a ripple of awareness through her despite their audience. "Sheltered at the North Line shack," Jackson explained, his tone matter-of-fact, though his eyes briefly met Beth's with a warmth that belied his casual demeanor. "Creek's running high from the rain. Had to wait for it to subside enough to cross safely." Beth marveled at his composure, the way he provided a perfectly reasonable explanation for their absence without technically lying. The creek had indeed been swollen, necessitating a careful crossing, though that hardly explained why they had waited until dawn to attempt the journey. "Mrs. Blackwell needs rest," Jackson continued, addressing Hank while gesturing toward the house. "Been a long night." Something in his phrasing must have struck the foreman as amusing, for Hank's weathered face creased briefly with suppressed mirth before he nodded with exaggerated solemnity. "Yes, sir, I imagine it has." Beth felt heat rush to her cheeks as she realized the potential interpretation of Jackson's innocent comment. She straightened her shoulders, summoning what dignity remained possible in her ruined dress. "The line shack proved more comfortable than I would have expected, Mr. Miller, though I confess I'm looking forward to changing into dry clothing." Her prim tone only seemed to increase Hank's amusement, though he had the grace to swallow his grin. "Yes, ma'am, sure you are." Beth turned toward the house, eager to escape the knowing looks of the ranch hands, only to find Jackson already at her elbow, accompanying her with silent attentiveness that felt markedly different from his usual reserve. "I'll have coffee ready shortly," she offered as they reached the porch steps. It seemed important somehow to maintain normal routines, to find solid ground amid the shifting landscape of their relationship. "Take your time," Jackson replied, his voice pitched low for her ears alone. "Rest if you need it. Men can fend for themselves this morning." The consideration in his tone warmed her as much as the memories of his embrace. Beth nodded, unable to find an adequately casual response, and continued into the house while Jackson returned to assist Hank with the horses. Inside, Beth moved through the familiar rooms with a strange sense of disconnection, as if seeing her domestic domain through new eyes. The carefully arranged furniture, the curtains she had sewn, the herbs drying in neat bundles in the kitchen, all seemed simultaneously foreign and deeply personal, like artifacts from a life she recognized, but could no longer fully claim as her own. After changing into a simple day dress and splashing cool water on her face, Beth plaited her hair into a practical braid and set about preparing breakfast. The familiar routine steadied her, providing welcome focus after the emotional tumult of the previous night. She was setting a plate of biscuits on the table when the door opened, admitting Jackson and young Tobias. The boy clutched his hat in his hands, excitement and concern battling for dominance in his expressive face. "Found something you need to see, boss," he was saying as they entered. "Figured it couldn't wait, what with the banknote coming due and all." Jackson nodded grimly, his earlier warmth submerged beneath the immediate concerns of ranch business. "Show me after breakfast. Mrs. Blackwell's gone to considerable trouble." Tobias ducked his head in acknowledgement, accepting the invitation to join them at the table with the eagerness of a growing boy perpetually hungry. Beth poured coffee for the men, her fingers brushing against Jackson's as she handed him his cup. The brief contact sent a spark of awareness through her, and from the sudden stillness of his posture, she knew he felt it too. Their eyes met briefly over the steaming cup, a world of unspoken communication passing between them in that momentary exchange. Then Jackson cleared his throat and turned his attention to Tobias, breaking the charged silence. "What's got you so fired up this morning?" he asked, helping himself to eggs and biscuits with deliberate normalcy. Tobias swallowed a mouthful of food before answering. "It's the creek, Mr. Blackwell. Eastern branch, where it flows through the summer pasture. Water levels dropped near 6 inches since last week by my reckoning." Jackson frowned, setting down his fork. That normal after a big rain? No, sir. That's just it. The young man's expression grew earnest. Creeks should be running higher after last night's storm, not lower. Rode out at first light when I noticed puddles drying faster than they ought. Something's not right with the water flow. Beth watched as Jackson absorbed this information, the muscles in his jaw tightening visibly. Could be a natural blockage upstream, beaver dam or fallen tree. Tobias shook his head. Checked as far as the property line. Nothing natural I could see. The implication hung in the air between them. If nothing natural impeded the water flow, then something or someone unnatural must be responsible. Rutherford Jackson said simply, the name carrying volumes of meaning in its utterance. Beth set down her coffee cup. You believe he's diverting the creek? After making such a public show of calling a meeting about water usage? Perfect cover, Jackson replied grimly. Man talks about cooperation while quietly ensuring his own interests are secured. He turned to Tobias. Anyone else noticed the drop? Don't think so, the young man replied. Most hands have been focused on the North Range since Roundup. Eastern pasture won't be used until next month normally. Jackson nodded thoughtfully. Keep this between us for now. Need to see exactly what we're dealing with before raising alarms. Beth noted his use of us, the casual inclusion that acknowledged her as part of his confidence and decision-making rather than merely a bystander to ranch concerns. The subtle shift warmed her despite the worrying news. What would reduced water flow mean for the ranch? She asked, seeking to understand the full implications. Jackson's expression darkened as he met her gaze across the table. Dry year's bad enough by itself. Creek running low means poor grazing in summer pastures. Poor grazing means thinner cattle come fall. Thinner cattle fetch lower prices. His hand curled into a fist beside his plate. And lower prices mean struggling to meet the banknote. The blunt assessment laid bare the precarious financial situation they had discovered in the account books. A single poor season could mean the difference between keeping the ranch and losing everything Jackson had spent a decade building. Surely there are legal protections for water rights, Beth suggested, recalling references to such matters in the territorial newspapers. Law's one thing, enforcement's another. Jackson pushed back from the table, his breakfast half finished. And Rutherford has friends in territorial offices, been cultivating those connections for years. Tobias nodded solemnly. My pa used to say Clayton Rutherford could talk a judge into calling night day and believing it himself. That's why he's called this meeting, Beth realized suddenly, to establish a pretense of community cooperation while actually securing approval for whatever he's already done. Jackson looked at her with undisguised admiration, the momentary flash of warmth penetrating his concern. Exactly what I'm thinking. Man's crafty, presents himself as the voice of reason, while manipulating circumstances to his advantage. The revelation added another layer of complexity to Rutherford's invitation. Not only was he potentially suspicious of Beth's identity, but he was actively working to undermine their ranch's viability. The dual threat sent a chill through her despite the warm kitchen. Then we must attend his meeting, she said decisively, both of us, to understand his strategy fully and to demonstrate that the Blackwell Ranch won't be easily marginalized. Jackson studied her face, something like pride mingling with concern in his expression. Won't be pleasant. Man's made his interest in you uncomfortably clear. The protective note in his voice brought a flush of warmth to Beth's cheeks. I can manage Clayton Rutherford, she assured him, drawing on Elizabeth Hawthorne's experience navigating Boston's treacherous social waters. His type exists in every society, men who mistake wealth for worth and power for character. A faint smile touched Jackson's lips. You continue to surprise me, Beth Blackwell. The use of her married name, her assumed identity, now inextricably linked with this man and this land, sent a complicated ripple of emotion through her. Who was she becoming in this place? Not wholly the fabricated Beth Collins either, with her demure background and limited aspirations. Someone new was emerging from the fusion of circumstance and choice, a woman with Elizabeth's convictions and intelligence, but tempered by Beth's practical adaptability and growing connection to this rugged country and its people. Most confusing of all was her deepening attachment to the complex man who watched her with increasingly unguarded admiration, a development her carefully constructed escape plan had never accommodated. "We should inspect the creek ourselves," she said, pushing these unsettling thoughts aside in favor of immediate concerns. Before meeting with Rutherford, best to have first-hand knowledge of whatever he's done. Jackson nodded his agreement, rising to his feet with renewed purpose. "We'll ride out after breakfast. Want to see exactly what we're facing?" As Beth cleared the breakfast dishes, she found herself oddly energized despite her sleepless night. The challenges facing them were real and significant. Rutherford's machinations, the threatened water supply, the precarious finances. Yet facing them alongside Jackson felt right in a way she couldn't have anticipated when stepping off the stagecoach as a desperate fugitive months earlier. Whatever came next, they would confront it together. The Rutherford Ranch House rose from the Wyoming plains like a monument to Eastern pretension, a sprawling two-story structure of dressed stone and timber that would have looked more at home on a Boston avenue than amid the rugged landscape of the territory. Manicured grounds surrounded the imposing building, the unnaturally green grass a testament to liberal water usage, despite the gathering drought concerns. Beth observed the ostentatious display as Jackson guided their wagon up the lengthy drive. Compared to the practical simplicity of the Blackwell Ranch, with its buildings weathered by elements and honest use, the Rutherford estate seemed like a deliberate provocation, a statement of superiority designed to make neighboring ranchers feel their comparative poverty. "Quite a show," she murmured, as Jackson helped her down from the wagon. His expression remained carefully neutral, though she detected the tension in his jaw. "Man imports everything, furniture, art, even the stone for the house. Nothing local is good enough for Clayton Rutherford." Other wagons and horses clustered near the side of the house, indicating they weren't the first to arrive. Jackson offered his arm with formal correctness, a public acknowledgement of their relationship that felt significantly different after the intimacies shared in the line shack. Beth placed her hand in the crook of his elbow, drawing comfort from his solid presence as they approached the imposing entrance. Their inspection of the creek that morning had confirmed Tobias's warning. The water level had dropped noticeably, and though they had been unable to access the portion that crossed Rutherford land, the evidence strongly suggested deliberate diversion rather than natural causes. "Remember," Jackson said quietly as they neared the door, "Rutherford watches for reactions, measures responses looking for advantages." Beth nodded, mentally preparing herself for the coming performance. "I'm familiar with men who treat every interaction as a negotiation. Boston society specializes in such games, though with different stakes." Jackson glanced down at her, a hint of admiration warming his serious expression. "You're a remarkable woman, Beth Blackwell." The simple compliment, delivered with such genuine appreciation, affected her more deeply than flowery praise might have done. Beth squeezed his arm lightly in acknowledgement, drawing strength from their tacit partnership as they were admitted to the Rutherford mansion. The interior proved as ostentatious as the exterior suggested. Imported carpets from Turkey, furniture that bore the unmistakable craftsmanship of European masters, oil paintings in gilt frames, and crystal chandeliers that must have required tremendous effort to transport safely to this remote location. The overall effect was one of calculated luxury designed to impress and intimidate. A dozen or so men stood in clustered conversation in what appeared to be a formal sitting room, their worn boots and practical attire contrasting sharply with their ornate surroundings. Beth recognized several from the spring dance, neighboring ranchers whose properties, like the Blackwell Ranch, depended on the same network of creeks and seasonal water sources. Their arrival drew immediate attention, conversations pausing as heads turned to observe the newcomers. Beth noted the subtle shift in postures, a straightening of shoulders, a lifting of chins, that suggested Jackson commanded genuine respect among his peers, despite his modest holdings compared to their host. Blackwell greeted a silver-haired man Beth recognized as Samuel Carter from an adjacent property. "Didn't expect to see you here. Figured you'd be too busy with that new section you put in last fall." The seemingly innocent comment carried an undercurrent of meaning Beth didn't fully grasp, though Jackson's slight nod suggested he understood the subtext. "Wouldn't miss a discussion about water rights," he replied evenly. Too important to leave to chance. Before further conversation could develop, Clayton Rutherford himself appeared from an adjoining room, moving with the confident ease of a man accustomed to commanding attention. Immaculately dressed in a tailored suit that would not have looked out of place in Boston's finest establishments, he surveyed his guests with practiced bonhomie that never quite reached his calculating eyes. "Jackson Blackwell," he declared, approaching with extended hand, "I'm delighted you could join us. And Mrs. Blackwell," he continued, turning to Beth with a slight bow that managed to be simultaneously correct and faintly mocking, "you grace our humble gathering with unexpected refinement." Beth offered her hand with cool politeness, withdrawing it the moment courtesy permitted. "Your home is quite impressive, Mr. Rutherford. One rarely sees such elaborate accommodations in the territory." Something flickered in Rutherford's eyes at her careful phrasing. Recognition, perhaps, that her compliment carried subtle criticism of such ostentatious display in a frontier community. But his smile never wavered as he gestured toward the room beyond. "We'll be gathering in the library for our discussion, but first, refreshments have been laid out in the dining room. Please help yourselves." The assembled ranchers shuffled obediently toward the indicated doorway, their movements betraying a collective discomfort with such formal hospitality. Beth observed their reactions, noting how Rutherford's excessive display created an immediate power imbalance, positioning himself as benefactor, while reducing proud, independent men to the role of awkward recipients. "Clever," she murmured to Jackson as they followed the group. "He establishes himself as host and provider before they even begin discussing water rights." Jackson nodded slightly, his expression grim. "Man never makes a move without calculating its effect. Been watching him operate for years." The dining room featured an elaborate spread that would have impressed even Boston's elite. Cold meats arranged in artistic patterns, pastries of professional quality, fruits that must have been transported at considerable expense from distant markets, and crystal decanters of various spirits alongside silver coffee service. The display was deliberately overwhelming, designed to emphasize the gulf between Rutherford's resources and those of his neighbors. Beth watched as the other ranchers approached the bounty with obvious discomfort, taking minimal portions with the self-conscious movements of men unaccustomed to such luxury. "Mrs. Blackwell," came Rutherford's voice at her elbow, startling her with his silent approach. "Might I offer you some refreshment? The apricot tarts are particularly fine, imported from a French bakery in Denver at considerable expense." The boastful addition confirmed Beth's assessment of his intentions. Every gesture, every offering came with a subtle reminder of his superior resources and connections. "How thoughtful," she replied with practiced social grace, accepting a small plate. "Though I confess I'm partial to simpler fare. Mrs. Petersham's apple pie at the spring dance struck me as remarkably flavorful." A flicker of annoyance crossed Rutherford's face at her deliberate reference to local offerings, quickly replaced by his practiced smile. "Provincial tastes have their charm, of course, but one needn't limit oneself when broader options exist." Beth recognized the double meaning in his words, the implied criticism of limiting oneself to Wyoming's offerings when Eastern refinements were available to those with proper connections and resources. "I've found that authenticity often compensates for sophistication," she countered smoothly. "Genuine experiences have a quality that imitations, however elaborate, cannot match." Rutherford's eyes narrowed slightly at her riposte. "An interesting perspective from a Boston lady." "Speaking of Boston," he continued, lowering his voice and moving subtly to separate her from Jackson's vicinity, "I've been reflecting on our conversation at the dance. The Collins family name continues to elude my specific recollection, though I pride myself on an excellent memory for Boston connections." The deliberate probe sent a chill through Beth, despite her outward composure. "As I mentioned, my father's business was modest, import of notions and fabrics, primarily serving smaller dressmakers rather than major establishments." "Indeed." Rutherford studied her face with uncomfortable intensity. "Yet something about you seems remarkably familiar. Perhaps it's a resemblance to another Boston family altogether. The Hawthorns, for instance? The direct reference to her true surname, delivered with such calculated casualness, nearly shattered Beth's composure. Only years of navigating Boston's treacherous social waters enabled her to maintain her mild expression despite the sudden racing of her heart. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure of their acquaintance," she replied, her voice betraying nothing of her inner turmoil. Boston is larger than outsiders sometimes realize. Many families move in entirely separate circles despite geographical proximity. Rutherford's smile took on a predatory quality. How curious, because I distinctly recall seeing a photograph in the Boston Herald some months ago. A young woman named Elizabeth Hawthorne, a writer of some controversy who disappeared quite suddenly. The resemblance is rather striking, the confirmation of her worst fears, that he had actually seen her picture and recognized her. Sent panic coursing through Beth's veins, but outwardly she merely sipped her coffee, using the moment to gather her thoughts. "I'm flattered by the comparison," she said calmly, "though I can't imagine why a Wyoming rancher would take such interest in Boston newspaper accounts of missing persons." "I maintain diverse interests," Rutherford replied, his eyes never leaving her face. "Information has value, Mrs. Blackwell, often more value than cattle or land." He leaned closer, his voice dropping further. "I wonder what value Jackson Blackwell might place on certain information regarding his new bride's true identity." The threat, thinly veiled though it was, clarified Rutherford's intentions perfectly. He was seeking leverage, something to use against Jackson in their water disputes by threatening to expose Beth's deception. Before she could formulate a response, Jackson appeared at her side, his tall figure inserting itself protectively between her and Rutherford with casual deliberation. "Meeting's about to start," he said, his hand coming to rest lightly at the small of her back. The simple gesture carried a possessiveness that was new in their public interactions, a silent declaration that Beth stood under his protection. Rutherford straightened, his expression smoothly transitioning to one of benign hospitality. "Indeed. Shall we adjourn to the library? I believe we have matters of some importance to discuss." As they followed their host, Beth leaned slightly toward Jackson, pitching her voice for his ears alone. "He knows," she whispered, the admission wrenched from her by necessity rather than choice, "or suspects strongly." "About Boston." Jackson's stride never faltered, his expression revealing nothing of the bombshell she had just delivered. Only the slight pressure of his hand at her back suggested he had heard her at all. "Together," he murmured, the single word carrying a wealth of meaning as they entered the library where the future of their ranch, and possibly of Beth's freedom, would be decided. Moonlight spilled through the bedroom window, casting silver patterns across the worn wooden floor, as Beth sat cross-legged beside her bed. The house had settled into nighttime silence hours ago, the only sounds the occasional distant lowing of cattle and the soft whisper of wind through the cottonwoods along the creek. Sleep had proven elusive despite the exhaustion that weighted her limbs. The water rights meeting at Rutherford's mansion had stretched through the afternoon, a masterful display of manipulation, as their host presented a water usage plan that appeared equitable on its surface while actually favoring the largest properties, particularly his own. Jackson had argued effectively for protections for smaller ranches, his quiet authority earning surprising support from several neighbors who typically remained silent at such gatherings, but it was Rutherford's veiled threats regarding her identity that had truly left Beth unsettled. The calculated way he had looked at her while proposing restrictions that would devastate the Blackwell Ranch had made his unspoken message clear: cooperate or be exposed. With careful movements, Beth lifted the loose floorboard she had discovered weeks earlier, retrieving her leather journal and a sheaf of papers from the hiding place beneath. The familiar weight of the journal in her hands brought comfort, a tangible connection to the woman she had been before becoming Beth Blackwell. A stub of candle provided just enough light to write by without risking detection from outside. Beth balanced the journal on her knee, dipping her pen into the small inkwell and beginning to record the day's events with the analytical precision that had made Elizabeth Hawthorne's articles so compelling. May 28, 1877. Today I witnessed a perfect demonstration of how power consolidates itself even in supposedly democratic forums. Rutherford's water usage proposal, presented as community cooperation, represents nothing less than appropriation of common resources for private gain, the very pattern that repeats throughout our political systems. The parallels to women's disenfranchisement are striking. Those with power create systems that appear fair while structurally ensuring their continued advantage. The smaller ranchers, like women in society, are expected to accept these arrangements with gratitude for being included in the discussion at all, while actual decision-making remains firmly in the hands of those with established authority. Beth paused, reflecting on the afternoon's proceedings. Jackson had navigated the political undercurrents with surprising skill, forming quiet alliances with neighboring ranchers who shared their vulnerability to Rutherford's manipulations. She had watched him with growing admiration, recognizing in his measured resistance the same principled determination that had driven her own advocacy in Boston. Her pen moved across the page again, thoughts flowing with increasing urgency. Most remarkable was witnessing the power of coalition building among the supposedly powerless. When Jackson Blackwell spoke against the proposed water allocations, he did so not merely for his own benefit, but for all smaller operations. By framing the issue as collective welfare rather than individual interest, he temporarily disrupted Rutherford's careful orchestration. This strategy parallels what I have long argued regarding women's suffrage, that meaningful change requires building alliances across dividing lines that those in power rely upon to maintain their dominance. The territorial governance that allows wealthy ranchers to control water rights is fundamentally no different from the systems that deny women the vote while claiming to represent their interests. The words flowed more rapidly as Beth connected the local dispute to her broader political principles, finding unexpected clarity in these parallels. For months, she had maintained a careful separation between Beth Collins's frontier existence and Elizabeth Hawthorne's intellectual pursuits. Yet increasingly, these worlds informed one another, her experiences in Wyoming Territory providing new perspectives on the very issues that had driven her activism in Boston. So absorbed was she in her writing that the soft creak of the floorboard outside her door registered too late. Beth looked up with a start to find Jackson standing in the doorway, his tall figure silhouetted against the darkness of the hallway. How long he had been watching her, she couldn't guess, but the papers spread across her lap were clearly visible in the candlelight. Her heart lurched painfully as she hastily gathered the pages, sliding them beneath her journal in a belated attempt at concealment. "Jackson," she managed, her voice unnaturally high to her own ears, "I thought you were asleep." He remained motionless in the doorway, his expression unreadable in the shadowed light. "Heard you moving about," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "Came to see if anything was wrong." Beth's mind raced, cataloging what he might have seen. The journal with its incriminating handwriting, so different from Beth Collins' careful script. The pages of political commentary no proper merchant's daughter would have composed. Perhaps even her true name if he had managed to read any headers. "Just couldn't sleep," she offered weakly, still clutching the journal to her chest. "Sometimes writing helps quiet my thoughts." Jackson's gaze shifted to the partially visible floorboard, then back to her face. Something in his eyes, not accusation, but a deeper uncertainty, sent a chill through her. He had seen more than she hoped, recognized more than she wanted. Yet when he spoke, his words carried none of the demands or accusations she feared. "Coming to bed?" he asked simply, as if finding his wife writing secretly by candlelight in the middle of the night was perfectly ordinary. The question itself represented another seismic shift in their relationship. Since the storm-driven night in the line shack, Jackson had begun sleeping in her room. Though their physical relationship remained carefully restrained, shared warmth and occasional touches rather than the fuller intimacy their marriage technically permitted. Neither had explicitly acknowledged this new arrangement. It had simply evolved with the unspoken consent of both. "Yes," Beth replied after a moment, sliding the journal and papers back into their hiding place and replacing the floorboard with trembling fingers. "Just needed to organize my thoughts." She rose, smoothing her nightdress with hands that betrayed her nervousness. Jackson stepped aside as she approached the doorway, allowing her to pass without contact, though she felt his gaze following her movements with unwavering focus. The bed they now shared seemed enormous and intimately small simultaneously as Beth slipped beneath the quilt, hyper-aware of Jackson's presence as he extinguished the candle and joined her in the darkness. Unlike previous nights, when they had maintained a careful distance despite sharing the mattress, the space between them now felt charged with unspoken questions. Beth lay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. Beside her, Jackson's breathing remained too measured for sleep, betraying his equal wakefulness despite his stillness. The silence stretched between them, filled with all they weren't saying. Her deception about her identity, his discovery of her secret writing, Rutherford's thinly veiled threats, and beneath it all, the undeniable current of attraction that had grown stronger despite these complications. After what seemed an eternity, Jackson shifted slightly, turning onto his side to face her, though the darkness obscured his expression. "Rutherford knows something," he said quietly, the statement hanging in the air between them. "About you, about Boston, it wasn't a question." But Beth heard the unspoken invitation to explain, to trust him with whatever secret Rutherford had threatened to expose. Her heart hammered painfully against her ribs as she considered her options. The simplest would be continued deception, denial, distraction, the careful maintenance of Beth Collins's fictional background. But the events of recent weeks, the growing partnership between them, and the undeniable feelings she could no longer fully suppress made such calculation feel impossible. "Yes," she whispered into the darkness, the single syllable terrifying in its honesty. Jackson remained silent, waiting with the patience of a man accustomed to stillness. When no further explanation followed, he asked with careful neutrality, "Is it something that could harm you? If known?" The question surprised her, not demanding to know her secret, but concerned first for her welfare. The unexpected consideration loosened something tight in Beth's chest. "It could," she admitted, her voice barely audible even in the quiet room. "Though not because I've done anything truly wrong." Another silence stretched between them as Jackson absorbed this admission. Beth waited for the inevitable next questions. Who was she really? Why had she lied? What was she hiding? But they didn't come. Instead, Jackson's hand moved across the space between them, finding hers atop the quilt and covering it with gentle pressure. "Whatever Rutherford thinks he knows," he said quietly, "he won't use it without consequence. Not while you're my wife." The simple declaration, both protection and acceptance, brought unexpected tears to Beth's eyes. Not demanding explanations, not extracting promises, simply offering shelter against whatever storm might come. "Thank you," she whispered, her fingers turning beneath his to twine them together in the darkness. They lay thus connected, hand in hand atop the quilt, as the night deepened around them. Eventually, the emotional exhaustion of the day overcame Beth's racing thoughts, her breathing gradually slowing as sleep claimed her, despite her determination to remain alert. Jackson felt the subtle change as her body relaxed beside him, her fingers loosening their grip on his, though he maintained the gentle connection. In the silver moonlight that filtered through the curtains, he studied her face in repose, the delicate arch of her brows, the curve of her cheek, the soft parting of lips that had become increasingly distracting in recent weeks. Who was this woman who had entered his life under one name, yet clearly carried another hidden beneath careful fabrications? The educated speech she sometimes struggled to simplify, the political insights no merchant's daughter would likely possess, the careful way she edited her past, all spoke of deliberate deception. Yet nothing in their growing relationship felt false, despite being built atop whatever secrets she guarded. With his free hand, Jackson reached toward her face, his fingers hovering just above a strand of chestnut hair that had fallen across her cheek. He wanted to brush it back, to touch her with the tenderness that grew within him, despite all rational caution. But uncertainty held him suspended in that moment of almost contact, unwilling to disturb her hard-won peace. "Who are you really, Elizabeth Collins?" he whispered, the question carrying no accusation, only a deepening curiosity about the complex woman who had unexpectedly transformed his carefully ordered existence. The moonlight offered no answers as it silvered her sleeping form, and Jackson eventually withdrew his hand without making contact. Whatever secrets lay between them would keep until morning. For tonight, it was enough that she slept beside him, trusting him at least that far, despite whatever fear drove her deceptions. As sleep finally began to claim him as well, Jackson's last conscious thought was not of water rights or threatened finances, but of the peculiar way fate had brought him this particular woman at this particular time, and his growing certainty that, whatever her true name might be, he was no longer willing to imagine his life without her. Chapter 9. The Discovery. Beth stirred slowly toward wakefulness, consciousness returning in gradual layers as sunshine warmed her face through the curtains she'd sewn weeks earlier. Without opening her eyes, she reached instinctively toward Jackson's side of the bed, expecting to encounter his solid warmth. Instead, her fingers met only cool, empty sheets. She blinked awake, the brightness of the light telling her she'd slept far later than usual. Jackson's indentation in the pillow remained, but the neatly folded quilt on his side suggested he'd been gone for hours. Nothing unusual in that. Ranch mornings began before dawn, with or without adequate rest. Stretching, Beth pushed herself upright, the memory of the previous night filtering back. Jackson discovering her writing, their careful conversation in the darkness, her admission that Rutherford suspected something about her past. The recollection sharpened her senses, driving away the last vestiges of sleep as she glanced automatically toward the hiding place beneath the floorboard. The small rug that usually concealed it lay askew, its corner turned back to reveal the wooden plank beneath. Ice flooded Beth's veins. She scrambled from the bed, dropping to her knees beside the exposed floor. With trembling fingers, she lifted the loose board, already knowing what she would find. Nothing. The hiding place gaped empty. No journal, no drafts of articles, no carefully preserved Boston newspapers with Elizabeth Hawthorne's anonymous columns. "No," she whispered, the single syllable catching in her throat. "No, no, no." Panic propelled her across the room to the small writing desk where she kept her mother-of-pearl case containing pens and ink. It too was missing, the polished wooden surface bare except for a small water pitcher and basin. Beth's heart hammered against her ribs as she systematically searched every possible hiding place in the room, beneath the mattress, behind the dresser, inside her trunk. Each empty location amplified her mounting dread. Everything was gone. Every written word that connected her to Elizabeth Hawthorne, every piece of evidence of her true identity and the convictions that had driven her from Boston. And only one person could have taken them. Dressing hastily in the first garments her shaking hands encountered, Beth moved to the window, scanning the ranch yard for any sign of Jackson. The morning activities continued as usual. Hank supervising the loading of supplies onto a wagon, Tobias leading a skittish colt through basic training exercises, Sam repairing a section of corral fence. But no tall figure with familiar broad shoulders among them. Then her gaze traveled beyond the immediate buildings to the rise that overlooked the eastern pastures. There, silhouetted against the morning sky, sat a solitary figure on the large boulder locals called Sentinel Rock. Even at this distance, Beth recognized Jackson's distinctive posture, straight-backed, yet somehow at ease in his surroundings. And in his hands, catching the sunlight with an unmistakable gleam, was her mother-of-pearl writing case. Beth closed her eyes briefly, drawing a steadying breath. The moment she had feared since stepping off the stagecoach had arrived. Jackson Blackwell had discovered who she truly was. The only question remaining was what he intended to do about it. The climb to Sentinel Rock took Beth longer than usual, her legs leaden with dread and her mind racing through possible explanations, defenses, perhaps even pleas. None seemed adequate in the face of her fundamental deception. She had married this man under a false identity, had shared his home and, increasingly, his life, while maintaining an elaborate fiction about who she was. Jackson didn't turn as she approached, though the slight stiffening of his shoulders told her he was aware of her presence. He sat motionless, her writing case open beside him on the sun-warmed stone, its contents spread before him like evidence at a trial. Beth stopped several paces away, suddenly uncertain how to begin. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the whisper of prairie grass in the morning breeze and the distant lowing of cattle in the eastern pasture. Elizabeth Hawthorne, Jackson said finally, her real name sounding foreign on his lips after months of being Beth. He still didn't turn, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if the vast landscape might offer answers to questions he hadn't yet asked. The radical Boston writer who disappeared, wanted for incitement in Massachusetts. The blunt summary sent a chill through Beth, despite the warm morning sun. She took a step closer, arms wrapping around herself in unconscious protection. Not precisely wanted, she corrected quietly. No formal charges were filed, but powerful men were determined to silence me through other means. Now Jackson turned, his blue eyes meeting hers with an intensity that stopped her breath. His expression wasn't what she'd expected. Not rage or disgust, but something more complex. Hurt, certainly. Confusion. But primarily a deep, searching look that seemed to penetrate beyond her carefully constructed facade to the woman beneath. "Sit," he said, gesturing to the space beside him on the boulder. Not a request, but not quite a command either. Somewhere in between, like everything in their complicated relationship. Beth hesitated only briefly before perching on the indicated spot, careful to maintain a proper distance between them. The papers spread across the stone's surface contained her deepest convictions, her most private thoughts, the very essence of who she had been before becoming Beth Collins Blackwell. Seeing them exposed to Jackson's scrutiny made her feel more naked than any physical disrobing could have done. "You read well," Jackson observed, tapping a finger against one of her published essays. "Writing that makes a person think, even when they disagree. Force behind the words. The unexpected assessment, professional rather than personal, caught Beth off guard. You read my work?" Jackson nodded, his expression still unreadable. "Since dawn. All of it. Twice, some pieces." He gestured toward the arranged papers. "Strong convictions, reasoned arguments." A pause, then more quietly. "Nothing I'd call incitement, though I'm no judge." Something like hope flickered in Beth's chest at his measured response, quickly extinguished by his next words. "But that's not what matters here, is it?" Jackson turned to face her fully, his expression hardening. "What matters is that you arrived on my doorstep as Beth Collins when all along you were Elizabeth Hawthorne, hiding from whatever consequences your writing earned you in Boston." The direct confrontation Beth had been bracing for had finally arrived. She straightened her spine, meeting his gaze steadily. "Yes," she admitted simply. There seemed little point in further deception. "Why?" The single word carried volumes of hurt and confusion. Why the elaborate lie? Why me? Why here? Beth drew a deep breath, considering how to explain the desperate calculations that had led her to his advertisement, to his ranch, to his life. The truth, she decided. He deserved at least that much. Senator William Harrington of Massachusetts took particular exception to my arguments for women's suffrage, she began, her voice growing steadier as she spoke. Especially when I pointed out that his business interests systematically underpaid female workers, while he publicly claimed women lacked the mental capacity for political participation. Jackson's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent, allowing her to continue. He discovered my identity I had been publishing anonymously and made it clear I would be thoroughly destroyed if I continued. Beth's hands twisted in her lap as the memories surfaced. Not merely professionally, but personally. My family's reputation, my father's judicial position, all would be sacrificed to make an example of me. "So you ran," Jackson stated, neither judgment nor sympathy in his tone. Beth nodded. "My friend Mary Collins received your advertisement. She had no interest in becoming a mail-order bride, but when I needed to disappear completely," she gestured helplessly, Wyoming territory seemed sufficiently distant from Boston's reach. A new identity, a new beginning, a convenient arrangement, Jackson said, a new edge entering his voice. A place to hide until the danger passed, with a man simple enough not to question your background too closely. The bitter assessment stung all the more for containing a partial truth. Beth had indeed initially viewed their marriage as merely a practical solution to her desperate circumstances. It wasn't like that, she protested, though the heat rising in her cheeks betrayed her discomfort with the kernel of truth in his words. Not entirely. At first, perhaps, but what? Jackson interrupted, rising suddenly to pace the small area atop the boulder. What exactly was your plan, Elizabeth? Hide out on my ranch under a false name until it was safe to return to Boston? Use me as a convenient shield while maintaining your secret identity? He gestured toward her journal. You've continued writing your political pieces all along. Were you sending them east under another pseudonym? Was anything about our arrangement genuine? The hurt beneath his anger was unmistakable now, and it cut Beth more deeply than she had anticipated. Somewhere in these months of shared life, Jackson Blackwell had become more to her than a convenient solution to a desperate problem. His good opinion mattered. His trust, now broken, was something she valued more than she'd allowed herself to recognize. I never lied about who I am, she said quietly, rising to stand before him. Only my name and specific circumstances. Everything else, my reactions, my feelings, the woman you've come to know, that's all real. Jackson's laugh held no humor. How can I possibly know what's real with you? Every conversation we've had, every confidence shared, all of it built on a fundamental deception. He ran a hand through his hair in a gesture of frustration she'd come to know well. Hell, I don't even know what to call you anymore. I'm still the same person, Beth insisted, taking a step toward him. Elizabeth, Beth, they're just names. The woman who reorganized your accounts, who cooked your meals, who stood beside you at Rutherford's water meeting. That's who I truly am, regardless of what you call me. The woman who married me under false pretenses, Jackson countered, though some of the anger had leached from his voice, replaced by a weariness that somehow hurt worse. The woman who thought so little of my intelligence or perception that she believed I'd never discover the truth. That's unfair, Beth protested, her own temper flaring. I took every precaution to protect not just myself, but you as well. If Rutherford or anyone else had proof of my identity, you could honestly claim ignorance. She gestured toward the papers between them. Until this morning, you had plausible deniability about who you'd married. I was trying to shield you from my troubles. By lying to me, Jackson stated flatly, by making decisions about my life without my knowledge or consent. Did it ever occur to you that I deserved the right to choose whether to involve myself in your situation? The question struck at the heart of Beth's rationalizations, exposing the selfishness that had underlain her initial decision. She had indeed made choices that affected them both, without giving Jackson the opportunity to decide for himself. You could have told me, Jackson continued, his voice lowering to an intensity more affecting than any shout. After we started working together on the accounts, after the spring roundup, after the storm and the line shack. A flush of color touched his cheekbones at this last reference. There were opportunities, Elizabeth. Moments of trust when you could have shared the truth. Would you have still wanted me if you'd known who I really was? Beth challenged, the question bursting from her with unexpected force. If that first letter had come from Elizabeth Hawthorne, radical suffragette writer fleeing political persecution, would you have sent the train fare? Would you have met me at the stage? Jackson's silence was answer enough. Beth nodded slowly, a curious sense of calm replacing her earlier panic. That's what I thought. You wanted a practical, obedient wife with a quiet disposition. Beth Collins could become that woman, at least outwardly. Elizabeth Hawthorne could never pretend to be less than she is. So you made the choice for both of us, Jackson said, his tone flat. Decided what I could or couldn't accept, what I deserved to know about my own wife. I made the only choice available to me at the time, Beth replied, lifting her chin with a defiance that was purely Elizabeth Hawthorne. I don't expect you to understand the limited options available to women in my position. When powerful men decide to destroy you, conventional paths close very quickly. Something flickered in Jackson's expression, not quite understanding, but perhaps recognition of the sincerity in her defense. He moved to gather her papers, stacking them with careful precision that suggested respect for their importance to her, if not their content. What happens now? Beth asked quietly when he didn't speak, the calm of moments earlier giving way to renewed uncertainty. Jackson straightened, her mother-of-pearl writing case held between his hands with unexpected gentleness. "I don't know," he admitted, the simple honesty somehow more devastating than anger would have been. "I need time to think." He extended the case toward her, the gesture simultaneously a return of her property and a symbolic acknowledgement of her true identity. Beth accepted it with trembling fingers, their hands not quite touching during the exchange. "For what it's worth," she said as he turned to leave, "I never intended to hurt you. Whatever my initial motives, what's grown between us these past months has been real for me. More real than I anticipated or planned for." Jackson paused, his broad shoulders tense beneath his cotton shirt. For a moment, Beth thought he might turn back, might say something to bridge the chasm her deception had opened between them. Instead, he simply nodded once, acknowledging her words without accepting them, before starting down the path toward the ranch buildings below. Beth remained atop Sentinel Rock, clutching her writing case to her chest as she watched Jackson's retreating figure grow smaller with distance. The morning sun continued its climb into the cloudless Wyoming sky, but its warmth no longer reached her as the full implications of the morning's revelations settled around her like a physical weight. She had survived Senator Harrington's threats, had escaped Boston's dangers, had crossed a continent and forged a new identity through sheer determination. But sitting alone on the sun-warmed stone with the vast landscape spread indifferently around her, Beth faced the possibility that the cost of her safety might be the loss of the one thing she hadn't known she wanted until it was in jeopardy: Jackson Blackwell's trust, respect, and the tentative, unacknowledged love that had been growing between them. The writing case in her hands held Elizabeth Hawthorne's past. The ranch below represented Beth Collins's present. But for the first time since stepping off the stagecoach into this new life, her future, and whether Jackson would choose to be part of it, lay entirely beyond her control. The afternoon stretched interminably as Beth moved through the ranch house, the familiar rooms suddenly vast and empty despite their modest dimensions. She had returned from Sentinel Rock to find the house deserted, Jackson presumably having gone about his daily responsibilities despite the morning's revelations. The normal sounds of ranch life continued outside, men calling to one another, horses nickering, the rhythmic pounding of Sam's hammer as he repaired tack, creating a surreal contrast to the emotional upheaval within these walls. Beth busied herself with mindless tasks, sweeping floors that didn't need sweeping, rearranging jars of preserves that were already perfectly organized, polishing the stove to a shine it hadn't possessed since leaving the factory. Anything to occupy her hands and distract her thoughts from the inevitable confrontation to come. When Jackson finally returned mid-afternoon, his entrance was so quiet that Beth didn't hear him until he was standing in the kitchen doorway. She turned from the sink where she'd been washing the same plate for several minutes, her hands immediately stilling as their eyes met across the room. He had changed his shirt since morning, she noted absently, and his hair bore the damp traces of having been recently washed. The familiar scent of bay rum hung faintly in the air between them. These ordinary details seemed incongruously important, as if her mind sought refuge in trivialities rather than confronting the fundamental shift in their relationship. Jackson's expression remained carefully neutral as he moved to the table, pulling out a chair with deliberate motion. "We need to talk," he said simply, the words dropping into the silence like stones into still water. Beth nodded, drying her hands on her apron before joining him at the table. She sat across from him rather than taking her usual place at his right hand, the physical distance an acknowledgement of the emotional chasm between them. For several long moments, neither spoke. Jackson stared at his clasped hands resting on the table's surface while Beth studied his downturned face, memorizing its familiar planes and angles in case this was to be one of their last civil conversations. "I've been thinking," he began finally, his voice carrying the careful measure of a man choosing his words with precision, "about your situation, about what Rutherford suspects." Beth's hands curled into fists beneath the table, preparing herself for whatever judgment he had reached during his hours of absence. "I won't expose your identity," Jackson continued, still not meeting her eyes. "Whatever passed between us, I wouldn't put you in danger." Relief flooded Beth momentarily until his next words extinguished it. "But things can't continue as they were." Now he looked up, his blue eyes holding hers with unflinching directness. Our marriage must be one of convenience only, as it was originally intended. I'll protect you legally as my wife. Your secret remains safe. But he hesitated, searching for the appropriate term. Closer relationship that was developing between us is over. The clinical precision of his terms struck Beth like a physical blow, though she had expected nothing less. The fragile intimacy they had begun to build, the evening conversations, the shared work, the careful touches, the kiss during the storm that had changed everything, all of it sacrificed to her deception. I understand, she said quietly, her outward calm belying the trembling of her hands, now hidden in her lap. Your terms are more than fair, considering the circumstances. Jackson nodded once, reaching into his vest pocket to withdraw a small key. He placed it on the table between them, sliding it toward her with one finger. To the storage room behind my study. I've moved your things there. Your writings, the newspapers, everything that was hidden. It locks from inside. You'll have privacy there for whatever you wish to write. The unexpected consideration, providing her a secure space for the very activities that had driven her deception, momentarily robbed Beth of speech. It was more generosity than she had dared hope for, yet it also underscored the permanence of their new arrangement. She was being provided separate territory, a clear delineation of boundaries. Thank you, she managed finally, reaching for the key with fingers that betrayed her emotional state despite her controlled expression. That's very thoughtful. It's practical, Jackson countered, rising from the table as if unable to remain in her presence longer than necessary. Continuing to hide your papers risks discovery by others. Better to have a designated space that remains private. He moved to the window, presenting his back to her as he gazed toward the distant pastures. I'll have Hank clear the bunkhouse room we use for storage. You can move your personal items there if you prefer separate quarters entirely. The suggestion of complete physical separation stung more sharply than Beth had anticipated. That won't be necessary, she replied, striving to match his detached tone. The current arrangement is sufficient, if you're comfortable with it. Jackson shrugged, the gesture carrying a studied indifference that didn't quite mask the tension in his shoulders. As you wish. I'm rarely inside during daylight hours anyway. Our paths need not cross more than absolutely required. The clinical dissection of their future coexistence continued, Jackson outlining the practical boundaries of their new arrangement with the same methodical thoroughness he applied to ranch operations. Beth listened with increasing numbness, recognizing the careful construction of walls designed to prevent any recurrence of the emotional connection that had been growing between them. Just as they reached an uneasy agreement on these new terms, the sound of running footsteps on the porch preceded a sharp knock at the door. Jackson turned from the window, his expression shifting from personal hurt to professional concern as Hank burst in without waiting for a response. Boss, the foreman said, breathing heavily from his evident haste, you need to see this. Rutherford's men. They're damming the main creek at the north boundary. Jackson's entire demeanor transformed instantly, personal concerns giving way to the immediate threat. How many men? What kind of structure? 6 men that we could see from our side. They're using felled timber and stone to create a permanent dam, not just a temporary diversion. Hank's weathered face reflected both anger and concern. They've already got it half completed. Another day's work and that creek won't deliver a drop to our property. Beth watched as Jackson's expression hardened, the mask of indifference he'd maintained throughout their conversation replaced by focused intensity. Saddle my horse, he ordered, already moving toward the door. Get Sam and Tobias. We're riding up there now. They're armed, boss, Hank warned. Saw rifles propped against trees while they worked. Jackson paused at the door, his jaw setting in a line Beth had come to recognize indicated unshakable determination. This isn't about water anymore, he said, his voice carrying a dangerous quietness. This is about forcing us to sell. The statement hung in the air, its implications clear to everyone in the room. Rutherford was using the one vulnerability he knew would be most effective, threatening the ranch's very survival by cutting off its essential water supply, particularly as the dry season approached. Beth rose from the table, moving with sudden decisiveness. I'm coming with you. Both men turned to stare at her, identical expressions of surprise momentarily uniting them despite their different reactions. "Absolutely not," Jackson stated flatly. "This could turn dangerous quickly." "Precisely why you need a witness without direct involvement," Beth countered, already reaching for her shawl. "If this becomes a legal dispute, having an educated observer could prove valuable." She deliberately emphasized educated, a subtle reminder of the very background that had caused their personal rift yet might now serve a practical purpose. The reference wasn't lost on Jackson, whose expression suggested reluctant recognition of her logic. "Besides," she continued more quietly, meeting his eyes directly, "whatever stands between us personally, we both want to protect this ranch. On that, at least, we remain united." Something flickered in Jackson's gaze. Not forgiveness or warmth, but perhaps a grudging acknowledgement of their shared purpose despite the breach of trust between them. After a moment's consideration, he nodded curtly. "Stay behind us," he instructed, his tone making it clear this was non-negotiable. "If there's any sign of trouble, you retreat immediately. Clear?" "Perfectly," Beth agreed, relieved he hadn't simply refused outright. As they moved toward the door together, the physical proximity contrasted sharply with their emotional distance. Yet, Beth found a curious comfort in this momentary alignment of purpose. This external crisis that demanded they set aside personal grievances in favor of protecting what they had built together. For however much Jackson might resent her deception, however deeply she regretted the breach of trust between them, one undeniable truth remained. The Blackwell Ranch was now home to them both, and neither would surrender it without a fight. "Hank," Jackson said as they crossed the yard toward the waiting horses, "send word to the neighboring spreads. Carter's place, Miller's, even old man Peterson's. They need to know what Rutherford's doing." The foreman nodded grimly. "Already dispatched Tobias to spread the word. Figure we might need numbers if this turns ugly." Jackson helped Beth mount the gentle mare that had become her regular riding horse, his hands impersonally correct at her waist, neither lingering nor hurrying the contact. The studied neutrality of his assistants spoke volumes about their altered relationship, yet Beth drew unexpected strength from his unfailing consideration, despite his personal hurt. As they rode toward the northern boundary, Beth couldn't help reflecting on the irony of their situation. Her deception had finally been exposed, creating an apparently insurmountable barrier between them personally. Yet here they rode side by side, temporarily united against a common threat, each committed to protecting the ranch that had become home to them both for entirely different reasons. Whether this fragile alliance in the face of external danger might eventually bridge the chasm of broken trust between them remained to be seen. For now, it was enough that they faced Rutherford's machinations together, whatever the future might hold for them as husband and wife. Chapter 10. The Gathering Storm. The morning dawned clear and bright, the vast Wyoming sky stretching endlessly blue above the Blackwell Ranch. Yet despite the perfect weather, a palpable tension hung in the air as the small party prepared to ride out to inspect the creek. Jackson checked his rifle before sliding it into his saddle holster, his expression grim as he tightened the cinch on his horse's saddle with more force than necessary. Beth watched him from the porch steps, noting the tight set of his shoulders and the lines of strain around his mouth. Their confrontation at Rutherford's half-completed dam the previous afternoon had ended in a tense standoff. Jackson's demand for explanation met with smirking references to territorial water management and not so subtle suggestions that smaller ranchers might consider selling their properties before the situation worsened. They'd been outnumbered and outgunned yesterday, forced to retreat without resolution. Today's inspection would reveal whether Rutherford's men had completed their work, despite the registered protests of neighboring ranchers. "Ready?" Jackson asked as Beth approached, his tone carefully neutral. Since his discovery of her true identity, he had maintained this studied formality, scrupulously polite yet emotionally distant, as if speaking to a business associate rather than a wife. "Yes," Beth replied, accepting his mechanically offered hand to mount her horse. The brief contact of his fingers around her waist, once a moment that sent warmth through her, now felt as impersonal as a transaction between strangers. Hank and Sam joined them, both men carrying rifles across their saddles as a precaution. Tobias had been dispatched at dawn to alert neighboring ranchers about the inspection in hopes that a larger showing might deter any confrontation with Rutherford's men. The small party rode in silence toward the northern boundary where the main creek entered Blackwell property. Normally, this time of year would find the waterway running strong with late spring flow, feeding the lush grass that sustained their cattle through summer grazing. Beth had crossed this same creek just weeks earlier on her way to the roundup camp, marveling at the clear water rushing over smooth stones. The harsh reality that greeted them now could not have been a starker contrast. "Sweet Jesus," Hank muttered as they crested the rise that overlooked the creek bed. Where a vigorous stream should have flowed, only a pitiful trickle remained, barely enough to dampen the exposed stones that had previously been submerged beneath flowing water. Small pools gathered in the deepest depressions, but the healthy current that had sustained the Blackwell Ranch for a decade had vanished overnight. Jackson dismounted without a word, handing his reins to Sam before making his way down the sloping bank to examine the creek bed more closely. Beth followed, her skirts gathering dust as she picked her way carefully over the dry stones that should have been splashing with water. "This isn't natural drought," Jackson said, crouching to touch the damp soil where water had flowed strongly just days before. "This is deliberate diversion." "We need to see exactly what they've done," Hank suggested, looking upstream toward the Rutherford property line. "Follow it to the source." Jackson nodded grimly, returning to his horse. The party remounted and continued along the creek bed, following the increasingly dry channel upstream toward the Rutherford boundary. After 20 minutes of riding, they rounded a bend where the creek narrowed between two rocky outcroppings, a natural bottleneck that Rutherford had clearly recognized as the perfect location for his purpose. There, spanning the entire width of the creek, stood a substantial dam of timber, stone, and packed earth. The structure rose nearly 6 feet high, creating a sizable reservoir on the Rutherford side, while allowing only the barest trickle to seep through to the properties downstream. A wooden sluice gate had been installed on one side, currently closed but clearly designed to control precisely how much water would be permitted to flow beyond Rutherford's land. 2 armed men sat their horses on the opposite bank, rifles resting casually across their saddles. They made no attempt to hide their presence or purpose, watching Jackson's party with the confident indifference of men who knew they held the stronger position. "Morning," called one of the guards with mock civility. "Something we can help you with, Blackwell? You can explain why you've dammed a creek that feeds half the ranches in this valley," Jackson replied, his voice dangerously controlled. The guard shrugged elaborately. "Just following orders? Mr. Rutherford's concerned about summer water management, says the territory's facing drought conditions." "Drought he's creating," Hank muttered, not quite under his breath. The second guard smirked. "Mr. Rutherford's got territorial approval for water conservation measures, all legal and proper." Beth watched Jackson's reaction carefully, noting the slight tightening of his jaw, the only outward sign of the fury she knew must be coursing through him. His control impressed her, even as she recognized the difficult position they faced. Rutherford had outmaneuvered them, using his political connections to gain approval for actions that would devastate smaller ranches, while claiming to act for the common good. "This will kill every small ranch in the valley," Hank said, his weathered face creased with concern as he surveyed the substantial structure. "By August, pasture lands will be dried up, cattle dying of thirst. He knows exactly what he's doing." "That's Mr. Rutherford's concern, not ours," the first guard replied with calculated indifference. "Though I hear he's making generous offers to buy out struggling operations. Might want to consider that before things get worse." The thinly veiled threat hung in the air between them. Beth observed how Jackson's hand drifted unconsciously toward his rifle before he deliberately relaxed his fingers. "We'll be filing a formal protest with the Territorial Water Commissioner," Jackson stated, his voice leveled despite the provocation. "That dam violates established water rights agreements." The guards exchanged amused glances. "You do that," said the second man. "I'm sure the territorial offices will get right on it. Might take a while, though, what with summer coming on and officials heading east to escape the heat." He grinned, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. "Shame if your cattle got thirsty while you're waiting on government paperwork." Beth saw the muscles in Jackson's shoulders bunch beneath his shirt, recognized the barely restrained impulse to respond to the taunt with physical force. But such action against armed men on Rutherford property would play directly into their opponent's hands, giving him pretext for further action against the Blackwell Ranch. "We're done here," Jackson said finally, wheeling his horse away from the dam. "For now." The ride back was conducted in tense silence, each member of their small party absorbed in calculating the implications of what they'd witnessed. Beth studied Jackson's profile as they traveled, noting the deepening lines of worry etched around his eyes and mouth. Despite their personal estrangement, her heart ached at the burden he carried. The responsibility for the ranch, the livelihoods of his hands, the cattle that depended on water that was now being systematically diverted. As they approached the main road that connected the various spreads, they encountered other ranchers similarly inspecting their diminished water sources. The Carter family stood beside their own shrunken creek, the father and two sons conferring gravely while gesturing at the nearly dry streambed. Further along, old Mr. Peterson sat slumped on his horse beside the dusty depression that had once been a reliable stock pond. "How many families will this affect?" Beth asked, as they passed yet another rancher staring despondently at a trickling waterway. "Every spread smaller than Rutherford's," Jackson replied grimly. "At least a dozen families, some who've worked this land since before the territory was established." "And all to force land sales?" Beth pressed, remembering the guard's pointed reference to Rutherford's generous offers. Jackson nodded. "He's been buying up properties for years, piece by piece, but some of us have refused to sell at any price. This," he gestured toward the nearly dry creek they were following, "is his way of removing choice from the equation. No water means no ranching means no option but to sell." The calculated cruelty of the strategy stirred something deep within Beth, a familiar flame of indignation that had fueled her writing in Boston. The same moral outrage that had driven her to expose corruption and power imbalances in Eastern society now kindled at the sight of hard-working families facing deliberate ruin to satisfy one man's greed. "There must be something that can be done," she said, her voice taking on the intensity that had characterized Elizabeth Hawthorne's most passionate arguments. Some legal challenge or community action that could force the territorial government to intervene. Jackson glanced at her, something flickering briefly in his eyes, recognition, perhaps, of the fire that animated her when confronted with injustice. For a moment, the careful distance he'd maintained since discovering her true identity seemed to waver. "Legal challenges take time," he said finally. "Time our cattle and pastures don't have with summer approaching, and Rutherford has connections in the territorial offices that we can't match." "Then we find different leverage," Beth insisted, her mind already racing through possibilities. "If territorial officials won't act from principle, perhaps they'll respond to other pressures. Public opinion, perhaps, or..." She cut herself off abruptly, remembering their current estrangement and his reaction to discovering her hidden writings. Suggesting she might use her skills as Elizabeth Hawthorne to publicly challenge Rutherford's actions would only reopen wounds still raw between them. But Jackson was watching her thoughtfully, his expression unreadable as he considered her unfinished suggestion. After a moment, he simply nodded before turning his attention back to the trail ahead, leaving Beth uncertain whether he'd understood her implication, or worse, if he had understood but rejected the idea of her involvement. As they approached the ranch house, the gravity of their situation hung heavy in the air between them. Without water, the carefully built life Jackson had created, the ranch Beth had come to consider home despite her initial pragmatic motivations, faced destruction as certain as if Rutherford had set fire to their buildings. The knowledge kindled Beth's determination, pushing personal concerns aside in favor of the more immediate threat. Whatever stood between her and Jackson personally, she would not stand idle while Rutherford's machinations destroyed the community that had welcomed her and the ranch that had given her sanctuary. Elizabeth Hawthorne had built a reputation challenging power when it was wielded unjustly. Perhaps it was time for that aspect of her true self to emerge in Wyoming territory, whatever the personal consequences might be. The territorial courthouse in Cheyenne presented an imposing facade of red brick and white painted trim, its solid construction designed to convey the permanence and authority of government in a landscape where both often seemed tenuous at best. Inside, Polished wooden floors and oak-paneled walls created an atmosphere of sober dignity, though the inkwells still bore frontier dust and the windows remained propped open against the spring heat. Clayton Rutherford moved through these official surroundings with the confidence of a man who considered such places extensions of his personal domain rather than public institutions. His tailored suit and polished boots contrasted sharply with the more practical attire of other visitors, marking him as a man of means, even before his name opened doors that remained closed to ordinary citizens. "Mr. Landon will see you now, Mr. Rutherford," announced the clerk, a thin young man whose deference suggested familiarity with the rancher's influence. Rutherford nodded acknowledgement, straightening his already immaculate cuffs before entering the office of Harold Landon, Territorial Deputy Water Commissioner and current Acting Commissioner during his superior's convenient absence. "Clayton, this is unexpected." Landon rose from behind his desk, extending a hand in greeting. The forced heartiness of his welcome belied the wariness in his eyes as he assessed his powerful visitor. "What brings you to Cheyenne? Thought you'd be overseeing your water conservation project." "Progress proceeds excellently on that front," Rutherford replied, settling comfortably into the chair opposite Landon's desk without waiting for invitation. "My foreman is more than capable of supervising construction while I attend to certain administrative details." Landon resumed his seat, his expression carefully neutral, though a bead of perspiration had formed at his temple, despite the relative coolness of the office. "I've received some inquiries about your dam project," he ventured. "Several downstream ranchers expressing concerns about reduced flow." "As anticipated," Rutherford said smoothly. "Change always provokes resistance, particularly from those unable to see beyond their immediate self-interest to the greater good of the territory." From his coat pocket, Rutherford withdrew an envelope sealed with wax, bearing his personal mark. He placed it deliberately on the desk between them, his manicured fingers resting lightly atop the heavy cream paper. "I've taken the liberty of drafting a response to such inquiries," he continued. "A simple explanation of the territorial government's support for prudent water management during drought conditions, along with a regretful acknowledgement that formal hearings on water allocation must necessarily be postponed until after the summer season." Landon eyed the envelope as if it might contain a venomous snake rather than mere paper. "That's quite comprehensive of you, Clayton. But surely you understand that water rights disputes require proper investigation. If these smaller ranchers are experiencing significant hardship, their hardship results from their own short-sightedness," Rutherford interrupted, his pleasant tone unchanged, though his eyes hardened perceptibly. "Had they accepted my previous offers to purchase their inadequate spreads at generous valuations, they would now be comfortably situated elsewhere rather than struggling against inevitable change." He pushed the envelope slightly closer to Landon. "Besides, I believe you'll find the enclosed information quite persuasive regarding the wisdom of administrative patience in this matter." Landon hesitated before reaching for the envelope, breaking the seal with reluctant fingers. As he unfolded the single sheet within, his expression shifted from wariness to confusion, then to poorly concealed alarm. "What is this?" he asked, his voice dropping to a near whisper despite the closed door. "Merely information that came into my possession," Rutherford replied with calculated casualness, "concerning the wife of one Jackson Blackwell, the most vocal opponent of my water conservation efforts." His smile contained no warmth whatsoever. "It seems Mrs. Blackwell is not who she claims to be." Landon scanned the page with increasing discomfort. "Elizabeth Hawthorne, the Boston radical who disappeared last winter?" "The very same," Rutherford confirmed. "Currently living under a false identity as the supposedly respectable Mrs. Blackwell of Bitter Creek, a fugitive from Massachusetts authorities, harbored by a man now demanding territorial intervention on his behalf." He leaned forward slightly. "Imagine the political implications should such a situation become widely known, particularly for officials who might have championed her husband's cause despite being informed of her true identity." The thinly veiled threat hung in the air between them. Landon's political aspirations beyond his current appointment were well known, as was his careful cultivation of Eastern connections necessary for advancement. Association with radicals, particularly female ones advocating positions many considered dangerously revolutionary, could destroy such aspirations instantly. "This is concerning information," Landon acknowledged, carefully refolding the paper, but I fail to see how private matters regarding Mrs. Blackwell's background relate to legitimate water rights concerns. Don't you? Rutherford's voice remained pleasant, though his eyes had turned cold as winter ice. Consider how it might appear if territorial officials rushed to support a man harboring a fugitive, a man whose wife has published incendiary materials challenging the very governmental structures those officials represent. He spread his hands in a gesture of regretful acceptance. At minimum, such complications suggest the wisdom of thorough investigation before any official action, investigation that would, regrettably, extend well beyond the current dry season. Landon's expression revealed his understanding of the position in which he'd been placed. Supporting the smaller ranchers meant potentially tying himself to a political liability that could destroy his career. Opposing Rutherford meant making an enemy of the territory's most powerful private citizen. "What exactly are you suggesting?" he asked finally, though his defeated tone indicated he already knew the answer. "Nothing unreasonable," Rutherford assured him, rising to his feet with the satisfaction of a man who recognized capitulation when he saw it. "Merely administrative patience, a formal announcement that water rights hearings will be scheduled after the summer season, when all facts can be properly assessed without undue haste." His smile didn't reach his eyes, and perhaps a quiet word to Mr. Blackwell suggesting he focus on his domestic concerns rather than pursuing complaints that might draw unwelcome attention to his household arrangements. Landon remained silent for a long moment, visibly calculating his limited options before nodding reluctantly. "I'll draft the announcement regarding postponed hearings today, but I won't deliver threats to Blackwell or anyone else. That's your business, not the territory's." "Fair enough," Rutherford conceded magnanimously, recognizing he'd achieved his primary objective. "I have my own methods of communication." He gestured toward the paper Landon still held. "Keep that for your records. Insurance, you might say, against any temptation to accelerate the timeline we've discussed." Without waiting for response, Rutherford departed, his confident stride carrying him through the courthouse and back to his waiting carriage. The morning's work had proceeded exactly as planned, the territorial government now effectively neutralized through the simple application of political self-interest. Let Blackwell and the other small ranchers file whatever protests they wished. By the time any official hearing occurred, their parched lands and dying cattle would have forced the very outcome Rutherford had been orchestrating for years: the consolidation of the entire valley under his sole control. And if Elizabeth Hawthorne proved useful leverage in achieving that goal, well, that was simply fortunate circumstance he'd be foolish not to exploit. Evening shadows lengthened across the Blackwell ranch yard as Beth moved about the kitchen, preparing coffee and what refreshments she could manage for the gathering of ranchers Jackson had called. Through the window, she watched as men arrived on horseback: Samuel Carter with his 2 grown sons, old Peterson hunched in his saddle like a weathered tree bent by years of Wyoming winds, the Miller brothers from the adjacent spread, and half a dozen others whose livelihoods, like Jackson's, depended on the water Rutherford was systematically diverting. Their faces, visible in the golden light of approaching sunset, bore similar expressions. Concern etched into sun-browned features, determination in squared shoulders, and, beneath it all, the poorly concealed fear of men watching their life's work threatened by forces beyond their control. Jackson greeted each arrival with a handshake and a nod, his manner steady despite the gravity of their situation. Beth recognized the subtle ways he instilled confidence. Standing straight, speaking calmly, maintaining the same even gaze whether addressing prosperous Samuel Carter or grizzled old Peterson with his patched coat and ancient rifle. Leadership came naturally to Jackson, though he would likely scoff at such an observation if she voiced it. Not that they were having such conversations anymore. Since discovering her secret identity, Jackson had maintained careful distance, their interactions limited to necessary ranch business and awkward meals taken mostly in silence. The wall between them remained firmly in place despite their shared concern over Rutherford's dam. Beth arranged the coffee and biscuits on a tray, preparing to bring them out to the gathering now seated in a rough circle in the yard. Such meetings were typically held outdoors, ranch business conducted beneath open sky rather than confined within walls. The tradition had practical origins. Most ranch houses couldn't comfortably accommodate so many men, but Beth suspected it also reflected some deeper connection between these ranchers and the land they worked, as if decisions affecting their future should be witnessed by the very earth and sky that sustained them. As she approached with the tray, the conversation fell momentarily silent, several men nodding acknowledgement of her presence. Though she had met most of them at the spring dance and church gatherings, Beth sensed their uncertainty about her role in this meeting. A woman involving herself in men's business was unusual enough to cause discomfort, even among these practical frontier families who valued female competence more than their Eastern counterparts might. "Thank you kindly, Mrs. Blackwell," Samuel Carter said, accepting a cup of coffee with a courteous nod. The others followed suit, politeness momentarily overriding their discomfort at her presence. "Gentlemen," Jackson addressed the group, naturally assuming the role of leader, though several present owned larger spreads than his. "We all know why we're here. Rutherford's dam has cut water flow to every ranch downstream of his property. At this rate, by midsummer, we'll be facing dying cattle and withered crops." Murmurs of agreement circled the gathering, men shifting in their seats with barely contained anger. "Damned thief is what he is," growled one of the Miller brothers. "Stealing water that's rightfully ours. Been using that creek since before Rutherford ever set foot in the territory." "Legal rights don't mean much when the law's in his pocket," another rancher observed bitterly. "My wife rode to town yesterday. Postmaster had a notice from the Territorial Water Office. Hearings on water disputes postponed until September." He spat disgustedly into the dirt. "By then, my cattle will be dead or sold at ruinous prices, which is exactly what Rutherford's counting on." "So we take matters into our own hands," declared young Thomas Carter, Samuel's eldest son, his youthful face flushed with righteous indignation. "Ride up there in force and tear down that dam ourselves." Beth, who had withdrawn to the porch steps but remained within earshot, watched Jackson's reaction carefully. His expression remained impassive, though she had learned to recognize the slight tightening of his jaw that signaled controlled disagreement. "And then?" he asked quietly, the simple question cutting through the murmurs of approval that had greeted the younger Carter's suggestion. "Rutherford has armed men guarding that dam day and night. You think they'll stand aside while we dismantle it?" "There are more of us than them," Thomas insisted. 20 men well armed." 20 ranchers against Rutherford's hired guns," Jackson interrupted, his voice still level though carrying enough authority to silence the younger man. "Even if we succeeded without bloodshed. Unlikely at best. We'd be breaking territorial law, giving Rutherford exactly the pretext he needs to bring official action against us. We'd lose our ranches through legal seizure instead of drought." The sobering assessment cast a pall over the gathering. Even young Thomas subsided, his enthusiasm dampened by the cold reality of their situation. "So what do you suggest?" Samuel Carter asked, his weathered face grave in the fading light. "We can't just stand by while he steals our water and starves us out." "I'm riding to Cheyenne tomorrow," Jackson replied, "taking our case directly to the governor if necessary. There are laws about water rights even in the territory. If enough of us appear in person, demand immediate action rather than bureaucratic delays." "Governor's probably in Rutherford's pocket, too," old Peterson interjected, his voice thin but carrying the weight of decades on the frontier. "Man like that buys whatever influence he needs." "Maybe," Jackson acknowledged, "but going through proper channels gives us the moral high ground. Shows we're law-abiding ranchers protecting our rights, not vigilantes. That matters if this escalates further." Beth listened as the discussion continued, watching Jackson navigate the conflicting opinions with patient determination. He walked a difficult line, acknowledging the men's justified anger while restraining impulses toward direct action that would likely prove disastrous. Yet she could see the growing frustration in the gathering as each proposed solution encountered practical obstacles, mainly stemming from Rutherford's superior resources and political connections. As twilight deepened into dusk, the meeting concluded without clear resolution beyond agreement to send as many ranchers as could be spared to Cheyenne the following day. Lamps were lit, casting warm pools of light across the yard as the men rose, shaking hands and departing with expressions more resigned than hopeful. Beth collected empty cups as the last riders disappeared down the darkening road, Jackson walking beside Samuel Carter to his waiting horse. "We'll meet at dawn at the crossroads," she heard Jackson say. "The more of us present in Cheyenne, the stronger our position." Carter nodded, though his expression suggested limited faith in the strategy. "It's worth trying, I suppose. But I'll tell you this, Blackwell. If the territorial offices refuse to act, I won't stand by and watch my family's 40 years of work wither away because of one man's greed. There are other ways to fight this battle." The implied threat of direct action hung in the air between them. Jackson didn't argue further, merely nodding his understanding of the man's position before watching him ride away. Beth had returned to the kitchen by the time Jackson entered the house, his face drawn with the strain of leadership and the weight of responsibility. He acknowledged her presence with a brief nod before pouring himself a cup of the remaining coffee, his movements betraying exhaustion. "The meeting didn't go as you hoped," Beth observed quietly, keeping her distance beside the stove. Jackson shook his head. "Men are scared, angry. Can't blame them." He took a long swallow of coffee, grimacing at its bitter strength after sitting on the heat too long. "Problem is, Rutherford's planned for every conventional response. Legal challenges delayed. Direct action would be disastrous. Meanwhile, the creek gets drier every day." Without further comment, he moved toward his study, the slump of his shoulders revealing the burden he carried. Beth watched him go, her heart aching at the distance between them, despite their shared concern for the ranch's future. Once she had finished in the kitchen, Beth retired to the small room Jackson had given her for her writing. The gesture, providing secure space for the very activities that had caused their rift, still touched her in ways she found difficult to articulate. Despite his sense of betrayal, he had respected her need for intellectual expression, a consideration many husbands would never have extended, regardless of circumstances. Lighting the lamp on her small desk, Beth opened the mother-of-pearl writing case that had exposed her identity, removing a fresh sheet of paper. Her pen moved rapidly across the page as she documented Rutherford's tactics, drawing explicit parallels to the monopolistic practices she had fought against in her Boston writings. Rutherford's water diversion represents not merely a local dispute, but a fundamental pattern of exploitation that repeats wherever concentrated power remains unchecked by collective resistance. By controlling essential resources, such men effectively bypass legal ownership requirements. Why purchase land directly when you can render it worthless by controlling the water that gives it value? The familiar rhythm of composition steadied her, transforming her anger into focused analysis. For hours she wrote by lamplight, filling pages with observations and arguments that drew upon both her Eastern education and her growing understanding of Western realities. Yet as she reviewed her work, Beth recognized the limitations of her usual approach. An articulate denunciation of Rutherford's tactics might find sympathetic readers in Boston or New York, but would do nothing to save the Blackwell Ranch or their neighbors' livelihoods in the immediate crisis. She set aside her completed manuscript, drawing a fresh sheet toward her. Instead of continuing her analysis, Beth began listing names. Harriet Miller from the general store, Petersham from the neighboring ranch, Mrs. Carter and her daughters, the pastor's wife, and a dozen other women she had met at church socials and community gatherings. Beside each name, she noted particular strengths or connections. Harriet's position in the store gave her access to community information and supply networks. Mrs. Petersham's skill with medicinal herbs made her services essential to families across 3 counties. Mrs. Carter's husband supplied beef to territorial offices in Cheyenne. A pattern emerged as Beth studied the list, a network of influence that operated parallel to the more visible male power structure, subtle but potentially significant if properly coordinated. While the ranchers focused on legal challenges in Cheyenne, these women maintained the communities that made frontier life possible. Their collective pressure might approach Rutherford's machinations from an unexpected direction. Beth began drafting letters, carefully tailored to each recipient, outlining the water crisis and suggesting specific actions that might apply pressure where traditional approaches failed. She worked with increasing excitement as the plan took shape, the hours passing unnoticed as her pen raced across page after page. So absorbed was she in her work that she didn't hear Jackson's approach until his shadow fell across her desk. Beth looked up, startled to find him standing in the doorway watching her with an unreadable expression. "It's late," he said simply. "Thought you might have retired." "I'm sorry if I disturbed you," Beth replied, self-consciously gathering the letters into a neat stack. "I lost track of time." Jackson made no move to leave, his gaze traveling over the papers spread across her desk. "More writing?" The question contained no accusation, merely curiosity. Beth hesitated, uncertain how to bridge the careful distance they had maintained since his discovery of her true identity. "Yes," she admitted finally, "though not what you might expect." Something in her tone must have caught his interest, for Jackson stepped further into the room, stopping a respectful distance from her desk. "How so?" Beth considered her response carefully. The wall between them remained substantial, yet in this moment of crisis for the ranch they both called home, perhaps their separate skills might serve a common purpose. "I've been thinking about different approaches to the water problem," she ventured. "While you and the other ranchers pursue legal channels in Cheyenne, there might be alternative forms of pressure that could be applied." Jackson's expression remained guarded, but he gestured for her to continue, his attention fully engaged for the first time since their confrontation on Sentinel Rock. Encouraged by his interest, Beth outlined her developing strategy, the network of women whose collective influence operated in ways Rutherford might have overlooked, the potential for coordinated action while the ranchers were occupied in Cheyenne. "The ranchers' meeting is in Cheyenne tomorrow," she explained, warming to her subject as the plan took clearer shape in the telling. "All the men will be gone, but the women who keep these communities functioning day to day, they'll remain, and they have their own forms of influence." As she spoke, Beth indicated the letters she had begun composing. "Mrs. Carter supplies eggs to every important household in the county. Mrs. Petersham's medicines are essential with the doctor 3 days' ride away. Harriet Miller controls which supplies reach surrounding ranches from the general store." Jackson listened with growing attention, his initial wariness giving way to thoughtful consideration. "You're suggesting the women could exert pressure while we're pursuing official channels." "Precisely." Beth's excitement made it difficult to maintain the careful formality that had characterized their recent interactions. "Rutherford may control territorial officials, but he still depends on local cooperation for many daily necessities. If that cooperation were to become conditionally available—" "Collective action from an unexpected direction," Jackson mused, studying her with new intensity, "while we're publicly pursuing legitimate complaints, creating the appearance of conventional response." "A two-pronged approach," Beth agreed, her heart beating faster at his evident understanding. "Men working through official channels while women apply pressure through community networks. Rutherford won't anticipate resistance from quarters he considers powerless." For the first time since discovering her secret identity, Jackson looked at her with something approaching his former admiration, a recognition of her intelligence and strategic thinking that transcended their personal breach. "It could work," he acknowledged, his voice holding a new note of respect, "if coordinated properly." He gestured toward her letters. "You're organizing this? Through correspondence?" Beth nodded, suddenly acutely aware of the irony, using the very writing skills that had revealed her deception to potentially save the ranch they both valued. "I thought letters would be most effective initially, followed by personal visits to those closest to town." Jackson studied her for a long moment, the lamplight casting warm highlights across his features as he apparently struggled with some internal debate. Finally, he spoke with careful deliberation. "Your writing was always compelling," he said, the direct reference to her previous work as Elizabeth Hawthorne momentarily startling Beth. "Reasoned arguments, persuasive language. Saw that clearly in what I read." He paused, then added with visible effort, "Those skills might serve our community now, whatever name you write under." The acknowledgement, not forgiveness precisely, but a recognition of her capabilities despite the circumstances of their revelation, created a curious tightness in Beth's chest. In this moment of crisis, Jackson was setting aside personal hurt to acknowledge the potential value of her particular talents. "Thank you," she said simply, uncertain how to navigate this subtle shift in their strained relationship. Jackson nodded once, his expression suggesting he found their new footing as uncertain as she did. I should let you continue, he said, moving toward the door. Need to prepare for tomorrow's ride to Cheyenne. He paused at the threshold, looking back with a directness that had been absent from their interactions since his discovery. Whatever our personal circumstances, I'm glad you're applying your abilities to this fight. Ranch needs every advantage we can muster. After he had gone, Beth remained motionless at her desk, absorbing the implications of their exchange. The barrier between them remained substantial, the hurt of deception not easily mended. Yet in this moment of shared purpose, a small bridge had formed, a recognition that while their personal relationship might remain damaged, their commitment to protecting the ranch and community transcended private grievances. With renewed determination, Beth returned to her letters, her pen moving purposefully across the paper as she laid the groundwork for resistance. Rutherford would never anticipate the coordinated action of women he had dismissed as irrelevant to his calculations. By the time she finally retired, the first faint light of dawn was appearing on the horizon. In a few hours, Jackson and the other ranchers would depart for Cheyenne, pursuing official remedies with little expectation of success. But behind them, unknown to Rutherford or his allies, a separate network of resistance would begin taking shape, orchestrated by a woman whose lifetime of challenging power from unexpected directions had prepared her perfectly for this moment. For the first time since Jackson had discovered her true identity, Beth fell asleep with a sense of purpose that transcended her personal circumstances. Elizabeth Hawthorne's skills had found new application in Wyoming territory, serving not abstract principles but the tangible protection of the land and people she had come to value, including the complex, honorable man whose trust she hoped someday to regain.